Chapter 735. There were 5 realms above the immortal realm. Each realm was divided into 9 heavens. The difficulty of cultivation was like ascending to the heavens. Every breakthrough of a realm was like breaking through the 9 heavens. Xiaoqing's cultivation should be at the 5th heaven of the immortal realm according to the realms in the Tinglong continent. However, the demon general she was fighting was a 3-headed demon ape. Its strength could be said to be on par with Little Qing, but the demon general's battle experience was incomparably abundant, and there were faint signs of him suppressing Little Qing. Rumble, the 7-colored dragon pearl was shaking and radiating divine light. 7 7-colored dragon shadows appeared around the dragon pearl. The aura of a real dragon filled the sky. It was like a 7-colored sun in the sky, illuminating the entire world. Roar! The divine dragon roared and the sky and earth shook. Xiaoqing revealed his real dragon body. His dragon aura was surging. His body emitted a light that was like a divine fire. Boundless demonic power surged into the 7-colored dragon pearl. The dragon pearl shone brightly. The power of the real dragon flowed and broke the void to resist the terrifying chaotic demonic light. The 3-headed demonic ape stood on the ground. The mountains were flattened. The earth was shaking violently like waves from the impact of the mighty power. The area within 100 miles had become a desert. Demonic chi filled the sky and shrouded the earth. The 3-headed demonic ape drew upon the earth and turned it into demonic chi. The vast demonic chi gathered towards the vertical eye on the forehead of the head in the middle. The chaotic demonic light penetrated the void and destroyed the world. It resisted the 7-colored dragon pearl that was falling from the sky. The demonic ape roared furiously. The power of the earth rose and turned into boundless demonic chi. The area within 100 miles was filled with demonic chi as if it had turned into a demonic domain. Gu Fei stood in the sky and watched the scene. He did not make a move. Xiaoqing had too little battle experience. He needed to fight experts of the same level as him to train himself. Xiaoqing still did not use that secret skill. Is he still at ease? Gu Fei thought. Rumble, 2 terrifying forces clashed against each other, shaking heaven and earth and shattering the void. The primal chaos devilish light grew stronger and stronger. The 3-headed devilish ape was incomparably powerful. It actually drew upon the power of the earth, causing its combat prowess to rise. Roar! The demonic ape roared. Endless power of the earth rose from the ground and quickly turned into pitch-black demonic chi that entered the ape's body. Rays of destructive devilish light revolved around the devil ape's body. This devil ape was like a great devil that came from the ancient times, emitting a terrifying devilish aura that caused all living things to tremble. Demonic chi. The primal chaos magic light gradually shook the rainbow dragon ball, forcing it to gradually move towards Little Qing. The primal chaos magic power seemed to have been completely stimulated. The demonic light shattered the void and pierced through heaven and earth, displaying its terrifying might. Little Qing's rainbow-colored dragon pearl was gradually suppressed. The demonic ape that drew upon the power of the thick earth had a shocking battle prowess. Roar! Little Qing kept roaring angrily, desperately channeling her demonic energy into the 7-colored dragon pearl, activating the power of the true dragon contained in the pearl. Within the rainbow divine light, there seemed to be a small dragon looming inside the dragon pearl. The dragon chi was vast and mighty, and the dragon chi of the earth contained in the surrounding mountains and rivers was drawn over. Above the dragon pearl, dragon shadows appeared. The true dragon's power was vast. But even so, the dragon pearl was still moving back to Xiaoqing. The destructive demonic light was so powerful that Xiaoqing was gradually being suppressed. The 3-headed demonic ape had followed the mixed heaven's great demon for countless years. Its demonic Tao divine art was terrifying. It stepped on the ground and drew upon the power of the earth. It was simply an undefeatable demon god. Still not using that secret skill. Gu Fei saw that Xiao Qing was at a disadvantage and seemed to be losing. He couldn't help but feel nervous. The heaven and earth power in Gu Fei's body isolated his aura. It was as if he had jumped out of the three realms and was not within the five elements. Xiao Qing and the three-headed demonic ape did not sense Gu Fei's arrival. Ha! Go to hell! The demonic ape roared. It was suppressing Xiao Qing and gaining the upper hand. The chaotic demonic light destroyed everything and blocked the dragon pearl. Humph! You think you've won? Xiao Qing sneered. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was not defeated. Ascend! Xiao Qing shouted. Endless demonic light burst from his body. A terrifying demonic energy erupted like 100,000 volcanoes. The void around him was instantly shattered by the explosive power. The three-headed demonic ape was shocked. It didn't expect that the other party did not use his full strength and hid such a powerful force. It felt danger. The power that burst from Xiaoqing's body surged into the dragon pearl in front of him. Boom! The dragon pearl emitted a blinding light. The rainbow divine light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire heaven and earth with 7 colors. It exploded with the unprecedented power of a true dragon. Bam! The dragon pearl shattered the chaotic demonic light. It was like a 7-colored sun that fell from the sky. The entire void was crushed by the power of the dragon pearl. The void collapsed and the heaven and earth shattered. At this moment, it was as if doomsday had arrived. It was extremely terrifying. The dragon pearl became the only thing in the world. With one step, Xiaoqing's strength increased by a few levels. He displayed the strength of a pinnacle immortal and suppressed the three-headed demonic ape. The chaotic demonic light continued to shatter in the void. The rainbow dragon pearl gradually sank, and a terrifying power came crashing down. The three-headed demonic ape's huge demonic body was almost shattered. Cracks appeared on its body, and demonic blood flowed out. Roar! The three-headed demonic ape roared crazily. He used the power of the earth and the chi of the earth to resist the dragon pearl. However, all of this seemed to be in vain. The dragon pearl suppressed a part of the world, sealed the void, and descended. The extremely powerful power of a true dragon destroyed everything. It was too late for the three-headed demonic ape to escape even if he wanted to. Xiao Qing used a secret technique and his combat strength increased to an unimaginable level. He suppressed the three-headed demonic ape and the dragon pearl sank, crushing everything. It was unstoppable. Gu Fei saw this scene and knew that the outcome was set. Full text hand strike without any suspense, the 7-colored dragon pearls sank like a 7-colored sun falling from the sky to the ground. The body of the three-headed demon ape shattered. From head to toe, it melted like ice and snow under the 7-colored divine light. The demonic aura that covered the earth was also dispersed by the power of the dragon pearl. Chapter 736. Rumble. In the eastern region of Gu Fei's Dantian, there was a commotion. A divine mountain suspended high in the sky shone with dazzling divine light. Divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared on the entire mountain. Swish! Gu Fei's figure appeared in this divine land. He looked at the divine mountain in front of him in shock. The divine light pierced through the sky, shaking heaven and earth. The divine mountain actually showed signs of breaking through the void and flying away. What's going on? Gu Fei could vaguely see figures on the divine mountain. This divine mountain was the sacred mountain of the divine race. At this time, the sacred mountain was undergoing changes. Spiritual energy from all directions frantically gathered towards the sacred mountain of the divine race. As the spiritual energy converged, colorful lights could be seen. The entire sacred mountain was like a bottomless abyss, devouring the spiritual energy of this part of the world. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel incomparable pain. If it was endlessly devoured like this divine land would most likely lose all of its spiritual energy. In the distance, the undead race also sensed the abnormality in the eastern region. A few realm undead emperors appeared nearby. When they saw Gu Fei, they hurried to greet him. Gu Fei saw that these undying emperors were the supreme emperors of the undying skeleton tribe, the supreme emperors of the nether tribe, and the supreme emperors of the undying evil corpse tribe. The three supreme emperors came to investigate. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with them. He then used the 8 desolation steps and directly rushed forward. When he arrived before the sacred mountain, he saw the divine race on the sacred mountain panicking. From the looks of it, even they didn't know what was going on. Sage Li, what's going on? Gu Fei saw Divine King Sage Li's figure and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. He wanted to know what was going on. At this time, the weather changed. The sun in the sky seemed dim. Endless spiritual energy gathered, and the immortal Tao divine runes appeared on the sacred mountain, emitting a dazzling divine light. The power of the great Tao circulated. Boom! Li Xing wielded the golden divine halberd and circulated his full strength, bombarding the immortal Tao runes that enveloped the entire Saint Mountain. He wanted to break through the seal of the immortal Tao runes and rush out. However, when the golden halberd struck the immortal Tao divine glyph, even someone as powerful as God King Li Xing was sent flying like a leaf in the wind. I don't know what happened either. Legend had it that this divine mountain was the place where the supreme Tao ancestor comprehended the Tao. It was impervious to all tribulations and existed eternally. The sacred mountain had all kinds of ancient legends and sacred relics. A true demon's soul was once sealed in the mountain. Everyone thought that this was the place where the Tao ancestors sealed the demons. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. Even Sage Li, who was on the sacred mountain, did not know what had happened. Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. Rumble, at this time, the sacred mountain that had gathered boundless heaven and earth spiritual chi actually began to shatter the void, entering the primal chaos void. The entire sacred mountain gradually became blurry. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky, then punched forward. The vast fist force shook the heaven and earth, surging forward like a surging river. He wanted to break through the immortal Tao runes and stop the sacred mountain from flying away. However, something happened that shocked Gu Fei. His unparalleled fist force struck the immortal Tao runes around the sacred mountain, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was instantly devoured. This extremely ferocious punch seemed to be bombarding the void, and there was no point of impact. Gu Fei was dumbfounded. He could not help but be stunned. How was this possible? His divine power and martial body had fused into one. Even He Tian's Qian Kuan shifting technique could not move him. The immortal Tao runes lingered. On the sacred mountain, the divine race was in a mess. They had no idea what had happened. The sacred mountain had shattered the void and was about to escape into the primal chaos void. These immortal Tao runes, could they be the trump cards left behind by the legendary supreme Tao ancestor? Gu Fei was indescribably shocked. The sacred mountain was about to escape. Could it be that the supreme Tao ancestor was summoning the sacred mountain? This thought flashed in Gu Fei's mind. Even he himself did not dare to believe it. He had refined this world. In this world, he was the supreme god. If the sacred mountain wanted to escape, it had to ask for his permission first. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar. Rays of divine light burst out from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have fused with the heaven and earth, communicating with the heaven and earth, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth. Rumble, the divine land trembled. Endless spiritual energy gathered into a huge dragon, rushing over from all directions. It coiled around the sacred mountain that was about to break into the primal chaos void, wanting to drag the sacred mountain out from the primal chaos void. This was a huge dragon formed by the power of heaven and earth. One dragon was enough to crush the void and sweep across the heavens and the earth. Even if a celestial being entered this divine land, he would die. 18 huge dragons coiled around the sacred mountain. This was an incomparably shocking scene. The huge dragons formed by the power of heaven and earth were like real ancient dragons, possessing terrifying power. The vast and mighty dragon aura turned the heaven and earth into primal chaos. The terrifying energy waves of the 18 huge dragons shattered the void and the heaven and earth, displaying a supreme power that could destroy the heaven and earth. Rumble, the sacred mountain shook. The immortal Tao runes coiled around it. The power of the great Tao surged. The 18 huge dragons were immediately shaken away by the mighty power of the great Tao. Damn it! Gu Fei's body merged with the heaven and earth, communicating with the entire inner world, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth of this divine land. However, it seemed that it was still difficult to stop the sacred mountain from escaping. Could it be that there was really a supreme expert secretly summoning the sacred mountain of the divine race? The divine race was a powerful force in the hands of Gu Fei. This force was enough to impact the current cultivation world of the Tinglong continent. It was equivalent to the return of an ancient power. Gu Fei absolutely did not want to see this force disappear in front of him. He desperately drew upon the power of heaven and earth of this part of the world to confine the void. The 18 huge dragons rushed forward again and coiled around the sacred mountain, trying to pull it back. However, no matter how hard Gu Fei tried to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, it was all in vain. It was completely useless. The sacred mountain's escape was already difficult to stop. No one knew what was happening. The 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan were the fastest to read. They all retreated far away while trembling with fear. They watched this scene with indescribable horror. Gu Fei was like a supreme god that ruled over everything. However, he could not stop the sacred mountain from escaping. This made Gu Fei extremely depressed and frustrated. Chapter 737. Damn it, I'd like to see who's behind this. Gu Fei knew that the sacred mountain's flight was a foregone conclusion. It would be difficult to reverse it. Therefore, before the sacred mountain truly entered the primal chaos, he wanted to see who was behind all this. Divine power surged as Gu Fei's brow glowed with divine light. His soul power circulated. Swoosh! A strand of wool rushed out from Gu Fei's brow and attached itself to the sacred mountain. Rumble, at this time, the sacred mountain of the divine race completely blurred. It shattered the void and entered the primal chaos, vanishing from Gu Fei's sight. The shattered world reformed. The aura of the great Tao faded into the distance. The divine race's cries could be heard faintly. The sacred mountain flew away, taking all the members of the divine race with it. Gu Fei's body became one with heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to stabilize the shattered void. The strand of wool attached to the sacred mountain remained connected to his mind. The sacred mountain that had entered the primal chaos moved rapidly, rushing into the depths of the primal chaos. The primal chaos was boundless, with no end in sight. The power of primal chaos obliterated everything. Nothing could exist in the primal chaos. In the primal chaos nothingness, there wouldn't be any life. The divine mountain that the supreme Tao ancestor of legend used to comprehend the Tao was able to move through the chaotic void. Countless divine markings of the Tao coiled around the divine mountain while the energy of the grand Tao surged, and it actually kept the destructive energy of the chaotic void at bay. The primal chaos nothingness was a region of absolute darkness without any light. However, the divine light emitted by the sacred mountain illuminated this region of absolute darkness. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the divine mountain traversed millions of miles in the void of primal chaos. The god race members on the mountain were all horrified. Everyone was helpless and could only resign themselves to fate. The divine race Patriarch Li Jingxia and Hierarch Li Fan weren't here. The divine race didn't know what to do. On the divine mountain, more than 10 god kings appeared, suppressing the panic of the gods. They worked together to activate the great defensive formation on the divine mountain. Beams of divine light shot into the sky, interweaving into formation runes within the immortal Dao runes, wrapping around the divine mountain. No one knew where the divine mountain would fly to, or what it would encounter along the way. Suddenly, Saint Li and the others noticed a bright light in front of them. Very quickly, they entered an area filled with divine power. The divine mountain charged straight into the depths of this area filled with divine light. Following that, everyone felt that the divine mountain beneath their feet had begun to slow down. A faintly discernible ripple came from up ahead. Everyone began to search for the source of the ripple. When the sacred mountain finally came to a stop, everyone was completely stunned by the scene before them. The source of the strange ripples was a corpse that lay silently in the air. The corpse wore ancient clothes and was completely dry. Its skin was stuck to its bones, as if it had died countless years ago. A hazy divine light shone from the corpse, illuminating the entire chaotic void. Even the power of chaos couldn't erase the corpse. When the divine mountain arrived, the corpse seemed to tremble. The god kings on the mountain couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat as they stared nervously at the corpse in front of them. No one had expected the divine mountain to fly to a place like this. Just as the corpse trembled slightly, the wisp of Gu Fei's divine sense that was attached to the sacred mountain immediately dissipated in the void. Inside his inner world, Gu Fei immediately felt the impact. His head throbbed with pain, and he almost fell from the sky. He felt like his soul was being torn apart. He could no longer maintain his state of being one with the world. The power of heaven and earth was no longer under his control, and the shattered space that had been frozen in place began to reform itself. The power of heaven and earth was repairing the shattered space. What is that? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He had also seen the evil corpse that had lit up the chaotic void. He had never imagined that it was a corpse floating in the void of primal chaos that could summon the god race's divine mountain. This was unbelievable. Did that evil corpse have something to do with the god race? Why would the supreme Tao ancestors' Tao enlightenment ground fly to the side of that corpse? Gu Fei didn't know, but he knew one thing. He had just lost a powerful force that could change the structure of the Tinglong continent's cultivation world. Damn it! Gu Fei was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. That was a powerful force that could go against any ancient desolate faction, but it was gone just like that. My lord, the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan walked over cautiously. Get lost. All of you, get lost. Gu Fei roared angrily at the 3 supreme emperors of the undying clan. There was a stifling feeling in his chest, and he didn't know where to vent it. The 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan were shocked and hurriedly ran away. They didn't want to become Gu Fei's venting bucket. The cultivation of the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan was only equivalent to the mysterious transformation pinnacle experts of the Tinglong continent. How could they compare to the divine kings of the divine clan? Gu Fei's heart was bleeding at the thought of this. Ah! He roared at the sky, his voice shaking the sky to vent the anger in his chest. After venting for a while, Gu Fei gradually calmed down. He opened his inner world and walked out. At this time, Shaoqing was nowhere to be found. On the ground, there was a scene of the aftermath of a great battle. The area within a radius of a few hundred miles had become a desert. The battle between the Immortal realm experts could be described as earth-shattering. The area that was originally a mountain range had turned into a barren desert after the battle. Where did they go? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel surprised. He released his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, but he didn't sense the auras of Shaoqing, He Tian, or Balan. Gu Fei retracted his divine consciousness and went back the way he came. Soon, he returned to the sleeping place of the great demon in chaos. The land of immortals didn't bury immortals, but demons. The great demon in chaos had been sleeping for countless years and had been recuperating here. It was only in the last few hundred years that he gradually began to awaken. At this time, the land of immortals was filled with collapsed mountains and shattered land. There were still remnants of the auras left behind by the celestial realm experts. The corpses of the soldiers of the great Yen dynasty rolled among the rocks and forests. Dark bloodstains seeped into the soil on the ground. The corpses of demons and magical beasts could also be seen everywhere. This battle between gods and demons could be said to be extremely tragic. Countless living beings died tragically, and the smell of blood lingered in the air. It was as if the tragic sounds of battle could still be heard. Where did Xiaoqing and the others go? Gu Fei moved quickly in the sky above the land of immortals. Soon, he found traces of the great Yen dynasty's army dozens of miles away from the immortal graveyard. It was a forest, and there were military camps built around the forest. From time to time, there would be generals flying in the sky above the military camps. When Gu Fei appeared near the forest, a divine general soared into the sky and stopped him. "Who are you?" This divine general was 9 feet tall and looked mighty. He held a pair of copper hammers in his hands. He had the back of a bear and the eyes of a leopard. His body surged with a fierce murderous aura. He was simply a ferocious beast in human form. "I'm looking for someone," Gu Fei said. Although this divine general had the cultivation of an immortal realm, Gu Fei didn't take him seriously. "Looking for someone? You are Gu Fei." The fierce murderous aura on the divine general immediately retracted, and his leopard eyes sized up Gu Fei. Chapter 738. "I am Gu Fei," Gu Fei said. The general hurriedly said, "Your friend has been invited to the Yen capital by the Grand Preceptor. You can go to the Yen capital to meet your friend." The Yen capital. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. That was the capital of the Yen dynasty. The Yen dynasty was one of the 3 eternal dynasties in the central plains of the Tinglong continent. The Yen capital, as the capital of the Yen dynasty, had a long history. It was one of the most prosperous places in the world. In the entire central plains, only the capitals of the Wei dynasty and the Qi dynasty could compare. "How far is the Yen capital from here?" Gu Fei asked with a frown. No wonder he didn't see Xiaoqing and He Tian. They had been invited to the Yen capital by the Grand Preceptor of the Yen dynasty. The Grand Preceptor of the Yen dynasty was probably the celestial being of the Yen dynasty who had been fighting endlessly with the chaotic sky demon. 10,000 miles. The general's words were very straightforward and concise. He didn't beat around the bush. It was much easier to talk to such a person. 10,000 miles. Gu Fei was shocked. He wasn't He Tian, who could cross a distance of 10,000 miles with a teleportation matrix. If he flew, it would probably take a lot of time. "You don't need to worry. The Grand Preceptor has already set up a teleportation matrix that can go directly to the Yen capital," the mighty general quickly explained. "Good. Then let's go to the Yen capital." Gu Fei thought about it and decided to meet up with Xiaoqing and He Tian first. Then, they would return to the Taishan sect together. Moreover, he wanted to understand the current situation in the world of cultivation. There was definitely a teleportation matrix between the capital of the Yen dynasty and the capital of the Qi dynasty. This would save him a lot of trouble. "Your Excellency, please follow me." With that, the immortal general led the way and flew into the military camp. In the open space of the military camp, a matrix appeared. It was a matrix that was directly imprinted between the heavens and the earth. There was no need for spirit jades to carve the matrix. Only the super experts of the celestial being realm could master such a method. They would imprint the formation diagram in the void, gather spiritual qi, and lay down a teleportation formation. Although He Tian was an array master, he didn't have the strength to do so. He still needed to use spirit jades as a carrier for the array diagram. He had to engrave the array diagram on the spirit jades in order to prevent the spirit energy from dispersing. Gu Fei followed the Heavenly General into the teleportation formation without hesitation. The Heavenly General then activated the teleportation formation. The formation engraved on the ground immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. Swoosh! With a flash of brilliance, the space in the teleportation formation twisted. Gu Fei and the Divine General disappeared into the formation. Transparent ripples were undulating. The teleportation formation that Immortal had imprinted on the ground gradually dimmed, but did not dissipate. This teleportation formation could not be used once, it could be used continuously. Gu Fei had experienced the feeling of traveling through the void countless times. Time seemed to have stopped, and the void was twisting. Colorful lights flowed around him, as if he was traveling through a tunnel of time and space. Swoosh! After an unknown amount of time, a dazzling divine light flashed. Gu Fei realized that he and the Heavenly General were already standing on a formation platform made of jade. The light dissipated, and Gu Fei saw that around the formation platform, there was a house made of stone. There were 4 stone doors around the house, and every stone door was guarded by soldiers in black armor. There was nothing in the house except for a formation platform made of jade in the middle. The house had a radius of more than 10 zhang, and it seemed to be a fixed teleportation point. The super forces of the Tinglong continent would always build fixed teleportation points. This was because the Tinglong continent was too vast, and there seemed to be no end. Just the vastness of the Great Yan dynasty's territory was shocking enough. In such a vast territory, if there was no teleportation formation, even if a cultivator wanted to go to a certain area, it would be very troublesome. Outside the house, there was a hubbub of voices. It seemed that there were many people gathered outside. Please follow me. The Heavenly General was very respectful to Gu Fei. He led the way and walked out of the teleportation point. Outside, Gu Fei realized that there was a huge martial arts field outside. At this moment, the martial arts field was covered by a layer of divine light. In the martial arts field, there were 2 experts fighting. The martial arts field was densely packed with people. It is said that the Dragon Clan's combat skills are unparalleled in the world. Indeed. That's right. That expert from the Dragon Clan has consecutively defeated 13 Immortal Realm experts of our dynasty. It seems that the 14th expert will also be defeated. Where did the Dragon Clan come from? I heard that it is a friend invited by the Imperial Tutor. While the crowd was discussing, Gu Fei was shocked to find that one of the 2 experts fighting on the martial arts field was actually Xiaoqing. He saw that Xiaoqing's entire body was filled with mighty dragon qi. His body was faintly discernible as he displayed unparalleled combat strength. The Dragon Clan's combat skills shook the entire martial arts field. It could be seen that this was not an ordinary martial arts field. There was divine light covering it, counteracting the mighty aftershocks. Otherwise, a battle between immortals would have destroyed this place countless times over. What's going on? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but feel displeased. He turned to ask the Heavenly General. This. I don't know either. Please follow me. The Imperial Tutor will analyze it for you. The Heavenly General did not seem to know what was going on. At this moment, on the martial arts field, Xiaoqing sent his opponent flying with a punch, spitting blood. That person was only injured but not dead. He did not really kill him. Haha, who else wants to come up and fight? Is there no one in the Great Yan dynasty who is my match? Xiaoqing said loudly. When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but frown. This kid Xiaoqing did not know how to restrain himself in someone else's territory. It would not be good if he incurred the wrath of the crowd. As expected, the crowd around the martial arts field immediately boiled over. Some people even wanted to rush up the martial arts field. Fortunately, there was a divine light covering the martial arts field, so those people could not break through the divine light. The heavenly general led Gu Fei to a high platform beside the martial arts field that seemed to be used to host the martial arts field. There were many people dressed in luxurious clothes sitting on the high platform. One of them, Gu Fei could not see through his cultivation. He felt as though he was facing the entire world. That person was the heavens and the earth. Celestial. Gu Fei was shocked. Could that person be the Grand Preceptor of the Great Yan Dynasty? On the high platform, there was a middle-aged man sitting in the middle. He wore a purple gold dragon crown, had a square face, and looked mighty. He seemed to be one with the world around him. If he did not look with his eyes, even Gu Fei would not be able to sense his existence. Celestial, heaven and man combined into one. This kind of super expert could be said to be a terrifying existence that existed with heaven and earth. They were high above, looking down on the common people. The world was in the hands of such a person. As long as there were no mighty figures or extreme experts, the Celestial was the ruler of the world, a mighty lord. Greetings, Grand Preceptor. The heavenly general led Gu Fei to the bottom of the high platform and bowed to the middle-aged man on the high platform. The man only nodded, then his gaze fell on Gu Fei. You are Gu Fei. The middle-aged man's gaze was like lightning, as though he could see through Gu Fei. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the kneeling heavenly general carefully retreated. Boss, you are here. Before Gu Fei could answer, a dark shadow rushed out from the side and came in front of Gu Fei. If this guy was not He Tian, who else could it be? I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei said calmly. Although he could sense the terrifying aura and power of a celestial from this middle-aged man, his expression did not change. When the middle-aged man saw Gu Fei like this, he could not help but nod. On the high platform sat the royal family of the Great Yan Dynasty. They were either princes or princesses, or relatives of the Great Yan Dynasty. At this moment, all of them were looking at Gu Fei. They saw Gu Fei still standing below the high platform, neither servile nor overbearing. They were all surprised. Who was this guy? He even knelt and bowed to the Grand Preceptor. I am the Grand Preceptor of the Great Yan Dynasty, Yan Wuya. The middle-aged man smiled. I wonder why the Grand Preceptor has invited my brother to the Yan capital? Gu Fei still had a calm expression. He had several treasures of the Great Tao, so he could protect himself even against a celestial. At this moment, Xiaoqing's words had angered many of the experts of the Great Yan present. From the crowd outside, a young man with an iron sword on his back walked out and leaped onto the platform. Someone opened the divine light shield and let the young man in. Ha! How about we talk after watching the competition? Yan Wuya said. Gu Fei nodded. He also wanted to know what this Grand Preceptor of the Great Yan Dynasty had up his sleeve. Gu Fei and He Tian were both invited onto the high platform by Yan Wuya, sitting together with the royal family. Seeing Yan Wuya treat Gu Fei and He Tian so courteously, the royal family couldn't help but be surprised. Soon, Gu Fei found Balan, the fire Kirin. Balan was standing next to the martial arts arena, watching every move. Li Ji of the Iron Sword sect is here to learn from you. On the martial arts arena, the young man with the iron sword on his back cupped his hands and said to Xiaoqing with a solemn face. He was surrounded by sword energy, and the iron sword on his back was trembling slightly, as if it could fly up at any time. Li Ji of the Iron Sword sect. That's a sword immortal of the Iron Sword sect. There's going to be a good show. Among the crowd around the martial arts arena, some people immediately recognized the origin of the young man with the iron sword on his back. Sword immortals were recognized as the cultivators with the most offensive power in the cultivation world. With a sword in hand, they could break all methods. Sword immortals were the strongest existences in the same realm. Shao Qing has met his match. Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Li Ji. He was like a human-shaped heavenly sword. Although he was not sharp, he could feel a dangerous aura from him. Humph. Without saying a word, Shao Qing directly punched out. The vast fist force condensed into a huge dragon, rushing out of his fist and rushing toward Li Ji. Chapter 739. Sword immortally, teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Yes. Let him see the power of the great Yan dynasty. Humph. Does he really think that the great Yan dynasty has no one? Around the martial arts arena, the crowd was in an uproar. Someone was shouting loudly. Little Qing's arrogance had truly angered these people. One had to know that this was the imperial capital of the great Yan dynasty, the most prosperous place in the great Yan dynasty. Talented people could be said to be like carps in a river. The Iron Sword sect, the Immortal King's sect, the Purple Moon deity's palace, and other great sects had set up bases in the great Yan dynasty. Experts from these sects were stationed there. Li Ji from the Iron Sword sect was an elder of the Iron Sword sect. In the cultivation world, a cultivator's appearance didn't mean anything. When one's cultivation reached the immortal celestial realm, one could regain one's youthful appearance. Most immortal celestial realm experts like to maintain their peak appearance. Li Ji was definitely an old monster since he could cultivate to become a sword immortal. However, his appearance was that of a young man. Without any superfluous words, Shao Qing directly punched forward. The dragon chi condensed into a dragon shadow that rushed out of his fist and rushed toward Li Ji from the Iron Sword sect. The dragon chi was mighty, and the entire martial arts arena was shaken by the mighty energy fluctuations coming from Shao Qing's body. The divine light that enveloped the martial arts arena seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Mysterious runes appeared on the martial arts arena. Each rune had Dao power flowing above it, locking the entire martial arts arena in place. Gu Fei, who was sitting high on the high platform, could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. These runes were definitely not simple to draw upon the power of the great Dao. Perhaps only a powerful expert could imprint these runes on the martial arts arena. From this, it could be seen that the great Yan dynasty definitely had a powerful existence. The great Yan dynasty had become one of the three great immortal dynasties of the Central Plains. It had existed for countless years and had never fallen. This was definitely not a coincidence. Clang! The iron sword flew across the sky, and the sound of the sword rushed into the 9 heavens. A bright sword light rushed out from behind Li Ji. A cold sword chi immediately spread out and surged on the martial arts arena. Buzz! The iron sword turned the rodden into the magical. The sword light was like a dragon, and it rushed towards the dragon shadow. The sword light seemed to have an invincible power. It cut through the void, crushed the dragon shadow, and directly chopped towards Shao Qing. All right. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but cheer loudly. A sword immortal's attack was indeed extraordinary. It was not a lie that sword immortals could dominate cultivators in the same realm. Humph. You do have some skills. Sword chi surged, and his skin felt as if it was being pricked by needles. However, Shao Qing did not panic. He took a deep breath. Roar! Shao Qing exhaled and roared. His roar shook the heavens and the earth, almost shattering the divine light shroud that enveloped the martial arts arena. Even with the divine light shroud as a barrier, the people closest to the martial arts arena were immediately knocked unconscious by the sound waves that spread out. Wow! Ah! Blood oozed out of the ears of many people as they screamed in horror and rushed into the distance. The martial arts arena was suddenly in chaos. This roar almost spread across half of the imperial capital. Countless people were inexplicably surprised and looked in the direction of the Imperial Martial Arts Arena. This was simply an earth-shattering roar of an ancient dragon. The sword light that was slashing towards Xiaoqing was immediately shaken away by the sound waves. The sudden roar shook the void within the divine light shroud, creating ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. The void was distorted and almost collapsed. Li Ji, the Iron Sword Sect Sword Immortal, only heard a buzzing sound in his ears. Then, he could no longer hear anything. The terrifying sound waves shook his soul, causing his vision to turn black, and he almost fainted. The terrifying killing power of the sound made Li Ji suffer a great impact. All the bones in his body were about to fall apart. His body cracked, and blood oozed out of his 7 orifices. He looked extremely hideous. Some of the older generation were shocked to the extreme. A roar could shake mountains and rivers, and even a sword immortal was seriously injured. This killing technique of sound was really terrifying. Roar of the Blue Dragon. On the high platform, Yan Wuya, the imperial tutor of the Great Yan, couldn't help but change his expression. If it wasn't for the spirit array that had been set up on the martial arts practice stage to weaken the remaining power from the martial arts practice stage, more than half of the people in the martial arts practice stage would have been roared to death by this roar. The Blue Dragon Roar of the Dragon Clan is a supreme killing technique that has been lost for countless years. Yan Wuya muttered to himself. The combat skill that Xiaoqing had displayed had surprised this super expert of the celestial being realm. At this time, Xiaoqing's roar was still mighty between heaven and earth. However, Xiaoqing had already turned into a phantom, rushed forward, and directly punched Li Ji in the stomach. This punch made Li Ji arch like a prawn, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Xiaoqing chopped Li Ji's neck with a knife hand and knocked him out. He had easily defeated the Sword Immortal of the Iron Sword Sect. This made all the cultivators of the Great Yan in the martial arts arena so shocked that their jaws dropped. However, this fierce dragon seemed to be too fierce. He had defeated the experts of the Great Yan dynasty, and now even the Sword Immortal of the Iron Sword Sect, Li Ji, had been defeated. At this time, the person controlling the formation of the martial arts arena opened the divine light shield that enveloped the martial arts arena. Immediately, the people of the Iron Sword Sect rushed to the martial arts arena and carried Li Ji down. Who else wants to come up and fight? Xiaoqing stood proudly on the martial arts arena and glanced in all directions. He was still full of fighting spirit, and the shadow of a dragon loomed over his body. There was silence around the martial arts arena. No one made a sound. Even a sword immortal had been defeated. In the entire martial arts arena, there were not many people who could defeat Sword Immortal Li Ji. This was a battle between immortals. Even if there were experts of the mysterious transformation realm present in the martial arts arena, they would be too embarrassed to fight an immortal. The mysterious transformation realm was a realm higher than the immortal realm. They were not on the same level at all. It would be an unfair victory, and if they lost, their reputation would be tarnished. Xiaoqing, quit while you're ahead. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Xiaoqing. Hee, big brother, just let me have a good fight. Xiaoqing said loudly to the high platform in the martial arts arena. He did not transmit his voice. Ouch! The Great Yan dynasty has lost its voice because of Brother Qing. Brother Qing, you're amazing. Ha! He Tian laughed, his tone full of disdain. Some of the emotional Great Yan cultivators in the field immediately cursed when they heard this. Some even walked out of the martial arts arena to invite experts. The members of the imperial family on the high platform felt humiliated. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that my eldest brother is now in seclusion, you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant here. A beautiful little princess wrinkled her cute nose and said angrily. Yes. I heard that His Highness has cultivated the immortal War Emperor body and is the strongest immortal in the imperial capital. The real experts of the imperial capital have not appeared yet. Why are you so arrogant? When His Highness the Crown Prince shows up, he will definitely beat you up. Humph. There is no need for eldest brother to do anything. I, Yen Hao, can take care of this guy. At this time, a man walked in from outside the martial arts arena. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man wearing a purple gold dragon crown. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like cold stars. Chapter 740. It's the second prince. He's the second strongest in the imperial capital. I heard that he's already at the 8th heaven of the immortal realm. The immortal battle emperor technique of the great Yen dynasty is a peerless treasure. Legend has it that when cultivated to the extreme, it can compete with the indestructible martial body. It's one of the supreme treasures of the Tinglong continent. When the crowd saw the handsome young man walk into the training field, they couldn't help but discuss. This young man was an influential figure in the imperial capital. Greetings, Grand Preceptor. The young man came to the front of the high platform and bowed to Yen Wuya. Yen Hao, what are you doing here? Yen Wuya glanced at Yen Hao and said indifferently. He was a super expert in the celestial being realm, so he didn't need to be polite to Yen Hao. The great Yen dynasty was a dynasty established by cultivators. In the world of cultivation, everything was determined by strength. Even though Yen Hao was the second prince of the great Yen dynasty, he was nothing in the eyes of cultivators. In the world of cultivation, strength was the most important thing. Yen Hao could become an influential figure in the imperial capital not because he was a prince, but because of his strength. Grand Preceptor, I heard that someone is here to challenge the experts of the imperial capital, so I came to take a look, Yen Hao said, then glanced at Gu Fei and He Tian who were sitting at the side. Humph. Your hands must be itchy. Just come down. Yen Wuya knew that this second prince was a king among the immortal realm, and there were few opponents in the imperial capital. The immortal battle emperor technique was passed down from the founder of the great Yen dynasty, the immortal battle emperor. It was a secret of the royal family, and even the Grand Preceptor Yen Wuya couldn't cultivate it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yen Hao smiled, then turned to look at the training field. Your Royal Highness, you have to fight for the pride of the imperial capital's cultivation world. That's right. That demonic dragon is too arrogant. Your Royal Highness, teach this guy a lesson. Let him know that the cultivators of the imperial capital are not to be trifled with. Around the martial arts practice field, all the cultivators were shouting and cheering for Yen Hao. One had to know that this demon dragon had already defeated 15 experts from the imperial capital. Although the capital of the great Yen dynasty was bustling and had a population of millions, there were not many immortal celestial realm experts. Xiao Qing had defeated more than half of the immortal celestial realm experts in the capital. If no one in the vast capital could suppress Xiao Qing, it would be too embarrassing for the cultivation world of the great Yen dynasty. Humph. I can tell that there is no one else in your great Yen dynasty. I don't mind fighting all of you alone. Come at me together. Xiao Qing gave Yen Hao a look, then ran his eyes around the arena with a disdainful look. He had the strength to be proud and the capital to be arrogant. He had defeated 15 immortal experts from the imperial capital, including Li Ji from the Iron Sword sect. A sword immortal who had cultivated successfully was an existence that dominated those of the same cultivation level. Few people in the immortal god realm were a match for a sword immortal. Damn it. He is too arrogant. The real experts of the imperial capital have not made their move yet. What are you being so arrogant for? Once again, the crowd was angered by Xiao Qing. They pointed at Xiao Qing and shouted. Some people even wanted to rush to the arena and fight with Xiao Qing. Humph. A cold laugh rang out, and a powerful aura immediately spread out in the martial arts practice field. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they unconsciously calmed down. Although you are very strong, but... Yan Hao felt that he was ignored and could not help but feel a little annoyed. He stared at Xiaoqing and said coldly. Swoosh! A figure flashed. The second prince of the great Yan dynasty, Yan Hao, rushed to the arena in an instant. The magic formation of the arena was immediately activated, and a huge divine light shield once again enveloped the arena. But what? Although you are the prince of the great Yan dynasty, don't expect me to show mercy. Xiaoqing looked at Yan Hao and said with a faint smile. From Yan Hao's body, he sensed an extremely powerful force. It was as if there was a frightening prehistoric beast hiding in the body of this prince of great Yan. Shameless boasting. Yan Hao said angrily. This guy was too arrogant. He was simply too arrogant. Only by trampling this guy under his feet could he let this guy know that there was always someone stronger than him. Bam! Yan Hao did not speak anymore. He directly punched out. There was no powerful energy wave, no dazzling divine light. It was an ordinary punch, but the void trembled. Seeing this, Xiaoqing could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Is this guy going to fight me head-on? Could it be that his physical body was stronger than mine? Xiaoqing thought. The body of the demon clan was extremely strong. This was an innate advantage. The body of human cultivators was generally not as strong as the demon clan. This was a well-known fact in the world of cultivation. Unless it was like Gu Fei, who practiced ancient martial arts. His body was extremely strong, which was rare in the world. Even the demon clan could not compare. Who cares? Even if I cripple him, it is his own bad luck. Xiaoqing directly punched out. There was no energy wave, and it seemed to be an ordinary punch. Buzz! Under this ordinary punch, the void let out a tremor. The entire void seemed as though it was going to collapse from the pressure of this punch. Boom! The two fists instantly collided with each other, producing an extremely dull sound. The entire martial arts practice stage immediately shook violently. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of collision of the two fists. The martial arts arena flashed with divine light, and runes appeared. The aura of the great path flowed, and the martial arts arena was fixed on this side. There was no divine skill, and there was no divine power. The two of them were fighting with pure strength. However, this was more terrifying than any collision of life and death skills. Tap, 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 the two of them involuntarily retreated. Every step they took caused the entire martial arts arena to flash with divine light, and the runes were faintly discernible. Every step they took was as heavy as a mountain. If they were fighting in other places, the ground would probably have been destroyed by their stomps. Good! Xiaoqing's long hair danced in the wind. He could not help but cheer. This Yan Hao's body was indeed incomparably strong. He could actually take one of his punches. Yan Hao was also taken aback. This demonic dragon was indeed quite capable. One should know that he was cultivating the Immortal War Emperor technique. The Immortal Battle Emperor technique was a supreme treasure for dual cultivation of body skills. As long as one succeeded in cultivating it, the strength of the body would definitely not be inferior to that of a martial artist. Countless years ago, the Immortal Battle Emperor body was a supreme physique that could compete with the indestructible martial body. Yan Hao was even more shocked than Xiaoqing. In the imperial capital, the number of immortals who could withstand a punch from Yan Hao could be counted on one hand. After stabilizing their bodies, Xiaoqing and Yan Hao stared at each other. Their eyes emitted an incomparably fierce divine light. Their gazes collided in the void, creating dazzling sparks. Both of them knew that they had met their match. Chapter 741. Everyone looked nervously at the two people on the martial arts platform. The huge martial arts field was silent. It was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Evenly matched. Yen Wuya sat on the high platform. He was a super strong cultivator of the celestial being realm. He was 2 realms higher than Shaoqing and Yan Hao. Naturally, he could see through the strength of Shaoqing and Yan Hao. Gu Fei also nodded to himself. The Immortal Fighting Emperor technique of the Great Yan Dynasty was indeed one of the rare books of the Tinglong continent. The body of the Immortal Fighting Emperor was incomparably strong. However, compared to his own immortal martial body, there was still a big gap. Gu Fei thought that if he were to fight against Yan Hao, he would be able to suppress Yan Hao's Immortal Fighting Emperor body. Yan Hao's qi and blood were extremely strong. His body contained a strong power. He was like a hidden dragon, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Good. Again. Shaoqing's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. The dragon spirit on his body was vast and mighty. There was a faint shadow of a dragon around him. He was incomparably strong. He stepped forward and punched. He didn't use the life-slaying technique. It was just an ordinary punch. It was an ordinary attack, but it made Yan Hao feel great danger. Shaoqing's fist expanded rapidly in his eyes. Finally, it filled his entire eyeball. Rumble, Shaoqing's fist was like a huge moving mountain. There was no strong wave of energy coming from the fist, but it shook the whole world. The whole martial arts field was covered with mysterious runes. A strong pressure came through the formation that covered the whole martial arts field. It was suffocating. The weaker cultivators retreated far away in fear. Humph. Yan Hao sneered. He didn't dodge. He also stepped forward and punched forward. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow, and he was also incomparably strong. Bang! The two fists instantly collided. This time, when the two fists collided, the terrifying power instantly erupted like a volcano. Boom! The two of them flew backwards, and a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The space between the two of them directly collapsed, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on the martial arts platform, and the aura of the Great Path flowed out, counteracting the terrifying energy storm that spread out. The destructive power couldn't leak out from the martial arts platform, and it was all blocked by the divine patterns of the Great Path. Roar! Roar! Shaoqing and Yan Hao roared angrily at the same time and charged forward again. The two of them moved quickly on the martial arts practice stage and started an intense close combat battle. Every punch landed on flesh, and the sound of collision rang out continuously. This was a battle of physical strength. Both of them had given up on their divine abilities and magical techniques. Both of them wanted to completely overwhelm the other in terms of physical strength. Their movement techniques were simply too fast. Those below the immortal god realm could no longer see their movements clearly and capture their movements. In the end, even the masters of the immortal god realm could barely see the two shadows moving quickly on the martial arts practice stage. They kept colliding, and terrifying waves spread out from the martial arts practice stage in waves. The close combat battle was extremely intense. Both Shaoqing and Yan Hao displayed all kinds of combat techniques, but still, neither of them could suppress the other. Both of them were injured. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. The two of them were evenly matched. If this went on, both of them would probably be injured. This was not the ending he wanted to see. Bang! Bang! Shaoqing's punch landed on Yan Hao's chest, and a fist mark appeared on Yan Hao's chest. His sternum was broken, and he spat out blood. At the moment when Shaoqing's punch landed on Yan Hao also punched Shaoqing's abdomen. The punch almost displaced all of Shaoqing's internal organs, and blood seeped out of his mouth and nose. The two of them staggered backward. At this time, the crowd could clearly see the appearance of the two of them. Both of them were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and their clothes were torn. Both of them were injured to varying degrees. Everyone was extremely nervous, and their hearts were in their throats. They stared unblinkingly at the two experts on the martial arts practice stage. Who won and who lost? Everyone was only concerned about this question. However, after the two of them separated, they stood on the martial arts practice stage, panting and staring at each other. Neither of them fell. This, evenly matched. Even the second prince can't suppress this demonic dragon. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. It should be known that among the immortals, the second prince of the great Yan dynasty, Yan Hao, was the second most powerful person in the imperial capital. After the eldest prince of the great Yan dynasty, he was the most powerful. Even the sword immortal of the Iron Sword sect, Li Ji, was no match for Yan Hao. With a cultivation base of the 8th heaven of Immortal Realm, there were not many Immortal Realm experts in the great Yan imperial capital who could contend with Yan Hao. Even the Immortal Realm experts of the older generation had to give way to him. Where did this demonic dragon come from? How could he be so powerful? Could he be an expert of the Eastern Dragon clan? On the martial arts practice field, many people began to guess the identity of Shaoqing. The Eastern Dragon clan was the royal family of the Eastern Goblin tribe. Although there were few members of the Dragon clan, none of them were weak. You really surprise me, Shaoqing said. His lower abdomen was punched by Yan Hao, and his internal organs were impacted. His 5 internal organs were injured, and his physical injuries were not light. The guy in front of him actually fought with him endlessly with the strength of his physical body. This shocked Shaoqing. After all, he had cultivated the body of a real dragon, and his physical body was extremely strong. You too. Yan Hao reached out to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently. He stopped looking down on Shaoqing. His opponent's physical body was extremely strong, and it was comparable to his own. Yan Hao's chest was punched by Shaoqing, and his sternum was broken. The injury he suffered was not lighter than Shaoqing's. Both of their physical bodies were strong to an unimaginable level. The blood and qi in their bodies were vast, and the injured parts were healing rapidly. What, do you want to fight again? Shaoqing asked. Since he could not defeat his opponent in close combat, the next step would be a contest of magical powers and sorcery. Why not? Yan Hao said. Both of them were unparalleled, and their temperament was similar. They were both people who would not be easily convinced. Of course, these two people would not give up so easily. Then why are you still talking so much? Shaoqing actually did not want to stop like this. It was rare to meet someone who could fight with him endlessly. Roar! Fighting dragon in the sky. Shaoqing roared and soared into the sky. His entire body bloomed with divine light. The resplendent divine light made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes and look straight at him. An earth-shattering dragon roar soared into the sky. An azure dragon appeared in the divine light. The dragon soared into the sky and rushed down. A pair of dragon claws directly tore towards Yan Hao. Transforming body into sword, War Emperor's sword. Yan Hao also shouted. His body emitted a resplendent golden light. His entire body turned into a golden holy sword, emitting endless sword qi. Then, he soared into the sky and slashed towards the azure dragon that was pouncing down from the sky. Clang! The dragon claws and the golden holy sword collided continuously. The two great experts each displayed their supreme magical powers and fought again. The golden holy sword cut through the void. The sword qi was unparalleled and displayed great power. The sword qi that leaked out almost shattered the divine light barrier that enveloped the martial arts arena. However, Shaoqing revealed the body of a true dragon. His pair of dragon claws were even more powerful than divine weapons. The void collapsed under his claws. The dragon chi was vast and mighty. There was a trace of the true dragon's aura rippling between heaven and earth. I didn't expect him to have the blood of a true dragon. Yan Wuya felt the true dragon chi and couldn't help but mutter to himself. His eyes flickered and no one knew what he was thinking. Gu Fei glanced at Yan Wuya and couldn't help but be on guard. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must always be on guard against others. Gu Fei still had not figured out why this Yan Wuya lured him to the imperial capital of the great Yan dynasty. The golden holy sword and the azure dragon danced in the sky, constantly bombarding and colliding. The entire martial arts arena suffered a great impact. If it wasn't for the formation holding the martial arts arena in place, it would have been destroyed countless times. Although there were countless cultivators gathered in the martial arts arena, at this time, no one made a sound. They were all nervously watching the golden holy sword and the azure dragon fighting in the sky above the martial arts arena. This was related to the honor of the great Yan dynasty cultivators. All the cultivators in the martial arts arena wanted to see Yan Hao defeat the demon dragon. However, things didn't seem to be developing in the direction they thought. The strength of the two experts was almost equal. They were afraid that it would really end in a lose-lose situation. The azure dragon that Xiao Qing transformed into and the golden holy sword that Yan Hao transformed into clashed over 1,000 times, but it was still a draw. In the end, after the two of them forcefully clashed once, they separated and descended from the sky, transforming back into human form. Both of them couldn't help but admire each other. Both of them felt a sense of appreciation for each other. Again. Who's afraid of you? Heavenly Dragon Claw. Little Qing roared and directly attacked. A cyan dragon claw the size of a small mountain emitted boundless energy fluctuations as it clawed at Yan Hao. Wherever the dragon claw passed, the void would shatter. The heavenly dragon claw of the dragon clan was extremely powerful. It could shatter the void between heaven and earth. It enveloped Yan Hao under the claw. War Emperor's Fist. Yan Hao roared in the face of such a powerful attack. He punched out with his right fist, meeting the attack head-on. Above his fist, a dazzling divine light bloomed, as if a golden sun had appeared on the martial arts arena. The terrifying fist force caused the space in front of the fist to collapse. Stop! Seeing that the combat strength of the two was unparalleled, and the killing moves were about to collide, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the martial arts arena. The divine light barrier on the martial arts arena suddenly disappeared. A figure rushed onto the martial arts arena and came between them. Xiao Qing and Yan Hao were taken aback. Their strength was equal. Both of them were attacking with all their strength. It was impossible for them to withdraw their strong moves. They could only continue to attack. The heavenly dragon claw and the war emperor's fist blasted towards the person at the same time. The void was shattered. The terrifying power of destruction instantly drowned the person. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Could it be that this guy is courting death? He actually dared to rush between the two experts on the martial arts arena at this time. Chapter 742. Everything happened so suddenly that no one saw clearly who the person who rushed onto the stage was. F***CK. Brother Qing's wave-grasping dragon claw hand is no joke. Erebus was indescribably shocked when he saw this scene. After all, even he had no choice but to retreat when facing this wave-grasping dragon claw. Gu Fei suddenly stood up from his seat. He had already guessed who had made the move. There was no one else who would dare to make a move at this time except for that person. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises sounded almost at the same time. It was like thunder on the flat ground. The people around the stage were directly knocked out. Everyone else was dumbfounded and looked dumbfounded. Divine light shot out, and energy surged. A terrifying energy storm suddenly appeared on the martial arts stage. The destructive power swept out in all directions. Swoosh! At this time, the entire martial arts stage was covered with dazzling divine patterns of the Great Path. It attracted the divine power of the Great Path and blocked the crazy energy wave. The divine patterns of the Great Path circled around the martial arts stage. The aura of the Great Path rippled and dissolved the terrifying power that erupted. Otherwise, more people would have died. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook, and the entire martial arts stage seemed to be collapsing. At this moment, no one could see the scene on the martial arts stage clearly. It had become an extremely chaotic area. Divine light flashed, and the divine power was vast. The void collapsed, and the destructive power was terrifying. When the light gradually dissipated, everyone saw a shocking scene. A person stood proudly on the martial arts stage. He blocked Xiaoqing's dragon claw with one hand and grabbed Yan Hao's fist with the other. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person was too powerful. He actually blocked the full-force attack of two celestial gods with his bare hands. It was really unbelievable. However, after the shock, someone recognized the person's identity. It's the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor made a move. No wonder. The crowd below the martial arts arena began to discuss. The Great Yan Dynasty's Grand Preceptor was a celestial being. Not to mention blocking the attacks of two Immortal Realm experts, even killing them would be a piece of cake for him. However, when the crowd saw who it was, they all felt a little strange. In the entire Great Yan Dynasty, there were probably no more than 3 celestial beings. The Great Yan Dynasty had tens of thousands of miles of territory, countless subjects, and countless cultivators. It had a huge population base, and people suitable for cultivation were as numerous as the stars in the sky. However, among the countless cultivators, there weren't many who had truly succeeded in their cultivation, and even fewer who had reached the peak. As for those who had reached the Deva realm, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Out of 10 million cultivators, there might not even be one. If a celestial were to make a move, that would be thinking too highly of that demonic dragon. Let's stop here. Yan Wuya retracted his hands and said indifferently. His words carried an unquestionable tone, not allowing the two of them to refuse. Grand Preceptor. Yan Hao still wanted to say something but was stopped by Yan Wuya. He. If you want to stop, let's stop. Xiaoqing chuckled, not caring at all. He knew that his strength was on par with Yan Hao's. They would probably have to fight to the death to determine who was stronger. However, although Xiaoqing liked to fight, he didn't want to fight Yan Hao to the death. This battle between immortals ended in a draw. This was an ending that none of the cultivators in the Great Yan Imperial capital wanted to see. After all, Xiaoqing had defeated more than half of the immortals in the imperial capital. Although Yan Hao had come out and fought to a draw with Xiaoqing, the cultivators in the Great Yan Imperial capital still felt ashamed. Everyone had to admit that Xiaoqing's combat strength was indeed unparalleled. He was almost invincible in the imperial capital. Only the 2 princes of the Great Yan Dynasty could contend with such a powerful figure. Such a figure could be called a king among those of the same level. The battle came to an end and the crowd gradually left. The news that Xiaoqing and Yan Hao fought to a draw quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. This news was undoubtedly shocking. It was not that a fierce dragon would not cross the river. The foreign dragon actually defeated the experts of the imperial capital. Even Yan Hao, who was known as the second strongest expert among the immortals, only fought to a draw with him. The entire Great Yan Dynasty was boiling with excitement. Everyone was talking about this matter. At this time, Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were invited by the Grand Preceptor of the Great Yan Dynasty, Yan Wuya, to his mansion. It was a building complex that looked like a palace. The Grand Preceptor of the Great Yen Dynasty held a high position and was also a celestial being. How could his mansion be an ordinary place? Gu Fei could see that there was a dragon vein under the ground of this mansion. The dragon energy was rising, and the entire mansion presented a strange phenomenon of a flying dragon in the sky that only cultivators could see. What a great investment! Cultivating here would most likely yield twice the result with half the effort compared to those caves in the famous mountains and great rivers. It was not a coincidence that the Great Yen Dynasty built their capital here, because under this land was the source of the dragon vein for millions of miles. In the eyes of cultivators, a land like this was the most suitable place to establish a sect, but the ancestors of the Great Yen Dynasty had built an immortal dynasty here. Yan Wuya invited Gu Fei into a secret chamber and talked for a few hours before he came out. When Xiao Qing and the others saw Gu Fei coming out, they did not look good and immediately bid farewell to Yan Wuya. Yan Wuya seemed to know that he could not make Gu Fei stay, so he asked someone to bring Gu Fei to the teleportation point. "Boss, why did you leave in such a hurry?" On the way to the teleportation point, He Tian finally could not help but ask. The capital of the Great Yen Dynasty was extremely prosperous, not something that the barren hills and unruly rivers of the Shaman land could compare with. Not to mention He Tian, even Xiao Qing and Balan felt it was a pity to leave without seeing the prosperity of the Great Yen Dynasty. This was a land of dragon ascension. Especially where the Great Yen Dynasty's palace was located, one could see the dragon energy rising even during the day. The dragon energy was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. "Something has changed, we need to leave as soon as possible." Gu Fei did not say much. What exactly happened that even Gu Fei, who had always been fearless, would be moved? When He Tian and the others saw that Gu Fei was unwilling to say, they did not ask further. Soon, they arrived at a teleportation point. This was an open-air teleportation platform, and there was a sign in front of the platform that said, "Capital of Eastern Qi." Eastern Qi was another immortal dynasty in the eastern region of the Central Plains, and the Taishan sect was in the territory of the Eastern Qi dynasty. Once they returned to Eastern Qi, Gu Fei and the others would soon be able to return to the Taishan sect. However, the conversation with Yan Wuya made Gu Fei's heart tighten. He wanted to fly back to the Taishan sect immediately. This was the first time he had felt so anxious and uneasy. He had never imagined that in the past 300 years, so many things had happened on the Tinglong continent, and that the battle between the righteous and demonic paths had become so intense. The return of the ancient powers also included the return of the ancient demons. Gu Fei learned from Yan Wuya about the current situation of the Tinglong continent, and he also learned about the Taishan sect, and it was not good news. This was the reason why Gu Fei was in such a hurry to leave. Whoosh! The teleportation platform was activated, and there was a flash of divine light. The void suddenly twisted, and Gu Fei and the others disappeared from the platform. They had been teleported out. Chapter 743. Yan Wuya did not treat Gu Fei and the others so courteously for no reason. He wanted to use Gu Fei to make friends with the primeval Dao sect. He thought that the two celestial beings of the immortal Dao who had appeared during the battle with Chaotic Demon were the super experts of the primeval Dao sect. Although Chaotic Demon had been asleep for countless years and had not returned to his former peak state, he was still able to escape when the three celestial beings joined forces. Li Jingxia and Li Fan had wanted to come back to find Gu Fei, but they suddenly sensed something, so they broke through the void and left. Yan Wuya, who had wanted to make friends with Li Jingxia and Li Fan, set his sights on Gu Fei. From the brief conversation with Li Jingxia and Li Fan, Yan Wuya learned of Gu Fei's existence. That was why Yan Wuya invited Gu Fei to the capital of the Great Yen Dynasty as a guest. 300 years ago, when the true devil of the northern land was born, the world was no longer peaceful. The world changed, and the ancient powers returned one after another. The Immortals, who had disappeared from the Tinglong continent for countless years, also began to roam the world. Conflicts between the righteous and demonic sects occurred from time to time. If it were not for the abyss of immortals and demons, the demons of the far north devil region would have killed their way out. Making friends with the ancient powers, or even allying with them, was the top priority of the superpowers of the Tinglong continent. This way, they could avoid being defeated one by the demons of the far north devil region. But unfortunately, Li Jingxia and Li Fan were not from the primeval Dao sect. Yan Wuya would never have guessed that they were from the bloodline of the Dao ancestor who came from the Hell Dao. Gu Fei did not care about the conflict between the gods and demons. What he was most concerned about was what had happened to the Taishan sect. Swoosh! Divine light flashed, and after an unknown period of time, Gu Fei felt his eyes light up. He, He Tian, Xiao Qing, and the others appeared on a stone platform. Beneath their feet were mysterious runes. We've come to the capital of Eastern Qi. This is. Gu Fei looked around and found that they were on top of a mountain. In front of them was a huge city that stretched as far as the eye could see. They could see people moving about in the countless buildings. The streets were like a spiderweb, spread everywhere, and a soaring draconic aura blew towards them. In the sky above the huge city, the shadow of a dragon could be seen faintly. Yet another dragon vein source. He Tian said in surprise. He was a formation grandmaster, so he naturally knew the wonders of the earth, mountains, and rivers. Finding the dragon veins was as easy as flipping his palm for him. This was a place where the dragon veins of the earth converged, and it was in no way inferior to the Swallow capital. Building a city and setting up a formation to nurture dragon chi, what a good method. He Tian sighed. No wonder those experts were willing to cultivate in this world. The huge city in front of them was simply a holy land for cultivation. Who are you? Suddenly, a voice came from nearby. An old man who was sitting cross-legged under a tree near the stone platform stood up. The tree behind him was so wide that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. The roots were like a horned dragon, spiraling on the ground. It was unknown how old it was. And who are you? Xiao Qing looked at the old man and couldn't help but be surprised to find that the old man was actually a void-controlling realm cultivator. I'm the guardian of this teleportation formation, the old man said as he walked over. The old man said as he walked over. When he realized that he couldn't see through these people's cultivation, he couldn't help but become cautious. We're from the Swallow capital. Xiao Qing said. Swallow capital. So you're friends from the Great Yen dynasty. The old man stopped when he heard that, then turned around to walk back. This teleportation formation seemed to be an ancient formation. The stone platform that it was built on was covered with marks left behind by time, and there was even a void-controlling realm cultivator guarding it. But then again, it was no wonder. The distance between the Great Yen dynasty and the Eastern Qi dynasty was more than 10 million miles, and a teleportation formation that could transport people 10 million miles was not something anyone could set up. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly said, "Come here, I have something to ask you." The old man stopped again when he heard that, then turned around and walked back. Is there a teleportation formation nearby to Taishan sect? Gu Fei asked. He didn't want to waste time. Taishan sect. The old man couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that, and his expression became a little strange. He said, there is a teleportation formation to Taishan sect, but... He stopped talking. Taishan sect was a great sect in the Eastern Qi dynasty. How could there not be a teleportation formation to Taishan sect in the capital of the Eastern Qi dynasty? Gu Fei knew that there was a teleportation formation to the capital of the Eastern Qi dynasty in the Taishan sect. What's wrong? Hurry up and answer my boss's question. He Tian said with some displeasure. The power of the soul surged out, causing the old man's spiritual soul to tremble, and he was shocked. Yes, yes, yes. The old man's expression changed, and he quickly said, Taishan Mountain no longer exists, so even if there is a teleportation formation to Taishan sect, it can't be used now. What? Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were all shocked when they heard the old man's words. Taishan Mountain no longer existed. How was this possible? They stole a glance at Gu Fei and saw that Gu Fei was not shocked. Did the boss already know? This was an incredible thing. They all knew that Taishan sect was Gu Fei's sect. No wonder the boss was in such a hurry to come back. What's going on? Explain it clearly. In their excitement, Xiaoqing and the others unconsciously released a trace of their aura. The old man was only at the royal void realm. How could he resist the powerful aura of these people? He immediately fell to the ground, trembling all over, and was terrified. Xiaoqing and the others saw that the old man was so frightened, and they quickly restrained their auras. Under the interrogation of Xiaoqing and the others, they finally learned the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that Taishan Mountain was a place where the ancient great powers sealed the demons. One night 200 years ago, Taishan Mountain suddenly collapsed, and endless demonic qi rushed out from under the earth. A fairy-like place turned into a demonic domain in the blink of an eye. In the demonic qi, terrible demons rushed out, and Taishan sect suffered countless casualties. After that battle, Taishan sect, and even the entire Taoism, declined. In just a short period of 200 years, Taishan sect had become a second-rate cultivation sect from the great sects of Eastern Qi. Taishan sect declined, but in the eastern region, there was another force that quickly rose, and that was the Dongfang family, which had endured for thousands of years. An ancestor of the Dongfang family, who had been sleeping for thousands of years, woke up and killed several great demons that came to invade, shocking the eastern region. Now, the eastern region was the world of the demonic path and the Dongfang family, and the location of Taishan Mountain had become a den of demons, shrouded in demonic qi all year round, and terrible demons appeared. Taishan sect, Guangxing Celestial sect, Shangqing sect, and all the great sects of the eastern region wanted to destroy the demons in this den of demons, but they were almost completely wiped out. It was that battle that led to the complete decline of Taishan sect, Guangxing Celestial sect, Shangqing sect, and the three great Taoist sects. In that battle, blood stained the sky, and the masters of the three great Taoist sects and the other great sects fell one after another. Even after 200 years, those who had participated in that battle still shuddered when they thought of the scene. Second-rate sects. Dongfang family. Gu Fei only knew a general idea from Yan Wuya, but it was far less detailed than the old man who guarded the matrix. Has the Dongfang family risen? Interesting. Gu Fei sneered. He had a great hatred for the Dongfang family. Dongfang Qin, you better be alive. I, Gu Fei, have come back. Gu Fei looked to the east, and his murderous aura was faintly discernible. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and the others felt the cold murderous intent of Gu Fei, and they could not help but feel their hearts beat faster. Chapter 744. In the eastern region, Taishan Mountain, which had once been a holy land for cultivation, no longer existed. This was no longer a fairy-like place. Everything within 1,000 miles was shrouded in demonic qi. Taishan Mountain had 9 spiritual peaks, which represented the heritage of the 9 veins of Taishan. But now, where the 9 peaks of Taishan used to be, the earth had sunk, forming a bottomless devil's den that seemed to be connected to this world of demons. The devil's den was shrouded in demonic qi. It was the source of all demonic qi within 1,000 miles. From time to time, a few shrill and terrifying demonic howls could be heard coming from the devil's den. A demonic power that could disturb one's mind lingered between heaven and earth, and all the creatures nearby were turned into terrifying demons by this demonic power. From time to time, a demonic eagle could be seen flying across the sky, and a double-headed demon tiger could be seen looming in the forest. Even the vegetation was tainted with a trace of demonic qi. At noon, the figures of Gu Fei and the others appeared near the Devil's Den. They did not enter the area shrouded by the demonic qi, but only watched from the outside. It's the aura of a true demon. When He Tian saw this Devil's Den, he was immediately moved. A true demon had been born. No wonder the three great Taoist sects had joined forces with the masters of all the major sects to attack this Devil's Den, but they had almost all been wiped out. Although it was noon and the sun was shining, the area ahead was still dark and terrifying. It seemed that even the sunlight could not penetrate the demonic clouds that shrouded the area. At this time, suddenly, a demon eagle passing through the demonic clouds noticed Gu Fei and the others, and then silently approached Gu Fei and the others. The demon eagle seemed to regard Gu Fei and the others as its prey. Swoosh! The demon eagle came close, and then suddenly turned into a black shadow. It flew toward He Tian with extreme speed, and a terrible murderous aura spread out. This demon eagle seemed to have slaughtered many creatures. The murderous aura emanating from its body was so heavy that Gu Fei and the others could not help but change their expressions. You don't know what's good for you. He Tian's eyes fiercely shot out two beams of divine light, piercing forward. Puff! With a cry, the demonic eagle's head exploded, and its corpse fell from the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Gu Fei noticed that the blood that sprayed out from the demon eagle's neck was not bright red, but black as ink. This was demonic blood. When the demonic blood dripped onto the ground, the stones were corroded by the demonic blood, creating small black holes that emitted black smoke. It's a completely demonized creature, He Tian said. He seemed to know a lot about monsters. Just as the demon eagle's corpse fell to the ground, a demonized wild wolf darted out of the thicket, grabbed the demon eagle's corpse with its mouth, and darted into the thicket. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help glancing at each other. This Devil's Den was definitely a terrifying danger zone. Ordinary lifeforms wouldn't be able to exist nearby. Even if a cultivator stayed here for a long time, the invisible demonic nature that lingered in the void would trigger their inner demons, and there would be the danger of becoming a demon. You guys wait for me outside, I'll go in and take a look. In the end, Gu Fei decided to go in and take a look. Big brother, let's retreat first. Xiaoqing felt uneasy. It was as if a terrifying ancient demon was hiding in the Devil's Den. The demonic nature here made his heart palpitate. Gu Fei shook his head, then said, since we're here, it would be a pity not to explore. You don't have to worry. If we encounter danger, we can just hide in the inner world or the hell realm. Xiaoqing and the others remembered that Gu Fei had a lot of life-saving methods. Not only did he control 2 inner worlds, but he could also freely enter and exit the hell realm. Even if an almighty came, he would probably be able to escape from them. Once Gu Fei had decided on something, he wouldn't easily change his mind. He stepped into the demonic land in front of him. Xiaoqing and the others didn't stop Gu Fei. They didn't go in either. They waited outside. They had an agreement with Gu Fei that if Gu Fei didn't come out within 24 hours, they would go to the Supreme Mystery Sect to wait. The Supreme Mystery Sect had completely declined and became a second-rate sect in the eastern region. The famous mountains and rivers were all occupied by other great sections. The Supreme Mystery Sect was now located in a place called the Dragon Valley in the mountains thousands of miles away. There was a spirit vein under the Dragon Valley. Of course, this was not a high-grade spirit vein. It couldn't even be considered a dragon vein. Of course, the great sects didn't care about such a low-grade spirit vein. Thus, the Supreme Mystery Sect temporarily settled in the Dragon Valley. They stayed there for 200 years. The disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect rarely left the Dragon Valley and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. From the endless glory of hundreds of sects to the complete decline, no one cared about them. The changes in the Supreme Mystery sect could be said to be too great. It was 100 years of prosperity and decline. For a great sect to decline so quickly, although it couldn't be said to be unique in the world of cultivation, it was still rare. Of course, compared to the great Yen dynasty's Ziwei sect, the Supreme Mystery sect was already considered lucky. After the 4 great immortal cultivators of the Ziwei sect were destroyed by Shaoqing and the others, the Ziwei sect of the southern Yen dynasty was quickly divided up by other forces. The Supreme Mystery sect still had a chance to rise again, but the Ziwei sect didn't. Within a radius of hundreds of miles of the Devil's Cave, skeletons could be seen everywhere. Among the rocks and grass, the soil was red, as if it had been soaked in blood. Gu Fei carefully walked through the mountains, lurking in the direction of the Devil's Cave. There were a few demonic eagles circling in the sky. Gu Fei restrained the aura on his body. The power of the inner world overflowed from his dantian, enveloping his body and isolating all the aura on his body. Roar! A demonic beast the size of a small mountain passed by in front of him. Gu Fei hid behind a boulder, waiting for the demonic beast to pass before continuing forward. The closer he got to the Devil's Cave, the stronger the demonic power became. The demonic beasts Gu Fei encountered also became stronger and stronger. Gu Fei didn't alarm any demonic beasts. When he arrived near the Devil's Cave, the demonic beasts that roamed around the Devil's Cave were extremely powerful and ferocious. Some of the bones scattered on the ground were crystal clear. They were definitely not ordinary bones. Roar! A demonic tiger with 2 heads roared. This demonic tiger was enjoying a feast, but another demonic wolf with wings on its back had its eyes on the demonic tiger's prey and was closing in on it. The demonic beasts near the Devil's Cave were extremely powerful. The demonic tiger and demonic wolf were all filled with murderous intent, and their roars shook the mountains. Gu Fei hid to the side and sensed the movements around him. It seemed that there were no demonic people in the entire Devil's Cave, only demonic beasts walking around. Why is it so quiet? Gu Fei thought. According to the old man who guarded the array, the battle back then was earth-shattering. The 3 great Dao sects and the great sects of the eastern domain were almost completely annihilated. There should be powerful demonic people here. Roar! Roar! At this time, the 2 demonic beasts finally started fighting. The forest shook, causing the other demonic beasts to flee for their lives. Only a few powerful demonic beasts were watching. Chapter 745. Inside the Devil's Cave, the light was dim, and the demonic chi surged up from below. An eerie and terrifying aura filled the air. The demonic nature was many times stronger than it was outside, so even Gu Fei had to be careful when dealing with it. Gu Fei carefully descended along the stone walls of the cave. With his eyesight, he could only see things a few hundred feet away. Anything further was a blur. No wonder he had found the bones of the indestructible martial body and the demon in the cave at the bottom of the icy pool of azure water. It seemed that the entire bottom of Taishan Mountain was a huge devil's cave. Some people said that Taishan Mountain was the place where the ancient great powers sealed the demons. The 9 peaks of Taishan were not naturally formed, but were man-made. Someone moved the mountains and emptied the seas, laying down a super matrix to suppress this devil's cave. It was hard to imagine what kind of earth-shattering things had happened in the past. Could it be that the legendary battle between the gods and demons had really happened? Was it why the gods and demons became extinct later? Gu Fei did not know. Perhaps only those ancient powers that had existed for countless years would know such a secret. The Devil's Cave seemed to be connected to a demonic area. An hour had passed, but they still had not reached the bottom. This made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. This Devil's Cave was too deep. At this time, the demonic chi around Gu Fei was so thick that it could not be dispersed. The terrifying demonic nature forced Gu Fei to focus and resist. Under the Devil's Cave, it seemed that there really was an ancient true demon sleeping, and Gu Fei was approaching this true demon. The source of the demonic nature could only be the true demon, or the supreme demonic implement left behind by the ultimate true demon. Either way, for Gu Fei, it was not a good thing. After all, this was a dangerous place. After descending for more than 2 hours, Gu Fei's feet finally touched something. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This devil's cave was so deep that it was hard to imagine. Gotcha! Gu Fei broke a bone, giving himself a big fright. He immediately stopped all his movements and sensed the movements around him. There was nothing strange in the surging demon qi. At this moment, Gu Fei heaved a sigh of relief and began to look around. He was shocked to discover that there was a thick layer of bones beneath his feet. There were countless bones scattered on the ground, some of which had already decayed and turned into bone powder. Demonic qi surged all around. Gu Fei discovered that it was very difficult to tell the direction at the bottom of the devil cave. It was very easy to get lost in such a place. Gu Fei floated in the air. The ground beneath his feet was filled with dried bones. If he were to accidentally step on the bones and shatter them, it would be bad if he alerted the devil dwellers at the bottom of the cave. He sensed the direction where the demonic nature was coming from and floated forward like a ghost, silently drifting through this demonic land. Along the way, not only did he see sparkling bones that were like divine jade, but he also saw bones that were as black as ink. It was clear that these were immortal bones and demon bones. Immortals and demons had once fallen here. Could it be that this was an ancient battlefield of gods and demons? Even Gu Fei was shocked by the thought that popped into his head. Otherwise, why would there be immortal bones and demon bones? Gu Fei continued forward. Gradually, there were shrill and terrifying demonic howls coming from the front. It was as if there were a group of demons howling in the depths of this demonic land. Suddenly, Gu Fei's expression changed. He quickly hid behind a large rock. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of the air rippling came from the front. A figure shrouded in demon qi rushed out from the demonic fog and flew backward. Gu Fei hid behind the rock and saw clearly that it was not a human, nor was it a demonic beast. It was a bare-chested figure with a pair of bat-like wings on its back. A demon. Gu Fei walked out from behind the boulder and murmured as he looked at the direction where the figure disappeared. Only now did he meet a demon dweller. This was not a demon cultivated by humans, but a different kind of creature. In ancient times, this kind of creature was known as the demon race. Gu Fei had only come across such a description in an ancient book by chance. The sky was gloomy. There was no sun or moon, and the demonic energy was vast. This scene was very similar to the Hell realm. But this was not the Hell realm, but a terrifying demonic realm. Thousands of people had fallen here. The ground was covered with white bones. It was truly frightening. After finding traces of the demons, Gu Fei became even more careful. This was the territory of the demons. If he was discovered, there was nowhere to run. If he didn't fight, he would have to enter the inner world. After a few hundred miles, Gu Fei found a few more demons flying in the sky. The closer he got to the source of the demonic nature, the more they appeared. Also, the strength of these demons were comparable to demigods. They were one of the most ancient races in the world and were born with incomparable talent. Gradually, the demonic aura in front of him thinned. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a scene that shocked him. A pitch-black palace appeared in front of him. It was a palace that floated in the sky. The demonic aura came from that palace. That was the source of the demonic nature, a terrifying devil hole. At this time, the power of the demonic nature had reached its peak. It was like a supreme true devil was hiding in the devil hole ahead. This demonic nature caused Gu Fei's heart to be in chaos. It caused him to recall the bloody scenes of slaughter. This demonic nature triggered his killing intent. If it wasn't for the obstruction of the heaven and earth energy, which weakened the majority of the demonic nature, he would have already turned into a devil. Gu Fei discovered that the devil hall in the sky wasn't simply floating in the air. It was locked in place by 4 gigantic chains. The 4 chains coiled around the devil hall and hung down from the sky, sinking into the ground. Clang! All of a sudden, the devil hall trembled as though it wanted to fly up into the sky. However, it was locked in place by the 4 chains. The clanging sounds of the chains resounded throughout the heaven and earth. Pang! 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 The sound of a heartbeat rang out from within the devil hole. The entire space trembled along with the rhythm of this sound. The devil hall was struggling. Clang! The chains clanged. Gu Fei was taken aback by the sudden change in the situation. The power of the demonic nature increased by several folds in an instant, causing Gu Fei to almost lose his mind and sink into an endless cycle of slaughter. Even with the obstruction of the heaven and earth energy, the demonic nature still seeped in, almost triggering the devil in his heart. How terrifying! What exactly is inside? Gu Fei felt his heart trembling. He calmed his mind and tried to resist the devilish qi radiating from the devil hole. Buzz! An ancient cauldron appeared around him. Gu Fei activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron. In this way, the demonic nature was greatly weakened. Roar! At this time, a terrifying roar rang out from the depths of the devil grounds. After that, a terrifying aura swept out from the depths of the devil grounds, coiling around the heaven and earth. Rumble! The heaven and earth trembled as the wind and clouds changed color. In the dark sky, a gigantic black shadow appeared. This black shadow emitted a towering baleful aura, sweeping away the layers of devil qi as it rapidly approached the devil hole. What is that thing? Gu Fei sensed the terrifying aura. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. Chapter 746. Gu Fei retreated to a cluster of rocks in a low mountain dozens of miles away. Whoosh! 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 The sound of a strong wind came from the distance. A huge black shadow broke through the demonic fog and flew out. Gu Fei fixed his eyes on it. It was a sinister and terrifying demonic dragon with a pair of wings on its back and sharp bone spikes on its back. This demonic dragon was as big as a mountain. Its demonic qi soared into the sky, and its pitch-black scales flowed with demonic light. Moreover, this demonic dragon didn't only have 1 head, but 3. This was a 3-headed demonic dragon. Roar! The 3 heads of the 3-headed demonic dragon roared at the sky at the same time. Heaven and earth trembled, and the nearby demonic people directly fell from the sky. This. Gu Fei was also stunned by the scene in front of him. This dragon was definitely comparable to a true dragon. Even a super expert of the celestial realm would have to retreat if they encountered it. No wonder the allied forces formed by the 3 great Taoist sects and the major sects of the eastern region were almost completely annihilated. There was actually such a terrifying demonic dragon in the demonic land under the demonic cave. If this demonic dragon rushed out of the demonic cave, the entire eastern region would probably be in chaos. At this moment, the demonic dragon actually attacked the demonic palace in the sky. Its huge dragon claws slammed down on the demonic palace like a mountain. Boom! The entire demonic palace shook violently. However, the demonic dragon's attack didn't knock the demonic palace down from the sky. The demonic palace was attacked and began to emit demonic patterns. Countless demonic patterns appeared above the demonic palace. The power of the Great Tao circulated, and the demonic patterns drew upon the power of the Great Tao, enveloping the demonic palace. Only a supreme expert could imprint the Great Tao and lay down a Tao pattern. It seemed that a supreme expert of the demonic path had laid down a demonic array to protect the item inside the demonic palace. The item inside the demonic palace was actually able to emit such a powerful demonic nature. It was definitely extraordinary. It can't be an extreme demonic artifact left behind by a true devil of the extreme Tao, right? Gu Fei thought to himself. Only a treasure left behind by a supreme expert would have such a powerful demonic nature. Swish. Swish. Swoosh. Just as the demonic dragon was attacking the demonic hall, 3 blurry demonic figures appeared around the hall. Each of these demonic figures exuded an incomparably powerful aura. Each of the devil dwellers that came had a terrifying strength no weaker than the devil dragon. Moreover, they were 3 great devils comparable to celestial beings. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Without any words, the devil dragon and the 3 devils started fighting. They seemed to be fighting for something in the devil hall, and a life and death battle ensued. The terrifying energy fluctuations from the battle caused even the devil hall in the air to tremble unceasingly. The 4 chains were pulled taut. Fight, fight. It's best if all 4 of us are injured. Gu Fei hid in the chaos far away and watched the intense battle in front of him. He was extremely nervous. Roar! The 3-headed demonic dragon roared. Its 3 heads and 3 huge mouths constantly spewed out terrifying demonic flames, burning the void until it collapsed. Its battle prowess was unparalleled. As for the other 3 devils, they displayed unfathomable divine abilities of the demonic path. One transformed into a black hole, devouring everything in the world. One held a demonic pagoda, suppressing all directions. The last one transformed into a true devil body, turning into a towering demonic god. Its giant hands shattered mountains and rivers as it attacked the other 3 powerhouses. The 4 great devils pierced through the heavens and earth. Finally, the dozen or so bone spurs on the back of the demonic dragon flew up and pierced through the true devil body of the demon. The true devil body of the demon was seriously injured and had no choice but to retreat. As for the other demon that had transformed into a black hole, it had successfully swallowed one of the demon dragon's heads into the black hole, directly obliterating the demon dragon's head. Roar! The demonic dragon roared in pain. Pitch-black demonic blood gushed out of its neck like a fountain. The demonic dragon was also seriously injured. It retreated from the battle and retreated into the depths of the demonic land. The remaining 2 devils launched a life and death battle. Boom! The 9-tiered demonic pagoda descended from the sky, crushing down on the black hole demon. A large area of the void was crushed. The demonic pagoda pierced through the heavens and earth, displaying its supreme demonic might. The black hole demon didn't dodge. The black hole instantly enlarged, producing a terrifying suction force that could devour the sky. It actually wanted to devour the demonic pagoda into the black hole. Rumble! 2 waves of demonic energy that were powerful to the extreme collided, canceling each other out. One pagoda suppressed heaven and earth, erupting with endless demonic light. However, the other devil turned into a black hole, displaying unmatched divine abilities, actually stopping that devil pagoda. The 2 great devils were in a deadlock for a moment, neither able to suppress the other. Swish! Swish! At this moment, 2 resplendent blood-colored lights suddenly shot down from the sky. Within the blood-colored light, there was a blood-colored demonic arrow wrapped in demonic patterns. In an instant, it pierced through the void and shot in front of the great devil controlling the demonic pagoda. The other devil arrow shot directly into the black hole. Roar! The great devil controlling the demonic pagoda roared angrily. The devil arrow directly pierced through his chest, shooting out a bloody hole from the front to the back. He was almost shot in 2. From the depths of the black hole that was contending against the demonic pagoda came a scream. The black hole shattered, and a devil arrow stabbed into the shoulder of the great devil. Boom! The demonic arrow exploded in an instant, and the demonic inscriptions crumbled, releasing a terrifying destructive power that directly blew up half of the great demon's body. Wah! Roar! The two Deva-level gargoyles were enraged and howling. They had been ambushed, and the devilish arrows were branded with devilish runes. They were definitely precious treasures, and even if they weren't devil weapons refined by a true devil of the extreme Tao, they wouldn't be far off. This demonic weapon could definitely shoot down a great devil comparable to a celestial being. Swish! The bloody light appeared on the horizon again. When the two great devils saw this, they were immediately frightened out of their wits. One of the great devils withdrew the demonic pagoda and rushed into the depths of the demonic land without looking back. The other great devil with only half of his body left also disappeared into the dark sky as if he was fleeing for his life. The two great devils comparable to celestial beings had escaped, but there were no devil arrows coming from the horizon. Clang! 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 The sound of the iron chains clashing still rang out. The demonic patterns on the demonic palace in the sky swirled, and the aura of the great path curled around it. It wanted to soar into the sky and fly away. However, the four huge iron chains firmly locked the demonic palace in the sky. No matter how much the demonic palace struggled, it could not escape. Bang! 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 The strange sound that sounded like a beating heart came from the demonic palace. The power of the demonic nature was vast and mighty, and with the rhythm of the sound, it was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When Gu Fei saw the blood-colored demonic arrow, he immediately remembered that someone had secretly attacked him in the land of shamans, and they had used this kind of blood demon arrow. However, the blood demon arrow that suddenly appeared today was incomparably powerful. There were blood demon patterns on it, and it could shoot down a great devil comparable to a celestial being. What was going on? Could it be that the person who had secretly injured the two great devils comparable to celestial beings was the same person who had sneak attacked him that day? Gu Fei's thoughts raced. At this moment, a person walked over from the horizon. This was a young man who held a demonic bow that was shrouded in a bloody aura. His entire body was shrouded in demonic energy. When Gu Fei saw this person, his eyes turned red, and a wave of anger rushed to his head. He had never thought that he would meet this person in this place. Dongfang Qin. Chapter 747. Dongfang Qin, seeing the person who came, Gu Fei immediately gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but want to rush out and fight with that guy, but he couldn't help but endure it. Before knowing the strength of the other party, Gu Fei would not make a move. That guy actually seriously injured the two terrifying great demons comparable to celestial beings with a demonic arrow, which made Gu Fei very afraid. One must know that the demonic bow in Dongfang Chen's hand was a terrifying demonic bow that could shoot and kill great demons. Gu Fei didn't think that he could resist the other party's arrow. After calming down, Gu Fei thought a lot. Why did this guy appear in this demonic land? Why did he become a devil cultivator? One must know that Dongfang Qin was a disciple of the Supreme Profound Sect, a descendant of a famous righteous sect. But now, this Dongfang Qin was surrounded by demonic qi, and his demonic power was vast and mighty. He had clearly fallen into the demonic path. Could it be that this guy actually turned to the devil cultivator when the great calamity came? Just as Gu Fei was thinking about it, Dongfang Qin had already arrived in front of the demon palace in the sky. A pair of demonic eyes emitted a demonic bloody light as he scanned the inside of the demon palace. At this time, the strange heartbeat sound coming from the demon palace had gradually weakened, and the terrifying demonic nature was also fading. The countless demonic patterns that appeared on the demon palace also began to gradually disappear. Shwa! Dongfang Qin retreated and then pulled out a scarlet blood demonic arrow from the quiver on his back. The demonic patterns on the arrow were faintly discernible, and a heart-palpitating demonic power was emitted from the arrow. Gu Fei found that Dongfang Chen's quiver was already empty, and there was only one demonic arrow branded with demonic patterns left. I must obtain the heart of the demon emperor. Dongfang Chen muttered to himself, then pulled the bowstring, and the spiritual energy from all directions immediately gathered. One person and one bough bloomed with endless blood light, illuminating the dim world. Shwa! The demonic arrow turned into a blood-colored rainbow and flew out. The demonic patterns were faintly discernible, and the power of the great Tao was aroused. The void was directly pierced, and a large crack was cut in the sky. Bam! Blood splattered everywhere. The light arrow that was surrounded by demonic patterns directly shot into the demonic hole. In that instant, the demonic patterns on the demonic hall instantly radiated boundless demonic light, and the aura of the great Tao permeated the air. The terrifying demonic arrow that could kill a great demon comparable to a celestial being was blocked. The seal of the demonic hall was difficult to break. The entire demonic hall was imprinted with demonic matrices. Unless it was a true extreme path demonic weapon or an extreme path true demon, no one could touch the things in the demonic hall. Boom! The devil arrow exploded, and the blood-colored devilish light enveloped half of the devil hole. The destructive energy directly shattered the void, shattering the world. Such a powerful force was still unable to shake the seal of the devil hole. How could this be? Dongfang didn't seem to be able to accept this result. He stared at the devil hall in front of him in a daze. He had already used up all his devil arrows, but he still couldn't break the seal. This made Dongfang a little frustrated. At this moment, Dongfang suddenly felt a cold aura lock onto him, and a cold killing intent hit him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Who is it? Get out here for me. Dongfang was in a very bad mood. Someone actually came to find him. This was simply asking for death. Dongfang. A voice sounded from a short mountain in the distance. This voice. When Dongfang heard this voice, he couldn't help but change his expression. Although he hadn't heard this voice for 300 years, he was still very familiar with this voice. Gu Fei. Dongfang looked in the direction of the voice. A pair of blood-colored eyes emitted an evil blood-colored light, staring at the figure in front of him that was walking towards him. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps. In just a few steps, he arrived in front of Dongfang in the sky. It's been 300 years, but your appearance hasn't changed at all. Many people say that you're already dead, but I know that you won't die so easily. Dongfang stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. Gu Fei looked at Dongfang. At this moment, he was surprisingly calm. He didn't have the impulse to fight as soon as he appeared. If he said that he wasn't angry, even he wouldn't believe it. However, at the moment when he really faced Dongfang, his heart was really calm. But you have changed. You actually fell into the devil's path. Then it is justifiable for me to kill you. Gu Fei looked at Dongfang and said calmly. Devil? What is a devil? What a joke. If you want to kill me, then do it. Don't find any high-sounding reasons. Dongfang said disdainfully. I admire you very much. You are only in the immortal realm, but you actually dared to make a move against a great devil comparable to a celestial being and scared them away. I can't help but admire you. Gu Fei has already seen through Dongfang cultivation. Otherwise, Gu Fei wouldn't have appeared. Humph. The grievances between you and me will be settled today. Make your move. Dongfang held the devil bow and his right hand was already on the bowstring. Although the terrifying devil arrows branded with devil runes have been used up, this devil bow can still shoot blood fiend devil arrows that can make immortals pale. Bam! Gu Fei slapped out with his palm. The power of extreme yang surged out from Gu Fei's palm. The bright divine light illuminated the dark world. It was as if a sun appeared in the sky, and the nearby devil energy was dispersed. This palm was as heavy as a mountain, the void collapsed under the pressure of this palm. Swish! Dong Fangchen pulled the bowstring and a blood fiend devil arrow immediately condensed. Spiritual energy gathered from all directions. The devil runes on the devil bow seemed to have come to life. The blood fiend devil arrow pierced through the void and met Gu Fei's palm. Boom! With a loud sound, both Gu Fei and Dong Fangchen flew back. The blood fiend devil arrow shot by Dong Fangchen collapsed under Gu Fei's palm, and the power of Gu Fei's palm was also offset by the devil arrow. What a powerful body! Dong Fangchen was secretly shocked. Gu Fei was also an immortal and his body was comparable to a divine tool, which posed a great threat to him. Humph! The person who plotted against me that day was you. Gu Fei sneered. He had already recognized that the person who attacked him with the blood fiend devil arrow was Dong Fangchen. The blood fiend devil arrow can kill the opponent across the endless void. This is definitely a devil treasure comparable to a divine tool. So what if it was me? Dong Fangchen said. Swish! He shot another arrow. This arrow was even more powerful than the previous one. The arrowhead was like a blood-red sun, condensing endless blood fiend power. As soon as the devil arrow was shot, the whole sky shook. 5 elements void. Gu Fei shouted loudly. Colorful divine light rushed out of his body. 5 small worlds appeared around him. The power of heaven and earth inside was vast and mighty. It was as if 5 elements world had appeared around him. Gu Fei's power was yin and yang, 5 elements. He reversed the yin and yang into the 5 elements and displayed the 5 elements battle skill. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elements appeared in the void. Swish! The blood fiend devil arrow pierced through. Gu Fei received the fire element void and blocked it. He took the blood fiend devil arrow into the fire element void. The fire elemental void was a space filled with the power of the fire elemental. It was like an independent small world. After the blood-killing demonic arrow was shot into the fire elemental void, it was cut off from the bow and was sealed in the fire elemental void. In the fire element void, the fire elemental power surged and destroyed the blood fiend devil arrow. When Dong Fangchen saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. The devil arrow was useless, which made him feel uneasy. The opponent's strength was incomparably strong, which surprised Dong Fangchen. Swish! 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 Dong Fangchen pulled the bowstring again and again, constantly shooting blood fiend devil arrows towards Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei operated the 5 elements void and took all the devil arrows into the 5 elements world. Chapter 748. Dong Fangchen kept pulling the bowstring, shooting out one blood arrow after another. The terrifying blood energy was vast and mighty. The blood arrow light didn't stop until it was stained with blood. If it was any other immortal expert, they would have been shot down by Dong Fangchen. Unfortunately, Dong Fangchen's opponent today was Gu Fei. Rumble, the 5 elements small world revolved around Gu Fei's body. It was 5 independent small worlds: metal, wood, water, fire and earth. The power of the 5 elements surged in the 5 small worlds. The blood arrow light shot out by Dong Fangchen was absorbed by the 5 small worlds around Gu Fei and then obliterated by the power of the 5 elements. It couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Seeing this, Dong Fangchen couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei's cultivation would be this powerful. 300 years ago, he wasn't Gu Fei's opponent. Could it be that after 300 years, he still wasn't Gu Fei's opponent? Roar! Dong Fangchen roared towards the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Demonic energy surged all over his body. He pulled the devil bow, drawing the power of the world from all directions. The arrow pierced through the void, blood light illuminated the sky. The whole world trembled under the devil arrow as if it was about to collapse. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He stood in the five-element small world, untouched by all kinds of techniques. He was already in an invincible position. No matter how the devil arrow shattered the void, it couldn't threaten him. The five-element small world revolved. The metal world emitted endless golden light. From the golden world came a sonorous sound. Countless golden swords and blades condensed. Go! With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the thousands of blades and swords rushed out of the metal small world and slashed towards Dongfang Qin. The power of the metal element was vast. The thousands of swords and blades seemed to be cast from fine gold. They were like peerless divine weapons, cutting through the void and piercing the world. The sword light and blade chi soared into the sky, causing the world to change color. Swish! Dongfang Qin no longer pulled the bow. He flew backward and then slammed his right hand forward. Boom! The void in front of him immediately collapsed and shattered. Countless golden swords and sabers slashed down, but all of them sank into the shattered void and were obliterated by the chaotic void power. Boom! At this time, Dongfang Qin only felt a sudden tremor in the sky above his head. A terrifying figure that looked like a god or a demon appeared above him and stomped down on him. Dongfang Qin was taken aback. He didn't have time to react. The big foot that descended from the sky instantly arrived above his head. The terrifying power under the big foot was vast and mighty. Dongfang Qin felt great danger. At this moment, all the hair on his body stood up. Bam! Dongfang Qin only had time to raise his hand to block. The big foot stepped on his right arm fiercely, and his right arm instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking immediately sounded. Although Dongfang Qin avoided the vital parts of his head, he was stepped on his right shoulder, and the bones in half of his body were shattered. Blood gushed out of Dongfang Qin's mouth. The scream was blocked by the blood, and he couldn't scream anymore. Pieces of his internal organs spurted out, and half of his body was no longer recognizable. He fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! Dust rushed high into the sky, and a big pit suddenly appeared on the ground. The earth was hit by the force of Dongfang Qin falling from the sky. Gu Fei descended from the sky. The five-element small world revolved around him. He walked in the five-element small world and displayed the 8 steps extreme speed, which was really fast. First, he attracted Dongfang Qin's attention with the thousands of swords and sabers, then he displayed the 8 steps extreme speed, arrived above Dongfang Qin, and then used the 8 killing steps to severely injure Dongfang Qin. These changes were so fast that it was difficult for Dongfang Qin to escape. He was stepped down from the sky by Gu Fei. You can go die now. A cold voice came down from the sky. Gu Fei's hand flashed with divine light, and a terrifying wave of energy surged out from his palm. A simple and unadorned small cauldron appeared in his palm. Swish! Just as Gu Fei was about to take out the mountain and river cauldron and kill Dongfang Qin, a scroll rushed up from the ground. The void shattered, and a door of space appeared on the scroll. Dao Scroll. You want to escape? Gu Fei sneered. At this time, a figure rushed out of the big pit on the ground, trying to rush into the door of space on the scroll. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's palm, and the world suddenly shook. Then, the void was frozen by a great force. An ancient aura that seemed to come from the prehistoric world lingered. The mountain and river cauldron shook, and transparent ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. The cauldron suppressed the mountains and rivers. Everything between the heavens and the earth seemed to have come to a standstill. The void seemed to have solidified. The Tao Technique scroll was fixed in the void. Half of Dongfang Qin's body had already rushed into the space door on the Tao Technique scroll. However, Dongfang Qin was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron just like that. He missed half of his body, but he still couldn't escape. The power of the mountain and river cauldron descended. Bam! The Daoist art scroll immediately shattered and the power of the Daoist art was forcefully broken. The space gate immediately disappeared and Dongfang Qin was shaken out. Gu Fei, you can't kill me. Dongfang Qin's expression was extremely ferocious. He roared crazily, and his left hand was still tightly holding the magic bow. Is that so? I'll kill you now. Gu Fei said coldly. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Dongfang Qin at all. The mountain and river cauldron had frozen this part of the world, and Dongfang Qin couldn't escape at all. Boom! Gu Fei slapped down with his palm. The huge palm covered down from the sky like an ancient divine mountain. It crushed down from the sky, and the violent force shook the heaven and earth. Bam! Dongfang Qin was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's palm. He didn't even have time to scream before his body and soul were instantly destroyed. The power of destruction destroyed everything. Only the magic bow fell from the sky into the dust, and it was still shining with a bloody light. It could be seen that this magic bow was extraordinary. Rumble, Gu Fei put away the five-element small world. Just as he was about to pick up the magic bow on the ground, the Devil Palace in the distant sky suddenly shook, and a terrifying energy wave burst out from the Devil Palace. The entire Devil Palace was emitting endless magic light, and the magic runes were lingering. The power of the Great Tao was vast and mighty. Bang! 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 Just as Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked, a violent collision sound came from the Devil Palace, as if something was about to rush out of the Devil Palace. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head shook, and primordial energy appeared on the body of the cauldron. Gu Fei felt a trace of panic coming from the cauldron's soul. Could it be that there is something in that Devil Palace that even the mountain and river cauldron is afraid of? Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. One must know that the mountain and river cauldron was an extreme saint tool. What else in the world could make the mountain and river cauldron feel uneasy? Chapter 749. Just as Gu Fei killed Dongfang Qin, an angry roar came from a cave in the Dragon Valley thousands of miles away. A figure rushed out of the cave and stood in the sky above the Dragon Valley. Roar! I hate you! The man roared again and again, his voice shaking the sky. Everyone in the Dragon Valley couldn't help but be shocked and rushed out to see what was going on. Even some people who were in seclusion were alarmed and came out of their seclusion. Whoosh! 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 Several figures rushed up into the sky and came to the side of the man. The man who was venting his anger in the sky above the Dragon Valley turned out to be Dongfang Qin, who had just been killed by Gu Fei. If Gu Fei saw this scene, even if he was calm, he would be shocked. There were actually two Dongfang Qin in the world. How was this possible? This Dongfang Qin was surrounded by immortal qi. The immortal power on his body was vast and powerful. His powerful aura made all the birds and beasts within 100 miles tremble. Even the cultivators in the Dragon Valley were trembling. The mighty immortal power was like the arrival of an immortal king. This Dongfang Qin was actually an expert of the immortal realm. Junior brother, what happened to make you so angry? An ugly, dark-skinned middle-aged man asked Dongfang Qin. Yes. Senior brother Dongfang, what happened? A green-clothed youth who was so handsome that even peerless beauties would pale in comparison asked with lingering fear. At this time, Dongfang Qin's mood had calmed down, and the pressure of the immortal god gradually disappeared, which made everyone feel relieved. Nothing, all of you can leave. Dongfang Qin waved his sleeves and said, then looked up at the sky, lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Dongfang Qin was very arrogant. He even ignored the old Taoist with a red gourd hanging on his waist, as if the old Taoist was transparent. Everyone was a little dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to show it, because at this time, the Supreme Mystery Sect was counting on Dongfang Chen to revitalize it, because he was the only person who had cultivated to the immortal realm in the past 300 years. The middle-aged man with dark skin was the eldest senior brother of the Taishan sect, Li Lingfeng. At this time, Li Lingfeng was no longer the youth of the past. Time was merciless. The eldest senior brother of the past had become a middle-aged uncle. And that young man, who was so handsome that even women would be jealous of him, was Ziyu. 300 years had passed, and Li Lingfeng had become an uncle, but Ziyu's appearance had not changed much. The sloppy old Taoist with a vermilion gourd hanging from his waist was the head of the Spirit Pearl Peak of the Taishan sect, the Medicine Taoist. The Medicine Taoist seemed to have suffered a great blow. His appearance was desolate, and it was unknown how long it had been since he had changed out of his robe. Even from a distance, one could smell the sour odor from his body. Everyone was alarmed for a moment, and then they went their separate ways. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the Medicine Taoist also left, leaving Dongfang Chen alone in the sky above the Dragon Valley. Humph! If I hadn't cultivated the last transformation of the 9 transformations of the Immortal and Demon, and divided the Immortal and Demon bodies, I'm afraid I would have died today. Dongfang Chen's mind was racing. But once Gu Fei returns to the Taishan sect, he will find out that I am not dead. What should I do? At this time, Dongfang Chen was also a little nervous. He cultivated the 9 transformations of the Immortal and Demon. When he cultivated to the 9th transformation, he could actually split the Immortal and Demon body. One person could turn into 2 people. This was something that no one could have imagined. The demon body was cultivated in the Devil's Cave, and the immortal body was cultivated in the Taishan sect. This was the same as a person having 2 lives, which was completely different from any external incarnation. What Gu Fei had destroyed was only Dongfang Chen's demon body. Although Gu Fei did not really kill Dongfang Chen, it had already greatly damaged his vitality. When the immortal and demon become one, my strength will be infinitely close to the mysterious transformation realm. At that time, I will have the strength to fight with Gu Fei. It seems that it's better to avoid it. Dongfang Chen thought to himself. He knew that Gu Fei would return, and he could not stay in the Taishan sect. Thinking of this, Dongfang Chen no longer hesitated. He flashed and entered his cave residence. After a simple cleaning, he walked out of the cave residence. He didn't tell anyone and just left the Dragon Valley. He wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion and recultivate the demon body. Then, he would come back to settle the score with Gu Fei. No one knew that Dongfang Chen had cultivated such a heaven-defying evil technique. As long as one of the twin immortal and demon was not destroyed, Dongfang Chen would not die. At this time, Gu Fei was still in the Devil's Cave. There was a change in the Devil Palace. There was something inside that wanted to rush out, and the mountain and river cauldron also reacted, which made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. Roar! At this time, a terrifying demonic roar came from the depths of the Devil's Earth. There was a powerful demonic creature approaching, and the fierce aura caused the demonic clouds on the horizon to surge. Although Gu Fei wanted to know what was in the Devil Palace, if he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he wouldn't have to. Chapter 750. Executing the 8 desolate steps, Gu Fei traversed thousands of miles in the void as if he was teleporting, arriving at the bottom of the Devil Cave. At this time, the devil chi in this devil domain was vast and mighty. Devilish energy lingered in the air, shrill cries of devils resounded unceasingly. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei soared up into the sky. This time, he was not as cautious as when he came down. He directly flew towards the exit of the Devil Cave. His speed was so fast that even his shadow couldn't be seen. Some of the devils that were circling around the Devil Cave didn't even notice that someone was rushing past them. Roar! A terrifying roar came from below, as if some terrifying devil was chasing after him. A terrifying baleful aura surged out, causing the nearby devil mist to tremble violently. Gu Fei was secretly startled. He used the 8 desolate steps with all his strength. With his 8 desolate steps, he could travel several miles in a single step. It was even faster than teleportation. But even with such extreme speed, it took some time before Gu Fei could see a faint light coming from the top of the devil cave. Gu Fei couldn't help but be overjoyed. Rumble, the entire devil cave trembled. It was as if a terrifying demonic creature had discovered Gu Fei and was chasing him from below. Even with Gu Fei's extreme speed of 8 steps, it seemed like he couldn't shake off the demonic creature behind him. Devil chi surged, and a terrifying devilish energy surged. It was as if a peerless devil had been startled, terrifying to the extreme. Swish! Gu Fei rushed out of the devil cave. The moment he rushed out of the devil cave, he felt as though he had entered a completely different world from the previous one. Could it be, this devil cave is really connected to another world? Gu Fei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was as if he had taken a stroll in a devil's world. Roar! 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 The few powerful demonic creatures around the devil cave immediately discovered Gu Fei. A demonic eagle the size of a small mountain, shrouded in demonic energy, swooped down from the sky and grabbed at Gu Fei. Humph! You're courting death. Gu Fei waved his hand, and a resplendent divine light chopped out. Pooh! The demonic eagle was chopped into 2 halves, and it fell from the sky. Swoosh! Gu Fei didn't stop and directly rushed out of the devil cave. Those devil beasts immediately pounced over, but they were all instantly killed by Gu Fei with a single finger and a single punch. At this time, a terrifying aura rushed up from the bottom of the devil's den, shaking the heavens and earth. All the devil beasts within a radius of 1,000 miles knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Gu Fei didn't care about what was rushing out of the devil's den. He didn't even look back as he left, disappearing from the world in the blink of an eye. 8 desolation steps, this combat skill seemed to have limitless potential. When cultivated to grand completion, one could traverse mountains and rivers in 8 steps, their speed was unparalleled under the heavens. Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan stood on top of a mountain 1,000 miles away. They saw that the giant devil's den was surging with monstrous devil chi, blotting out the sun. The entire world darkened as if the night had suddenly descended. This, Shaoqing and the others couldn't help but turn pale when they felt the evil devil chi that could stir their heart's devil. It was as if an ancient devil was about to rush out from the devil's den in front of them. Rumble, the mountains trembled, and terrifying devil roars resounded from inside the devil's den. It was as if a group of devils were dancing wildly inside. This scene was terrifying to the extreme, causing one's heart to palpitate. It's boss. At this time, He Tian suddenly shouted. In front of them, a figure that was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye rushed over like a flickering light. Shaoqing and Balan were startled. Go! Gu Fei shouted. With a wave of his hand, a divine light enveloped Shaoqing and the others, sweeping them up. Then, he rushed into the distance without the slightest hesitation. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded from inside the devil's den. At this time, that terrifying devil chased after them. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted like a volcano, and devil flames burned the sky. Amidst the pitch-black devil flames, a terrifying devil was faintly discernible. At this time, Gu Fei had already brought Shaoqing and the others into the mountains. Heaven and earth energy surged out from Gu Fei's dantian, isolating everyone's aura. What is that thing? Shaoqing was inexplicably shocked. They hit on a mountain peak and looked in the direction of the devil /s den. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The terrifying devil was extremely powerful, and its demonic flames even burned the void to the point of collapsing. Within the demonic flames, the monster had only revealed a few scales and a half claws, but it was already enough to make little Ching and the others horrified. This was a monster as large as a mountain, simply like a prehistoric giant beast. Roar! The devil roared, and the mountains shook. Even the sky above the devil's den was almost broken by its roar. Even Gu Fei himself was indescribably shocked. This terrifying demonic beast was probably even more powerful than the three-headed demonic dragon that was comparable to a celestial being. Even a celestial being would have to retreat if they encountered it. There was such a terrifying devil below the devil's den. Could it be that there was really a demon realm below the devil's den? Over the endless years and 1,000 years, a supreme power had sealed a demon realm under Taishan Mountain. Gu Fei did not know the secrets of the ancient times, but he knew that they had to retreat. Gu Fei and Xiaoqing did not dare to stay near the devil's den. They quietly retreated. The power of heaven and earth within Gu Fei's body isolated all auras. The terrifying devil above the devil's den could not detect them at all. It was not until they had retreated thousands of miles away that Gu Fei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Even though they were far away from the devil's den, they could still vaguely feel the fluctuations coming from the direction of the devil's den. "Big brother, where are we going next?" Xiaoqing asked. They had personally come to Taishan Mountain and saw that Taishan Mountain had long disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Taishan Mountain had disappeared, and of course, the Taishan sect above Taishan Mountain would not be spared. The foundation of the Taishan sect had been destroyed. It could be said that thousands of years of foundation had been destroyed. "Go to the Dragon Valley," Gu Fei said. At this time, his heart was extremely heavy. He learned from the old man who guarded the matrix outside the imperial capital of the Great Qi that the Taishan sect had not been destroyed, but had moved to a valley called the Dragon Valley. He wanted to return to Taishan. Were his former brothers, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the sect leader Taoist Xiantian, still alive? Finally, in Gu Fei's mind, a figure standing in the middle of the bamboo forest appeared. A beautiful figure in the sea of bamboo. At this moment, Gu Fei wanted to fly to the Dragon Valley immediately. He wanted to know how many people of the Taishan sect had survived that terrifying demonic calamity. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and Shi, were they still there? "Let's go." Gu Fei turned and looked in the direction of the devil's den, then turned and left. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan hurriedly followed behind Gu Fei. At this time, no one spoke. Chapter 751. The Dragon Valley was in the depths of the eastern mountain range. It was a valley with a radius of about 10 miles. In the eastern mountain range, this kind of valley could only be considered a small valley. The valley was lush and full of life. There was a mountain spring flowing, and on the cliff opposite the valley, there was a waterfall that hung upside down like white silk. In the valley, there was a faint sound of water lingering. Because there was a spirit vein condensed in the valley, the spirit qi in the Dragon Valley was much thicker than the spirit qi outside. However, the spirit vein here was not a high-grade spirit vein. If a small sect had such a spirit vein, it would be quite good. The real great sects looked down on this kind of spirit vein. The real great sects all chose the heavenly spirit land, the source of the dragon vein, as the foundation of the great sect. The Taishan sect was originally a great sect in the eastern mountain range. When it was at its peak, even the princes and princesses of the great Qi dynasty wanted to enter the Taishan sect, but they had to see if they had the qualifications to enter the Taishan sect. But now, the once great sect in the eastern mountain range had almost completely declined. It could only hide in a small place like the Dragon Valley. In the past 100 years, very few people had seen the disciples of the Taishan sect walking in the world of cultivation. At dusk, tired birds returned to the forest, and the sky was filled with sunset. Outside the Dragon Valley, 4 figures walked in. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the 4 people came to the entrance of the Dragon Valley, 2 young men in white suddenly jumped out from behind the large rocks on either side of the valley. These 2 young men in white held ritual implements in their hands and looked at the 4 people in front of them with vigilance. Stop! One of the young men held a small golden bell that was only the size of a fist in his hand and stopped in front of the 4 people. The small golden bell was held in the hands of the young man in white. It looked as if it was cast from fine gold, and there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power flowing on it. Who are you, and why have you come to the Taishan sect? Another skinny young man was holding an ancient mirror in his hand. He asked while sizing up the 4 people. It could be seen that these 2 young men in white were very vigilant and careful. They were very tense. If they found anything wrong, they would definitely act immediately. Ha! Big brother, they don't know you. A green-robed young man with 2 silver horns on his head said with a smile. Dragon chi could be faintly seen on his body. I haven't been back to the Taishan sect for 300 years. How can these juniors recognize me? Gu Fei said expressionlessly. These 2 young men in white were obviously disciples of the younger generation of the Taishan sect. 300 years. When the 2 white-robed youths heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked and looked at each other. 300 years, could it be that these 4 fellows were old monsters that were hundreds of years old? Senior, you're... The thin young man was extremely quick-witted, and he'd already vaguely guessed that Gu Fei was probably related to his sect from what Gu Fei said. It must be known that 300 years ago, the Supreme Mystery sect was a great sect in the Eastern Domain. There were many masters in the sect, and hundreds of sects came to visit. It could be said that it was extremely prosperous. Gu Fei. Gu Fei said indifferently. Gu Fei. Who is Gu Fei? The 2 white-robed youths were thinking. This name was somewhat familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before, but they couldn't remember at the moment. Suddenly, the thin young man seemed to have thought of something. His face changed greatly, and he said in a trembling voice, You are the Gu Fei of Green Spirit Peak. Humph. Gu Fei snorted coldly. This. Disciple Qi Dongqing pays his respects to Grand Uncle. The white-clothed youth immediately knelt before Gu Fei in a fluster, and his voice began to tremble. He seemed to be very afraid of Gu Fei, and his body was trembling. Green Spirit Peak. Gu Fei. The other white-robed young man was also stunned. He couldn't help but shake the little golden bell in his hand. A crisp bell sound immediately rang out and spread far away. This little golden bell was a magic tool, and the sound it emitted instantly spread throughout the Dragon Valley. It reverberated throughout the Dragon Valley, and the sound reverberated endlessly. As soon as the bell rang, a few powerful auras suddenly came out of the Dragon Valley. The experts of the Taishan sect were alarmed, and everyone rushed out of their respective caves. What happened? The alarm bell sounded. Is there a strong enemy? Let's go to the entrance of the valley and have a look. Gu Fei sensed the movement in the valley and couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he locked onto a few auras, and he immediately became a little excited. Whoosh! 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 3 figures rushed out of the valley and stood in the air above the valley entrance. The one in the lead was an ordinary-looking, dark-skinned middle-aged man. On the left of the middle-aged man stood a handsome young man that even women would be jealous of, and on the right was a sloppy old Taoist with a vermilion gourd hanging from his waist. Senior Brother Li, Junior Brother Ziyu, Granduncle Medicine Master. Gu Fei immediately called out when he saw the 3 people rushing out of the valley. You are, Gu Fei. Senior Gu. The successor of the Green Spirit Peak. You're still alive. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Daoist descended from the sky. When they clearly saw Gu Fei's appearance, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Back then, Gu Fei didn't return and disappeared for 300 years. The entire Taishan sect had long thought that Gu Fei had died. Otherwise, why wouldn't he return to the Taishan sect for 300 years? Moreover, he had slaughtered many Northern Wei cultivators and even massacred a few small sections. It was as if he had already become a demon. Of course, Gu Fei had been captured by the old ghost and had broken into the infernal realm. There was no time to analyze it. No one knew that all of this was caused by Dongfang Qin. He cultivated the Immortal Demon 9 transformation evil technique. He wanted to devour the magic power and true essence of cultivators to increase his own immortal demon qi. He started a massacre in Northern Wei and framed Gu Fei, making Gu Fei the enemy of the world. Those who cultivated this kind of evil technique were definitely the enemies of all cultivators. Dongfang Qin wanted to make Gu Fei the enemy of all cultivators in the world. However, Gu Fei had disappeared for 300 years. The storm of that year had long since subsided, but there were still some people in the Taishan sect who brought it up. Back then, there were even people who suggested that Gu Fei be expelled from the Taishan sect. Are you really Junior Gu? Li Lingfeng looked at Gu Fei in disbelief and said. Bang! As soon as Gu Fei stepped on the ground, the earth suddenly shook violently. The two white-clothed youths outside the valley immediately became gourds rolling on the ground. The people who rushed out of the valley also couldn't stand steadily and were shocked. Chapter 752. Warriors who had cultivated to great heights could move mountains and rivers with a single step, and they could break the sky with a raise of their hand. Gu Fei had directly stepped on the ground and caused the mountains and rivers to tremble. This shocked everyone in the Taishan sect. There were no fluctuations of magical power, and there were no signs of magical powers. He had actually shaken the earth with pure power. This was something that only one kind of person could do, and that was a warrior who had cultivated to great heights. Legend had it that warriors who had cultivated to great heights could tear apart wild beasts with their bare hands and kill flying dragons. They were the most powerful and invincible warriors in the world, and they could be said to be invincible among their peers. Li Lingfeng and the others no longer had any doubts. The only successor of the Jade Spirit Peak had returned. Brother Gu Fei. Li Lingfeng rushed forward and hugged Gu Fei. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Back then, he did not believe that Gu Fei would slaughter cultivators and cultivate that terrible evil method that made him the enemy of the entire world. Brother Gu Fei. There were tears in Ziyu's eyes. You're back, it's good that you're back, said the medicine man in a trembling voice. He could already see that Gu Fei and the others were all extraordinary. Although they had restrained their auras, the three mysterious people behind Gu Fei still made him feel a great shock. It was a kind of natural pressure that made people feel like they were ants in front of them. They did not dare to move at all, as if they could pinch them to death with a single finger. The medicine Taoist had only sensed this kind of natural pressure from Dongfang Qin. Could it be that the three people behind Gu Fei were actually cultivators comparable to immortals? If this was the case, the rise of the Taishan sect would not be so far-fetched. At this moment, the medicine man thought of many things, and his cloudy old eyes gradually regained their luster. His cultivation had already broken through to the Saint Realm, and he could enter the Immortal Realm at any time. In the Taishan sect, he was the second strongest cultivator after Dongfang Qin. At this time, everyone in the Taishan sect was alarmed. They rushed out of the valley, and when they saw Li Lingfeng excitedly hugging a stranger, they could not help but be surprised. Li Lingfeng was the head of the sect. In the Taishan sect, his status was second only to the head of the sect, Dongfang Qin, and the medicine Taoist. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the demigod realm. This eldest senior brother sect leader was usually very dignified and did not talk or laugh, but now he was like a child, hugging the stranger and crying. When everyone from the Supreme Mystery sect saw this scene, their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Where's the sect leader? Why hasn't he come out yet? He's really getting more and more excessive. He doesn't even care about the matters of the Supreme Profound sect at all. Li Lingfeng let go of Gu Fei, but did not notice Dongfang Chen's figure. Sect leader's junior brother. What sect leader junior brother? Isn't the sect leader of the Supreme Profound sect ancestor Xian Tian? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this, and then quickly asked. Alas! Li Lingfeng let out a long sigh. A trace of sorrow appeared on his face. Senior brother Li. Seeing Li Lingfeng like this, Gu Fei was shocked once again. Could it be? He didn't dare to think further. That was the last thing he wanted to see. Senior brother Gu, ancestor Xian Tian, has already passed away. Ziyu said with grief and indignation. It turned out that when the demonic calamity suddenly came, the Supreme Mystery sect was not prepared at all. The Supreme Mystery Mountain collapsed, and countless demons rushed out from the ground, killing everyone they saw. More than half of the elders of the 8 Supreme Profound Meridians fell on the spot. Daoist Xian Tian risked his life to protect the outstanding disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect, killing his way out of the encirclement and escaping to the Dragon Valley. When Daoist Xian Tian fought with the demons, he was already seriously injured, and the demonic qi invaded his body. After escaping to the Dragon Valley, the demonic qi in Daoist Xian Tian's body flared up, corroding his soul. Not long after, Daoist Xian Tian passed away. In the 9 Supreme Profound Meridians, other than the Jade Spirit Peak, where Gu Fei was, there was only one successor, Gu Fei, and there was no one else. The other 8 meridians had many disciples, but they suffered heavy casualties. Among the 8 Supreme Profound Meridians, the Shaoyang Peak, the Purple Bamboo Peak, and the Taishu Peak were slaughtered on the spot by the demons, and the head of the Shaoyang Peak, Jinren Chaoyang, died tragically in battle. The head of the Biyun Peak, Jinren Xian Fa, and the head of the Tongtian Peak, Yixuzi, also fell in that battle. The Supreme Mystery Sect, the great sect of the Eastern Domain, was almost destroyed overnight. After that, the Supreme Mystery Sect, together with the other sects of the Eastern Domain, invited the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect, the 2 great Taoist sects, and even Ku Rong took action. However, when the countless masters of the sects of the Eastern Domain attacked the Devil's Den, an even more powerful demon appeared. Terrifying demon beasts, comparable to celestial beings, rushed out of the Devil's Den, and almost completely annihilated the allied forces of the sects of the Eastern Domain. In this battle, countless masters fell, even Ku Rong died in battle, and not even his bones were left. The power of the sects of the Eastern Domain was greatly damaged, and this time, the Supreme Mystery Sect suffered a devastating blow. Almost all the masters of the older generation died in battle, and only the medicine Daoists survived. The disciples of the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery Sect did not participate in the battle, so the Supreme Mystery Sect did not disappear from the world of cultivation. In the next 200 years, Dongfang Chen's cultivation improved greatly, and it only took him 200 years to cultivate to the Immortal realm. This was unprecedented in the Supreme Mystery Sect, and even in the entire world of cultivation. Cultivating to the Immortal realm in 200 years made everyone dumbfounded. Dongfang Chen was known as the youngest immortal in the Eastern Domain, a heaven-defying genius. The Supreme Mystery Sect had produced an immortal, which made other forces that were eyeing the Supreme Mystery Sect have some scruples. Otherwise, the Supreme Mystery Sect would have been annexed by other forces of the Eastern Domain. As a result, Dongfang Chen, who had the cultivation of an immortal, naturally became the leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect, because in the Supreme Mystery Sect, he was the only one who had broken through to the Immortal realm. After Dongfang Chen became the leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect, the Dongfang family rose rapidly in the Eastern Domain, and the Supreme Mystery Sect had become a subsidiary sect of the Dongfang family. This made Li Lingfeng and the others very dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. What? Dongfang Chen became the leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei was stunned on the spot. Didn't he kill the leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect? Wait, how could the Supreme Mystery Sect let a demon become the leader? What the hell was going on? Gu Fei faintly felt that something was wrong. Why hasn't the leader come out yet? The medicine Daoist was also a little unhappy at this time. Although his seniority was very high, Dongfang Chen did not put him in his eyes, which made the medicine Daoist very dissatisfied. I saw the leader of the sect leave the valley 4 hours ago. At this time, the disciple guarding the entrance of the valley, Qi Dongqing, suddenly said aloud. What? When Gu Fei heard this, he was really shocked. How was this possible? 4 hours ago, he visited his brain. Wasn't that the time when he killed Dongfang Chen in the underground devil's cave? Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. Could it be that there were 2 Dongfang Chen in the world? Are you sure that what you saw was Dongfang Chen? Gu Fei stared at Qi Dongqing. The blood in his body surged, and a powerful pressure was released. Everyone present had a change of expression. This pressure made them feel as if a huge rock was suddenly pressing on their chests, and their breathing became difficult. Qi Dongqing's feet were playing the pipe, and his body was shaking. Under the gaze of Gu Fei, he felt as if he was facing a giant beast, unable to speak. That guy went crazy for a while for no reason, maybe he really left the valley. The medicine Daoist said. He did not have a good expression towards Dongfang Chen. Chapter 753. He killed the sect leader. This. How is that possible? The sect leader never left. How could he appear in the devil's den? What the hell is going on? Outside the entrance of the Dragon Valley, there were already 200 or 300 Taishian disciples gathered. When they heard Gu Fei's words, they were extremely shocked. Everyone was instantly stunned. After recovering from the shock, the Taishian disciples immediately burst into an uproar and began to discuss. Junior brother Dongfang has always been in the Dragon Valley and has never left. How could he appear in the devil's den? Li Lingfeng looked at Gu Fei in surprise. Yes. Senior brother Gu, the sect leader was still in the valley 4 hours ago, Ziyu also said. This. Gu Fei was tongue-tied. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Who was the person Dongfang Chen met in the Dragon Valley in the Devil's Den? He would never recognize the wrong person. Even if Dongfang Chen was burned to ashes, he would still be able to recognize him. Outer body incarnation. It doesn't seem like it. Gu Fei suddenly remembered what Dongfang Chen had said when he killed him and couldn't help but frown. An immortal and a demon. Could Dongfang Chen actually split into an immortal and demon body? Let's go in and talk first. The medicine man said. There was probably some hidden story behind this, and it was not something that could be explained clearly in a few words. Gu Fei nodded, and then, under the lead of Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine man, he walked into the Dragon Valley. The Taishian disciples gathered at the entrance of the Dragon Valley quickly made way for them. They looked at Gu Fei with a trace of fear in their eyes. The young disciples simply did not know who Gu Fei was, but some of the more experienced people in the Taishian sect had more or less heard of the only successor of Green Spirit Peak. It had to be known that the only successor of the Green Spirit Peak was the #1 expert among the younger generation of disciples in the Taishian sect. Even Li Lingfeng was defeated by him. Xiao Qing, He Tian, and Balan followed Gu Fei into the Dragon Valley. Although this place is called the Dragon Valley, there isn't a trace of dragon qi. Xiao Qing looked around and was a little disappointed. This valley couldn't be called a spiritual land at all. Dragon energy. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others could not help but bitterly smile. In the current Supreme Mystery Sect, it was already very good to have a decent place to stay. The place where the dragon chi of the earth gathered was the dragon vein. Only great sects or superpowers had the strength to occupy such a spiritual land. The Dragon Valley was not big. There were many caves built on the mountain walls around it. There was a spiritual spring flowing in the center of the valley. On the mountain wall facing the entrance of the valley, there was a waterfall hanging upside down from the cliff like white silk. The faint sound of water could be heard. In the Dragon Valley, there were not many palaces built, but from time to time, one could see the stream in the mountains, and there were pavilions dotted among them. Li Lingfeng brought Gu Fei back to his cave. After sitting down, Li Lingfeng told Gu Fei about what had happened in the Supreme Mystery Sect in the past 300 years. There were too many things that had happened in the past 300 years. Li Lingfeng spoke for several hours before he finished. After Gu Fei finished listening, his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. In the past 300 years, the situation of the Supreme Mystery Sect could be said to be worse than even a second-rate sect. The great sects of the Eastern Domain even wanted to annex the Supreme Mystery Sect. As for the Guangxing Immortal Sect and the Shangqing Sect, although they were both Taoist sects like the Supreme Mystery Sect, they did not extend a helping hand to the Supreme Mystery Sect. In the past few decades, Dongfang Chen had broken through to the Immortal God realm, and the situation of the Supreme Mystery Sect in the cultivation world had improved a lot. However, Dongfang Chen was not a good person either. He clearly regarded the Supreme Mystery Sect as a vassal of the Dongfang family. If it weren't for Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the Medicine Dao Master, then Dongfang Chen would have already merged the Supreme Mystery Sect into the Dongfang family. From Li Lingfeng, Gu Fei also learned one thing. One thing that he was most concerned about was the successor of the Purple Bamboo Peak, Zhao Ziru. This news caused Gu Fei to put aside the matter of Dongfang Chen. When the demonic calamity suddenly descended, countless disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect died. Zhao Ziru did not fall, but she was contaminated with a trace of evil demonic qi. Even if the Medicine Dao Master was proficient in the way of medicine, he could not save Zhao Ziru. He could only find a 1,000-year-old ice soul and seal Zhao Ziru in ice. Where is junior sister Zhao? When Gu Fei found out that Zhao Ziru was still alive, he was moved. Zhao Ziru could be said to be the first girl he had fallen in love with. Although it was only a hazy feeling back then, Gu Fei knew that the figure of that girl back then had already been imprinted in his heart. She is in the Dragon Valley. Please follow me, said the Medicine Dao Master. He already knew that Gu Fei's cultivation had already broken through to the Immortal Realm. An Immortal Realm cultivator. Just thinking about it made his heart palpitate. According to legend, although the path of martial arts was very difficult to cultivate, and for thousands of years, on the Tinglong continent, no one had become a martial immortal, once they succeeded, they would be an invincible existence among cultivators of the same level. The return of Gu Fei allowed the Medicine Dao Master and the other upper echelons of the Supreme Mystery Sect to see the hope of the rise of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Therefore, even the Medicine Dao Master did not dare to be negligent. The place where Zhao Ziru was sealed in ice was not far from Li Lingfeng's cave. The Medicine Dao Master brought Gu Fei and the others to the waterfall in the Dragon Valley. Rumble, water splashed everywhere, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the 9 heavens. A white chain hung down from a cliff thousands of feet high, surrounded by flowers and flourishing trees. It was full of life. Gu Fei stood under the waterfall. At a glance, he could tell that this was the place with the densest spiritual qi in the entire Dragon Valley. The spiritual qi of the spirit vein in the Dragon Valley came from the deep pool below the waterfall. Dongfang Chen's cave was built next to the waterfall. As the head of the Supreme Mystery Sect, he occupied the best place in the entire Dragon Valley. As for Zhao Ziru's frozen place, it was behind the waterfall. It turned out that there was another world behind the waterfall. There was a small cave there that was used to freeze some seriously injured and dying people. Back then, Daoist Xuantian's soul had already been corroded by demonic qi. Even if he was frozen, he would still be possessed. Daoist Xuantian did not want to become a demon and harm the common people, so he chose death. The medicine Dao master opened the cave behind the waterfall and walked in. "Wait for me outside." Gu Fei said a few words to Shaoqing and the others, then followed the medicine Dao master into the cave behind the waterfall. The cave was not big, and the walls inside were inlaid with night pearls, so it was as bright as day. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others also stayed outside. They were embarrassed to leave Shaoqing and the others outside. This was not the way to treat guests, so they stayed behind to accompany them. They already knew that the three people in front of them were experts of the immortal god level, so they naturally did not dare to neglect them. "Is the person inside very important to boss?" He Tian asked. He could see that Gu Fei was very nervous about the person called Zhao Ziru. "What's going on?" Balan also looked at Shaoqing. Among the three of them, Shaoqing and Gu Fei had known each other for the longest time. Before Gu Fei reached the Dao, he had already met Shaoqing. "I'm going to have a sister-in-law." Shaoqing looked at the cave behind the waterfall with a smile that was not a smile, but anyone could see that he was looking forward to it. He wanted to see what kind of girl could move even Gu Fei. Chapter 754. The cave behind the waterfall wasn't big. Behind the door was a stone room with a passage behind it. The medicine Daoist led Gu Fei without stopping. They passed through the stone room and entered the passage behind it. The passage wasn't wide and could only accommodate two people walking side by side. The passage was about 10 meters long and was engraved with formation runes. An expert had laid down a formation. Of course, this formation couldn't stop Gu Fei. However, under the medicine Daoist's lead, the formation didn't activate. After passing through the passage, they arrived at another stone room. However, this one was much bigger than the one outside. It had a circumference of more than 10 meters and was filled with boundless cold air. As soon as Gu Fei entered the stone room, he felt a chill assaulting his body. Even he felt a trace of coldness. The medicine Daoist was already using his spiritual energy to resist the cold air in the room. It was obvious that the cold air here was no small matter. One should know that the medicine Daoist was already at the Paragon Saint realm. The Paragon Saint realm was the realm between demigods and immortals. Cultivators at this stage of the Paragon Saint realm were very unstable and their strength was somewhere between demigods and immortals. Sometimes, they could unleash the power of immortals while other times, they could only display the strength of a demigod. It could be said that one step forward was heaven and one step back was the mortal world. The stone room was filled with cold mist and thick ice was everywhere. In the center of the room, there were 3 ice coffins. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw the 3 ice coffins. Could it be that Zhao Ziru was lying in one of them? At this moment, Gu Fei did not hesitate. He rushed forward and saw that there were indeed 3 people lying in the transparent ice coffins, with a peerless beauty lying in the ice coffin on the right. Dressed in a light blue dress and with long eyelashes, the fairy-like woman seemed to be sleeping soundly with a faint blush on her cheeks. However, Gu Fei could see a hint of pain between the brows of the fairy lying in the ice coffin. Junior sister Zhao. Gu Fei became excited when he saw the woman. He had imagined countless times that he would meet the woman in the coffin, but he never imagined that their next meeting would be like this. Gu Fei's emotions surged, but he quickly calmed down. His state of mind had been tempered to the point where he wouldn't even bat an eyelid if an immemorial mountain collapsed in front of his eyes. Perhaps only Zhao Ziru could make Gu Fei so emotional. Gu Fei realized that the people in the other 2 ice coffins were also people he was familiar with. In the middle of the ice coffin lay a middle-aged Daoist. This middle-aged Daoist was the successor of the Great Void Peak, Dan Chenzi. In terms of seniority, this Dan Chenzi was Gu Fei's uncle master. Back then, it was Dan Chinzi who presided over the Void Sky trial of the three great Taoist sects and led Gu Fei and a group of the younger generation of outstanding disciples of the Taishan sect to the southern wilderness. Gu Fei had really amazed the world in the south. He had beaten the younger generation of the 100 races of the southern wilderness into silence. His name had spread throughout the southern wilderness and attracted the attention of all the major forces in the southern wilderness. Could it be that Dan Chinzi has also been tainted by demonic qi? Gu Fei thought. He looked at the third ice coffin. In it lay Li Hao, the successor of the Shaoyang Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Taishan. Although he wasn't familiar with Li Hao, he had seen him a few times. Li Hao was actually wearing the 9 sun illuminating sky robe of the Golden Crow Blazing Sky, which belonged to the first seed of Shaoyang Peak, Taoist Shaoyang. Even though he was in an extremely cold place, the robe on Li Hao's body was still flowing with fiery qi. They have been tainted by demonic qi. If they are not sealed in ice, as long as the demonic qi enters their brains, they will be in danger of being demonized. The only way is to seal them in ice first, the medicine Taoist explained. How can we save them? Gu Fei asked. The medicine Taoist hesitated. Although he had a way to save Zhao Ziru and the others, it was too difficult. In the past 200 years, he had practically traveled all over the Central Plains, but it had been difficult to gather what he needed. Granduncle Medicine, you don't have to worry. Just say it. Gu Fei said. With his current level of cultivation, there really weren't many things that he couldn't do. The medicine Taoist hesitated for a moment, then said, 9-turn Celestial King Elixir. Legend has it that if one consumes the 9-turn Celestial King Elixir, they can be saved. 9-turn Celestial King Elixir. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Just the name alone was enough to tell that this elixir was extraordinary. Could this predecessor elixir be even more precious than the heavenly spring of life? However, when the medicine Taoist revealed the items needed to refine the 9-turn Celestial King Elixir, Gu Fei was speechless. The heavenly spring of life was actually the divine liquid required to refine the 9-turn Celestial King Elixir. When the medicine Taoist was roaming the cultivation world in his early years, he inadvertently came across an ancient book that recorded many long-lost alchemy techniques. From the ancient book, the medicine Taoist learned the refinement method of the 9-turn Celestial King Elixir, as well as the various miraculous effects of consuming it. Once a cultivator consumed a 9-reincarnation Immortal King pill, they would be able to ascend to the immortal realm and expel the demonic energy. However, the medicine Taoist had been running around for 200 years and was still missing 2 items. What are you still lacking? Gu Fei asked. If the medicine Taoist was ready, he would have opened the cauldron long ago. Since he hadn't done anything yet, it was likely that he was still lacking some essential items. The sacred yang fruit and the heavenly spring of life. The medicine Taoist sighed. He couldn't find these 2 items even if he scoured the entire Central Plains. The sacred yang fruit and the heavenly spring of life. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. After thinking for a moment, his eyes lit up. Is it this divine fruit? With a flip of his hand, Gu Fei revealed a half-black, half-white immortal fruit with yin and yang energy swirling around it. The medicine Taoist's eyes widened when he saw the yin-yang fruit in Gu Fei's hand. He couldn't believe his eyes. This sacred fruit was already extinct in the Tinglong continent. Perhaps only those ancient regions that have yet to be explored would have such a holy fruit. It's really the yin-yang sacred fruit. How did you get it? The medicine Taoist excitedly asked. He thought that this heaven-defying divine fruit had already disappeared from this world. He didn't expect Gu Fei to have one. When Gu Fei once again took out a white jade bottle, a faint fragrance immediately lingered in the stone chamber, causing one's spirit to be refreshed upon smelling it. This bottle contains the heavenly spring of life. Gu Fei exclaimed. Wasn't the heavenly spring of life the same as the heavenly spring of life? He had all kinds of heavenly spring of life. How could this be? The medicine Taoist was so excited that he couldn't speak. How long does it take to refine a cauldron of 9 revolutions Immortal King pills? Gu Fei asked. 1 revolution a year. I'm afraid it will take 9 years. The medicine Taoist carefully received the yin-yang sacred fruit and the heavenly spring of life from Gu Fei's hand. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. 9 years. He couldn't even wait an hour, yet the medicine Taoist said it would take 9 years. At this time, a person suddenly rushed in from outside. Chapter 755. In the forest outside the Dragon Valley, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were confronting 2 people. Go back to where you came from. Xiaoqing casually looked at a young man in white with a folding fan in his hand. How dare you? You demon dragon dare to be presumptuous in front of my young master? Before the white-clothed young man could say anything, the old man in the green robe behind him pointed at Xiaoqing and shouted. What, do you want me to drive you away? Xiaoqing's face immediately darkened. The dragon chi on his body surged, and the shadow of a dragon loomed over him. You! The old servant wanted to say more. At this moment, the white-clothed young man stopped the old servant. Don't be rude. The white-clothed young man smiled and walked forward. Sir, you are not a member of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Please do not interfere in the affairs of my Zhao family and the Supreme Mystery Sect. The white-clothed young man tapped his palm with his folding fan and looked at Xiaoqing with a smile on his face. Zhao Wuji, you should go back. At this time, Ziyu walked up from behind Xiaoqing and the others and said coldly to the white-clothed young man in front of him. The Supreme Mystery Sect being able to submit to my Zhao family is a blessing that you have cultivated for several lifetimes. You must know that even if some forces begged to submit to us, I would not want them. The white-clothed young man Zhao Wuji put away his smile. So this guy wanted to annex the Supreme Mystery Sect. Today's matter, I will take care of it. The Clan of the Ancients, what a great name. Xiaoqing took a step forward. The dragon chi on his body was vast and mighty, and a powerful force emanated from his body. The air surged, and gusts of wind suddenly blew in the forest. The trees swayed, and the leaves danced. Demon God. Zhao Wuji felt the aura of Xiaoqing and couldn't help but frown. The strength of the other party had already exceeded his expectations. Where did these guys jump out from? Could it be that they were helpers invited by the Supreme Mystery Sect? Why didn't I receive any news beforehand? How could the Supreme Mystery Sect make friends with these people? Zhao Wuji had many questions in his heart. He had come to the Taishan sect this time to take over the Taishan sect, but now it seemed that things were not going as smoothly as he had expected. Hee. You'd better scram. It would be bad if you alerted our boss. A voice rang out in the hearts of everyone present. This was a soul fluctuation, not a real voice. Zhao Wuji was startled. None of these 3 fellows were weaklings, especially that mysterious black-clothed man. His soul force was incomparably powerful. They have a boss behind them. Zhao Wuji felt even more troubled. I'd like to get to know your boss, Zhao Wuji said calmly. His expression was calm and unruffled. No one knew what he was thinking. Bam! A big hand condensed in the void, and a mighty dragon chi rushed toward Zhao Wuji. The terrifying power directly shattered a part of the forest, and the impact of the energy waves caused the earth to tremble. Xiaoqing made his move. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhao Wuji. Since the other side didn't want to leave, he would drive these people away. The disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect didn't dare to get close. They watched from a distance. No one dared to get close to this level of dialogue. If the 2 sides fought, they would be the only ones who would suffer. You. Zhao Wuji didn't think that Xiao Qing would make his move without any scruples. He couldn't help but be surprised. Swish. Zhao Wuji stood tall, opened the folding fan in his hand, and then fanned forward. His movements were smooth, and he was incomparably elegant. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged out from the fan, and suddenly the sand and stones in front of Zhao Wuji flew. The terrible wind was like an invisible divine weapon, blowing forward, and the ground was shaved off a few feet. The nearby trees were all uprooted by the astral winds, and then shattered into pieces in the void. A powerful energy wave spread through the mountain forest. The invisible wind actually blocked the big hand that Xiao Qing had sent out. Moreover, it was rapidly wearing down the power of the big hand, and the big hand immediately dimmed. Oh. This oily guy has some skill. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It should be known that Xiao Qing was a demon god comparable to an immortal god. His strength was incomparably powerful. His cultivation was at the fifth sky of the immortal god realm, and his dragon battle skills were enough to make him the king of the same level. Heavenly Dragon Claw. Little Qing's right hand transformed into a dragon claw that tore through heaven and earth. It tore through the formless astral winds as it clawed at Zhao Wuji. The dragon claw contained boundless power that could shatter heaven and earth. Grasping Dragon Claw. Seeing Xiao Qing use this battle skill, He Tian became spirited. This battle skill was simply too powerful. If he encountered the 7 fairies of the god clan, he. 1 fan creates wind, 2 fans create fire. At this time, Zhao Wuji did not dare to be careless. The opponent was a dragon, and his combat power was unparalleled. He was far stronger than an immortal god of the same level. Facing such a strong opponent, Zhao Wuji had to use all his strength. The folding fan in his hand flashed forward again. The fan flashed with divine light, surged with divine power, and a fire rushed out. That folding fan is a treasure. He Tian's eyes were sharp. He could already see that the folding fan in Zhao Wuji's hand was very extraordinary. He couldn't help but plot again. This guy was the same as the old tortoise. They were both masters of sneak attacks. Boom, the fire burned the sky, covering all directions. The void was burned until it was distorted and then collapsed. The endless heat seemed to evaporate all the water in the world. Even the disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect who were watching the battle from afar felt the heat wave. Their mouths were dry, and their clothes were soaked with sweat. The temperature of this kind of divine fire was enough to melt refined gold. If it were not for the protection of He Tian, Ziyu would have been burned to death by this heat. Humph! Xiao Qing sneered. The heavenly dragon claw directly grabbed into the fire, broke through the layers of divine fire, and still tore towards Zhao Wuji. The fire could not refine the heavenly dragon claw. Damn it! Zhao Wuji did not expect his opponent to be so strong that he could ignore the divine fire. He had to fan the folding fan in his hand again. 3 fans of fire linked the sky. Zhao Wuji shouted. This 3rd fan attracted the spirit of heaven and earth, and the power of heaven and earth within 100 miles was instantly sucked dry. Divine runes appeared on the surface of the fan, and the power of wind and fire was raised to a terrifying level. The power of wind and fire surged, and the endless power of wind and fire condensed into a big dragon, emitting a terrifying energy wave that could destroy the heaven and earth, and madly devoured Xiao Qing. Bang! The fiery wind dragon and Xiao Qing's heavenly dragon claw collided in an instant. The 2 extremely powerful forces burst out with a dull sound. Then, the earth collapsed, the void shattered, and the power of destruction spread out in all directions. The whole forest was shaking, and the sky was falling. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated to avoid it. Chapter 756. Rumble, the terrifying power destroyed a forest. Within a radius of several miles, it turned into a sandy area. All the flowers and trees collapsed, and dust rose high into the sky. Xiao Qing and Zhao Wuji exchanged blows, and no one gained the upper hand. "Let's go. You and I will fight in the distance, so that the Taishan sect will not be affected." Zhao Wuji soared into the sky and flew into the depths of the distant mountains. The servant in the blue robe followed behind Zhao Wuji like a shadow. "Humph. Who's afraid of who?" Xiaoqing's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He also soared into the sky and chased after Zhao Wuji. Such a powerful opponent was just the right time to fight. Swish! 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 He Tian and Balan also rushed up, following closely behind Xiaoqing into the depths of the mountains. Ziyu also flew into the air to chase after them. In the sky above the Dragon Valley, Gu Fei, the medicine man, and Li Lingfeng all saw what was happening in the forest in front of the entrance of the Dragon Valley. "What's going on?" Gu Fei frowned and asked. The forces of the ancient antiquity had returned. He had heard of the Zhao family of the ancient antiquity. The Zhao family was a cultivation family that had existed since the ancient antiquity. Such a family had existed for countless years and had an unparalleled heritage. They had once been the masters of this land, and after countless disasters, they still existed. The Zhao family wants to become the overlord of the Eastern Domain. They are integrating the forces of the Eastern Domain. They want to swallow up our Taishan sect, the medicine man analyzed. Humph. Overlord of the Eastern Domain. Gu Fei was somewhat disdainful. Even if it was the forces of the ancient antiquity, it would not be easy for them to unify the cultivation world of the Eastern Domain. The medicine man and Li Lingfeng looked at each other, feeling afraid. If Gu Fei had not just returned to the Taishan sect, and Dongfang Qin, the head of the Taishan sect, was not there, no one in the entire Taishan sect would be a match for Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was an important task for the Zhao family of the ancient antiquity. Some people said that the Zhao family was training Zhao Wuji as the next head of the family. He had personally come to take over the Supreme Mystery Sect. The Supreme Mystery Sect already had a lot of face, but the Supreme Mystery Sect was not willing to be annexed by the Zhao family. At this time, two energy waves came from the depths of the mountains. Xiaoqing and the successor of the Zhao clan were already fighting. The mountains were collapsing, the earth was cracking, and the void was shaking. The battle between the two immortal-level powerhouses was extremely intense. The terrifying power even pierced through the heavens and earth. The destructive power was truly unimaginable. If you want to watch the battle, go ahead. Gu Fei saw Li Lingfeng and the medicine Daoist staring into the depths of the mountain with shining eyes. To be able to witness a battle of this level would be beneficial to both of them. The medicine Daoist and Li Lingfeng were overjoyed to hear this. They glanced at each other before flying out of the Dragon Valley and into the depths of the mountain. A battle of this level was definitely very attractive to them. Gu Fei, on the other hand, turned and flew toward the waterfall in the depths of the Dragon Valley. A battle of this level was no longer of much use to him. He might as well return to the cave behind the waterfall and think of a way to save Zhao Zairu. At this time, in the depths of the mountain, the void trembled and the earth quaked. Draconic chi soared into the sky and flames burned the sky. Divine flames covered the entire mountain. Whoosh! With each wave of the fan, a gust of wind blew the entire mountain into the air. The world was filled with terrifying astral winds. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and the sun and moon lost their light. With each wave, the entire world was enveloped in divine flames that burned the heavens and boiled the seas with unparalleled power. Some of the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect who could fly also entered the mountain. This kind of battle was very attractive to the disciples of the Taishan sect. For some reason, He Tian and Zhao Wuji's old servant also began to fight. He Tian's body was faintly discernible with the yin-yang diagram. He was already in an invincible position. Only the fire Qilan Balan had no opponent. He quietly stood high in the sky, staring at the battle in front of him. It seemed as if he did not want to miss a single detail of the attack. Boom! The yin-yang diagram pressed down from the sky. The power of yin and yang intertwined, condensing into a terrifying destructive power that wanted to kill Zhao Wuji's old servant. Bang! The old servant opened his mouth and spat out a cauldron that bombarded He Tian. This was a divine flame cauldron that could be used to smelt refined gold. The yin-yang diagram revolved. He Tian's body merged with the diagram, displaying a great battle strength that attracted the power of the great Tao. The yin-yang diagram rapidly expanded, wanting to devour the cauldron. Rumble, fire elemental runes began to appear on the body of the cauldron, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to resist the yin-yang diagram's devouring. The wind howled as Zhao Wuji constantly fanned the fan in his hand. The clouds in the depths of the mountain changed color, causing the sun and moon to dim. Dust billowed, and Shao Qing was sent flying several times. Even a servant is this powerful. The foundation of the Huanggu families was so deep that it was hard to imagine. Zhao Wuji's old servant was actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Only now did he reveal his true strength. Battle dragon in the sky. Shao Qing roared and revealed his true dragon form. An azure dragon spiraled in the sky and clawed at Zhao Wuji. Dragon chi surged, and dragon roars shook the sky. Mountains collapsed one after another. Zhao Wuji was also quite amazing. With just the fan in his hand, he was able to block Xiaoqing's attack. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Little Qing swung its tail and swept it towards Zhao Wuji, shattering the void and turning it into primal chaos. Its tyrannical strength caused Zhao Wuji to be secretly shocked. The bodies of demonic beasts were stronger than ordinary cultivators, and the bodies of dragons were even more freakishly strong. Every movement of theirs contained great power that could shatter the world. Zhao Wuji didn't dare to be careless and retreated. Roar! Little Qing roared at the sky. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a seven-colored ball of light towards Zhao Wuji. A trace of the aura of a true dragon immediately filled the air. This is... Zhao Wuji was shocked. The rainbow-colored ball of light was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant. Swish! 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 As Zhao Wuji retreated, he waved his fan 3 times. Astral winds and divine flames intertwined, forming a terrifying force that blocked the incoming rainbow-colored ball of light. However, the ball of light seemed indestructible. It directly shattered the frightening power of wind and fire. With a bang, it smashed into Zhao Wuji's chest. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. Zhao Wuji's chest caved in, and he vomited blood as he was sent flying thousands of meters away. Roar! That's a dragon pearl. Zhao Wuji was shocked to the extreme. The rainbow-colored dragon pearl contained the aura of a true dragon. Although it was only the size of a fist, it was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. Zhao Wuji felt like he had been struck by an ancient divine mountain. His ribs were shattered, and his internal organs were injured. Chapter 757. Only the royal members of the dragon race with the bloodline of the true dragon can condense a dragon pearl. Zhao Wuji was shocked to the extreme. The dragon pearl shrouded in 7-colored divine light directly broke his wind flame fan and injured him. Young master. Seeing Zhao Wuji vomit blood and fly back, the old servant's mind shook and he turned pale with fright. Swish! The yin-yang spirit diagram enveloped the cauldron and sent it flying. If the old servant hadn't dodged in time, he would have been cut in half by the yin-yang spirit diagram. The old servant broke out in a cold sweat. He no longer cared about fighting with Erebus. He called back the divine flame cauldron and turned into a streak of flame that shot toward Zhao Wuji. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, the old servant grabbed Zhao Wuji and crushed a jade slip. A burst of energy erupted from the old servant's hand, enveloping the old servant and Zhao Wuji. Divine light flickered, the void trembled, and ripples that could be seen by the naked eye spread out. Swish! Zhao Wuji and the old servant disappeared into the void. He Tian couldn't help being startled. The other party had actually inscribed a teleportation formation on a jade slip. By crushing the jade slip, the formation would be activated, and he would be transported out. He hadn't expected these fellows to have something like that on them. Roar! The azure dragon's roar shook the world. Xiaoqing put away the pearl and transformed back into his human form. He then walked toward He Tian. He didn't want to kill them all. Otherwise, that attack just now would have destroyed Zhao Wuji's soul. Humph! What desolate clan! They're nothing more than this. He Tian disdainfully said. However, he knew that defeating these two from the Zhao clan didn't mean anything. The fact that the desolate clan was able to survive until now and hadn't been destroyed in the passage of time meant that they definitely had their own outstanding points. The other party would most likely return, and it wouldn't be so easy to deal with then. "Brother Qing, why didn't you kill that oily guy just now?" He Tian saw Xiaoqing walking over and asked disapprovingly. "If we kill him, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome." "Although we are not afraid, the Taishan sect will suffer," Xiaoqing said. He had some misgivings. Sigh. "It's so troublesome. It's better to be alone and be free. I can do whatever I want. Why do I have so many worries?" He Tian said. "Let's go." As Xiaoqing spoke, he turned around and flew in the direction of the Supreme Mystery Sect. He was a little strange. Why did his big brother not appear? How could such a battle not alarm him? At this time, Bolan also walked over and met up with He Tian before heading towards the Supreme Profound Sect. Many experts of the Supreme Mystery Sect also entered the depths of the mountain and watched the battle from afar. They actually defeated the two from the Zhao clan. Offending the Zhao family of the ancients, the Zhao clan has suffered a loss, and they will not let it go. Compared to Xiaoqing and the others, the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect were not happy that they had defeated the Zhao clan of the ancients. Instead, they were frightened because they had offended the Zhao clan. 300 years ago, the Zhao clan of the ancients made a strong return and reappeared in the eastern domain, threatening all the major sections. In the past 300 years, several major sects had submitted to them. Moreover, demons had appeared under Taishan Mountain. In this demonic calamity, the major sects of the east had suffered great losses, and it was difficult for them to compete with the Zhao clan of the ancients. Now, in the east, two major camps had gradually formed. One was the Zhao clan of the ancients, and the other was the Dongfang clan, which had risen again. An ancestor of the Dongfang clan had awakened from a deep sleep. He was a powerful figure. So what if it was the Zhao clan of the ancients? The ancestor of the Dongfang clan did not seem to care at all. The Zhao clan of the ancients wanted to unify the east and become the master of the eastern domain, but they had to ask the Dongfang clan first. Both clans had their own scruples. Although there had been no direct conflict, they were both expanding their power. Those who did not submit were directly killed, lest they were captured by the other party and used by the other party. If the Taishan sect did not submit to the Zhao clan of the ancients, then the fate of the Taishan sect could be imagined. The battle ended, and everyone gradually left. In the Dragon Valley, a group of disciples of the Taishan sect was discussing this matter, and no one was optimistic. The atmosphere in the Dragon Valley was a bit gloomy, as if a storm was coming. The return of Gu Fei and the arrival of Shao Qing and the others shocked and frightened everyone in the Taishan sect. They were shocked that Gu Fei had returned, and his cultivation had broken through to the immortal realm. They were afraid that the people of the Zhao clan of the ancients would make a comeback. When that time came, there would most likely be a great battle. It was absolutely difficult for the Taishan sect to compete with a behemoth like the clan of the ancients. The clan of the ancients was an existence that had existed since the ancient era. No one thought that the existence of 4 immortals could challenge the clan of the ancients. It should be known that in the major sects of the East, there were also the existence of immortals. In contrast to the uneasiness of the disciples of the Taishan sect, Gu Fei and the others acted as if nothing had happened. After returning to the Dragon Valley, He Tian began to carve matrix patterns around the Dragon Valley. With He Tian's current cultivation, it was still difficult for him to directly imprint the matrix patterns on the rocks, soil, or even on the flowers and trees. He had to use spirit jades to set up the matrix. Spirit jades, for Gu Fei, were not rare things. He controlled 2 small worlds, and the inner world in the Miwan Palace between his eyebrows was evolving all things in the world. In the spirit veins of the earth, a large number of spirit jades were produced, and even the legendary fairy crystals that contained immortal qi in the world of cultivation were constantly being condensed. In the inner world in Gu Fei's Dantian, in the spirit veins of the earth, there were countless spirit stones and spirit jades. Gu Fei directly condensed a small mountain of spirit jades and gave it to He Tian. It could be said that He Tian had all the materials needed to set up the matrix. Soon, the people in the Dragon Valley felt the changes between heaven and earth. The spirit qi in the Dragon Valley began to gradually increase, and spirit qi from all directions began to gradually gather in the Dragon Valley. Is he setting up a super spirit gathering matrix? The medicine man's knowledge was also extraordinary. He had already vaguely guessed what He Tian was doing, which shocked him. He had never seen such a huge spirit gathering matrix before. The night was silent. When the sun rose in the east, the upper echelons of the Taishan sect gathered in the cave behind the waterfall of the Dragon Valley. He Tian was using spirit jades to carve matrix patterns around the 3 ice coffins, setting up a small spirit gathering matrix. This small spirit gathering matrix communicated with the super spirit gathering matrix around the Dragon Valley, guiding the spirit qi from all directions into the 3 ice coffins. Although the people in the ice coffins were frozen by the 1,000-year-old ice soul, Gu Fei asked He Tian to set up a spirit gathering matrix, drawing spirit qi from all directions to nourish the body of the people in the ice coffins. Chapter 758. 9 years is too long. Granduncle Medicine Master, please give me the pill formula for the 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill. In the cave behind the Dragon Valley waterfall, Gu Fei said to the medicine Taoist. He wanted to see if there was any shortcut. Gu Fei wanted to wake Xiao Zairu up as soon as possible. The medicine Taoist didn't say anything. He took out a jade slip and handed it to Gu Fei. Gu Fei reached out to receive it and read the information on the jade slip with his divine will. Throughout the entire process, Gu Fei's face remained calm without any changes. The 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill truly had the heaven-defying effect of stealing the fortune of the heavens and earth. After Gu Fei learned of the refinement method of the 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill, he couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't show any change in his expression. After reading the information on the jade slip, Gu Fei pondered for a moment before saying, "I want to go into seclusion for a while." Seclusion. Is he going to refine the 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill? Everyone was stunned, and they all had different feelings. Little Qing, Blackie, and Baron were the calmest, and they weren't too surprised. However, the expressions of Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Taoist changed several times. They didn't want Gu Fei to go into seclusion so soon. After all, the people from the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity could come at any time. How could Gu Fei not stay in Dragon Valley to take charge? Shao Qing, He Tian, Balan, listen up. Dong Fang Chen is mine. Gu Fei looked at Shao Qing and the others and said indifferently. His tone was unquestionable. He didn't want Shao Qing and the others to kill Dong Fang Chen. Got it. Shao Qing nodded. He knew a little about the grudge between Gu Fei and Dong Fang Chen. Junior brother Gu, what should we do if the Zhao clan comes again? Li Lingfang said with some uneasiness. Shao Qing had injured Zhao Wuji. The Zhao family would never let this go. In the entire Supreme Mystery Sect, only Gu Fei and the others could challenge the Zhao family of the ancients. Roar! Just at this moment, a horrifying roar boomed out from the outside, causing the entire world to tremble. That single roar was enough to shake the mountains and rivers. The cultivation state of the person who had arrived was extremely high. His strength was most likely beyond the immortal god state. One should know that there was a formation set up in this cave, but that roar still ignored the power of the formation and traveled inside. One could imagine how powerful the person outside was. Everyone in the cave was shocked by this sudden roar. At this time, the entire Dragon Valley was in chaos, and the disciples of the Taishian sect were terrified. A terrifying voice echoed across the sky. It was as if a sun had appeared in the sky above the Dragon Valley, emitting a blinding light that lit up the entire place. That demonic dragon, quickly come out and accept your death. Another voice rang out. Humph! Shao Qing sneered. The dragon chi on his body was vast and mighty, and his fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He turned around and was about to rush out. The other party had come back so quickly, and they had even invited a master. Don't act rashly. Gu Fei stopped Shao Qing. He sensed a powerful aura, which was the aura of a master in the mysterious transformation realm. Although Shao Qing was powerful and was known to be the king of his peers, he was still not strong enough to face a master in the mysterious transformation realm. The mysterious transformation realm was a realm higher than the immortal god realm. A master in the mysterious transformation realm. At this time, He Tian was also shocked. He was an undead creature, and his soul power was extremely powerful. He felt danger. The person outside was a powerful and terrifying person. Balan was an expert at the peak of the immortal god realm. Naturally, he could also feel the powerful pressure coming from outside. He couldn't help but feel nervous. A master in the mysterious transformation realm was not someone they could deal with. Shao Qing, He Tian, and Balan couldn't help but look at Gu Fei. Only Gu Fei could contend with a master in the mysterious transformation realm. Gu Fei cultivated ancient martial arts. He had inherited the martial arts from the martial ancestor. His body was as strong as a celestial being. Although he was only at the fifth heaven of the immortal god realm, his combat strength was so strong that even a master in the mysterious transformation realm would have a headache. Humph! If you don't come out, I'll start a massacre. At this time, the person outside seemed to be a little impatient. He didn't mind destroying the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei snorted coldly, then turned around and walked out without a word. Shao Qing and the others hurriedly followed behind him. Boom! The waterfall went against the flow and was broken by a force. Like a white chain, it was broken in the middle. Water splashed all over the sky, revealing the cave behind the waterfall. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly rushed into the sky and rushed toward the divine light that was as dazzling as the sun. Ha! Finally come out. Ha! The man in the sky laughed heartily, but his laughter suddenly stopped. He seemed to have discovered something that surprised him. The boundless divine light retreated like the tide, all of it submerged into the terrifying figure in the sky. A powerful pressure descended, and everyone felt as if there was a boulder pressing down on their hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. It was too terrifying. The person in the sky was like an ancient king descending, shocking the common people. He looked down at the sky and looked down at the ants below. At this time, everyone could see the figure of the person clearly. It was a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe and a purple gold crown. This middle-aged man's body exuded a tyrannical aura, and there was a fiery aura lingering around his body. Gu Fei arrived in front of this person. This middle-aged man gave him the feeling of a supervolcano. Once it erupted, the world would lose its color and the end of the world would come. In the sky above the entrance of the Dragon Valley, there were two people standing in the air. These two people were Zhao Wuji and the old servant who were previously blown away by Xiao Qing and He Tian. Just after one night, Zhao Wuji's injuries seemed to have healed. As soon as the old servant saw Xiao Qing, he pointed at Xiao Qing and shouted, "You demonic dragon, how dare you injure my family's young master? Quickly come forward and accept your death." TCH. Are you an idiot? You've lived so many years in vain. Why don't you just obediently crawl before my feet and beg me to kill you? Arabi said disdainfully. Undead creature. When the middle-aged man in the sky saw He Tian, his eyes suddenly lit up like two cold stars, making He Tian's hair stand on end. This person directly saw through He Tian's identity. I didn't expect that I, Xiao Mu, would meet the undead clan and the successor of the martial ancestor here. This trip is really worth it. The middle-aged man sighed. Your Zhao family should stop having any ideas about the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei looked at Xiao Mu and said in a deep voice. Even in the face of an expert at the mysterious transformation realm, he was still calm. It should be known that he had once fought the Buddha of the Western Buddhist land on the desolate battlefield in the far west, let alone the middle-aged man opposite him. Very well. Zhao Mu suddenly smiled, then turned around and left. Zhao Mu's action caused everyone to scratch their heads in confusion. They were incomparably shocked and greatly surprised. They had never imagined that Zhao Mu would actually leave just like that. At this time, He Tian's words had already completely angered Zhao Wuji and the old servant. Their eyes were red and they wanted to rush forward and fight with He Tian. Chapter 759. 1,000 miles away from the Dragon Valley, a part of the void in the sky began to tremble without any warning. Transparent ripples could be seen. Whoosh! 3 figures seemed to have pierced through a layer of water and rushed out from the void. Afterward, that part of the void gradually calmed down. Great uncle, why did you let those people go? Zhao Wuji said in a somewhat unconvinced tone. He had invited a granduncle from his family to settle the score with those fellows in the Dragon Valley. However, before the fight even started, his granduncle had already turned around and left. You bastard, you really don't know the meaning of death. You even dare to provoke the descendant of the martial ancestor's bloodline. Zhao Mu pointed at Zhao Wuji and cursed. What descendant of the martial ancestor? Zhao Wuji was completely at a loss. He had no idea what his great-uncle was talking about. Preposterous. Zhao Mu reached out and gave Zhao Wuji a flick on his head. The pain almost caused Zhao Wuji to tear up. You can't even recognize someone who cultivates a martial art, and you still have the face to walk in the cultivation world. Zhao Mu was exasperated that Zhao Wuji didn't live up to his expectations. Zhao Wuji felt wronged. He had never seen Gu Fei before, so how could he know that he was a descendant of the martial ancestor's bloodline? So what if that person is a descendant of the martial ancestor's bloodline? We don't need to fear the descendants of the martial progenitor's bloodline. At that moment, the old servant suddenly said. Zhao Mu glanced at the old servant and couldn't help but sigh. There are some things you don't know. The descendants of the martial ancestor's bloodline cannot be provoked. This is a common understanding of the ancient desolate era. As for the Undying clan, it's best for you to stay as far away from them as possible. Don't meet them, understand? Yes. Zhao Wuji replied disapprovingly. He was still suppressing the anger in his heart. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never tasted defeat. But yesterday, he actually lost miserably. Zhao Wuji was young and frivolous, so how could he accept this? He wanted to teach those guys a lesson. Zhao Mu seemed to know something and had some misgivings, so he retreated. However, Zhao Wuji didn't know anything. A newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. He was planning to ask those experts to stand up for him. The clan of the ancients, the Zhao clan, had an incomparably deep foundation. There were as many experts as the clouds in the sky, and Zhao Wuji's great-uncle was a profound transformation expert. During this time, you don't need to go anywhere. Shut yourself up and reflect on your mistakes. Zhao Mu seemed to know that Zhao Wuji would not let this matter rest, so he wanted to capture him back to the clan, to prevent him from causing more trouble. The battle skills of the martial path were extremely powerful. If Zhao Wuji had encountered that brat, he would have been in danger of losing his life if he were to get close to him. Just as Zhao Wuji and the old servant were captured by Zhao Mu and brought back to the Zhao family, the Dragon Valley was very calm. The disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect had already dispersed. However, there were still many people talking about what had just happened. No one knew what had happened. No one knew why the expert from the Zhao family suddenly left. Even Gu Fei was stunned. After the people of the Zhao clan left, the disciples of the Supreme Mystery sect secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Supreme Mystery sect had avoided a great calamity, and everyone felt as if they had been reborn. At this time, after Gu Fei said a few words, he returned to a cave next to the waterfall, closed the door, and went into seclusion. This cave was Dongfang Chen's. Gu Fei had occupied Dongfang Chen's cave. This was the residence of the sect leader, but the sect leader of the Supreme Mystery sect did not dare to return. When he entered the cave, Gu Fei felt an abundant wave of spirit qi coming towards him. This cave was very extraordinary. After Gu Fei took a closer look, he couldn't help but curse Dongfang Chen. In the cave, the stone room where Dongfang Chen cultivated was the source of spirit qi. Dongfang Chen had used some unknown method to guide the spirit vein under the Dragon Valley to this stone room. However, Gu Fei was not interested in this level of spirit qi. He directly opened his inner world and entered the divine land that was connected to his dantian. Then, he got busy. He put the countless heaven and earth spirit qi that the medicine Taoist had collected into the mountain and river cauldron. He wanted to use the mountain and river cauldron to refine pills. Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron full of spirit qi in his hand and came to the top of a mountain. Then, he placed the mountain and river cauldron in front of him and sat down cross-legged. Using the mountain and river cauldron to refine pills, although it couldn't be said that no one would do it in the future, it was absolutely unprecedented. No one would think of using the mountain and river cauldron to refine pills. If people knew that Gu Fei was using the mountain and river cauldron to refine pills, their jaws would drop. The mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos qi that could transform into any divine fire. The cauldron also had a cauldron soul. With its help, one could control the fire well. The success rate of refining a pill was definitely not something an ordinary cauldron could compare to. After everything was prepared, Gu Fei began to refine pills. Ordinary flames couldn't refine spirit pills, let alone 9 revolutions Immortal King pills. Gu Fei began by drawing out the 5 elemental divine fire. The mountain and river cauldron was filled with boundless spirit qi. 5 colored flames emerged from the cauldron and danced. The 5 colored divine flames emitted a gentle radiance. A wave of 5 elemental spiritual qi fluctuated. The holy radiance came from the mountain and river cauldron. In the end, the entire mountain was covered in 5 colored radiance. The power of the 5 elements surged. The energy of heaven and earth around the mountain was drawn and turned into the power of the 5 elements, entering the cauldron. There seemed to be a faint mist curling around the mountain, making it look hazy. It was like the spiritual peak of an immortal mountain, filled with dense spiritual qi. Alchemy was not simple at all. If he hadn't experienced the Naraka realm, Gu Fei would never have started his own cauldron. He had fused with the memories of the god ancestor's soul, which was equivalent to inheriting all of his experiences. As the god ancestor, there was no way that Li Xuandao didn't know alchemy. Apart from having a suitable temperature, the most important thing was to provide a unique spiritual energy that could dissolve the medicinal energy contained in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, condense the essence of life, and refine it into a spirit pill. The 5-colored divine flames danced. The mountain and river cauldron was enveloped by the spiritual qi that gathered from all directions. Gu Fei sat quietly to the side, eyes closed, guarding the cauldron. He didn't dare be careless. Although he had inherited Li Xuandao's alchemy experience, this was his first time refining a pill himself. The spiritual essence of this cauldron was extremely precious, but the medicine Taoist had traversed the mountains of the eastern region, even exchanging items in the prosperous central plains for it. Chapter 760. A simple and unadorned cauldron sat atop the mountain. Spiritual qi gathered from all directions, and 5-colored divine flames shot out of the cauldron, pulsing constantly. This was the fire of the 5 elements, refining the spirit essence within the cauldron. The medicinal power of the countless spirit essences within the cauldron gradually dissolved, and a unique fragrance wafted out from the cauldron. Anyone who smelled it would feel their pores relax and their spirits rise. The divine flames within the cauldron flickered. Gu Fei sat cross-legged before it, communicating with the cauldron's soul. All changes within the mountain and river cauldron were within his grasp. Gu Fei had used one of the 9 mysteries of the immortal Tao, the spirit snatch, to refine it from the internal world of the celestial ancestor Li Xuandao. It was connected to Gu Fei's dantian. The spiritual qi here was abundant. Even after the celestial sacred mountain's strange movements, the sacred mountain had devoured endless amounts of spiritual qi. The spiritual qi here still hadn't decreased. It should be known that there was more than one divine spring of life in this divine land that contained endless life essence. The spirit qi derived from the divine spring of life was nourishing this divine land. There was no need to worry about being disturbed while refining pills here, because this was Gu Fei's world. Here, he was the supreme god who controlled everything. With the celestial race gone, only the undead remained. They had submitted to Gu Fei, and without Gu Fei's summons, they wouldn't dare appear before Gu Fei. What's the master doing? How would I know? He seems to be refining something. Far in the sky, the 3 supreme emperors of the undead were conversing carefully. They were hidden in the clouds, spying on Gu Fei atop the mountain. The 3 supreme emperors didn't dare approach, so they quietly retreated. The divine fire of the 5 elements circled around the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei sat cross-legged before the cauldron, motionless like a block of wood. The spiritual essence within the cauldron was gradually being melted by the divine fire, and the spiritual qi grew thicker and thicker. Forming a blood bond with the 9 revolutions immortal King Pill was no simple task. If it was the alchemy Taoist, he would probably waste a cauldron of spiritual medicine even after 9 years. Even if Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to refine medicine, there would still be risks. However, Gu Fei had reduced the risks to the minimum. Time passed quickly. Day and night alternated. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Gu Fei was still sitting motionlessly in front of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, the 5 elemental divine fire had already turned semi-transparent. Although the terrifying temperature was being absorbed by the mountain and river cauldron, not much of it leaked out. Even so, all the plants on the mountain peak had withered. Even if the mountain river cauldron released a sliver of fire qi, these plants would not be able to withstand it. The 5 elements divine fire was enough to refine fine gold and divine iron. 9 days passed, and the spirit extract in the cauldron was completely dissolved, refined into a ball of spiritual liquid. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, the semi-transparent five elements divine fire wrapped around the indistinguishable ball of spiritual liquid, gradually refining the impurities in the spiritual liquid. Removing the impurities and condensing the essence, the ball of spiritual liquid emitted a vast spiritual power that made one's heart palpitate. The essence was constantly being purified by the divine fire. Refining the spiritual medicine was only the first step. To finally form the 9 revolutions Immortal King Pill was definitely not easy. Just as Gu Fei entered the inner world to refine the 9 revolutions Immortal King Pill, a lot of things happened in the Taishan sect outside. Ever since the people of the Zhao family retreated, some mysterious figures began to appear near the Dragon Valley. Some people were spying on the Taishan sect in the Dragon Valley. He Tian had set up a super spirit gathering formation around the Dragon Valley. In fact, this was a formation within a formation. In the spirit gathering formation, He Tian had added unique changes, making this super spirit gathering formation more than just spirit gathering. Ah! A mournful scream rang out in the night, waking up many of the masters in the Taishan sect. Some of them wanted to go out and check, but they were stopped by Li Lingfeng. The next day, someone found a pool of dried blood in the forest outside the Dragon Valley, and some broken magical items were scattered on the ground. Li Lingfeng and the medicine Daoist immediately summoned all the disciples of the Taishan sect and gave them a jade pendant that was only 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long. The jade pendant was engraved with runes, and there was a spiritual light flowing around it. Li Lingfeng passed on a message that all the disciples of the Taishan sect who entered and left the Dragon Valley had to wear this kind of jade pendant. Otherwise, if something happened and they lost their lives, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. At this time, the disciples of the Taishan sect realized that there was an invisible danger around the Dragon Valley. Last night, someone must have been spying on them from outside and triggered the forbidden spell. That person might have been directly turned into a pool of blood, or they might have escaped with injuries, but no one cared about whether that person was dead or alive. They only cared about their own safety. Ever since He Tian had set up this super spirit gathering killing formation, the disciples of the Taishan sect no longer needed to patrol around the Dragon Valley. Only 2 disciples were sent to guard the entrance of the Dragon Valley. For several nights in a row, there were people who triggered the killing formation. They were either killed on the spot, or they escaped with injuries. Very few people were able to escape unscathed. As a result, the people outside the Dragon Valley did not dare to easily approach the Dragon Valley. The number of mysterious figures near the Dragon Valley immediately decreased, and no one wanted to take risks. With Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan, the 3 great masters of the immortal realm, guarding the Dragon Valley, Li Lingfeng, the medicine Daoist, Ziyu, and the others also felt a lot more at ease. In the entire Eastern Domain, with the current strength of the Supreme Mystery Sect, the only ones they were afraid of were the Zhao family of the Clan of the Ancients and the Dongfang family that had risen again. As for the other sects in the Eastern Domain, such as the Empyrean Terminus sect, the Valley of the Fallen Soul, and the Six-Yang Palace, they were no longer afraid. Moreover, the Six-Yang Palace had already submitted to the Zhao family, so they should not come looking for trouble with the Supreme Mystery Sect. However, it was hard to say for the Empyrean Terminus sect and the Valley of the Fallen Soul. These 2 sects were very close to the Dongfang family, which was what Li Lingfeng and the others were worried about. Although Gu Fei did not say it, Li Lingfeng and the others had already felt that there was definitely a grudge between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen that was difficult to resolve. The 2 of them had already reached the point where they could not coexist. Moreover, Dongfang Chen did not seem to be as simple as he seemed on the surface. Even Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, the medicine Daoist, and the others could not see through Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen's cultivation had increased too quickly. It could be said to be heaven-defying. This was very unusual. According to Gu Fei, he had even killed a demonic Dongfang Chen in the Devil's Denver. All of this made Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others feel uneasy. Fortunately, Gu Fei had returned, and a variable had appeared in the Supreme Mystery Sect. If Gu Fei could successfully refine the 9-revolution Celestial King Dan, then it would not be far from the time when the Supreme Mystery Sect would rise again. The medicine Taoist had his own selfish motives. Although the 9-revolution Celestial King Dan could expel the demonic qi from Zhao Zairu and the others' bodies, the greatest use of the 9-revolution Celestial King Dan was not to expel the demonic qi. Instead, it was used by ancient cultivators to increase their cultivation. Chapter 761. The Dragon Valley in the mountains was peaceful for more than 10 days, but trouble still came. On a moonless and windy night, a godlike person appeared outside the Dragon Valley. His murderous aura frightened all the birds and beasts in this region. Other than the sound of the wind and the rustling of leaves, there was no other sound in the mountains. This kind of silence made people feel incomparably oppressed. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded at the entrance of the valley, shaking the mountains and reverberating in the mountains. A bolt of heavenly thunder fell from the sky, illuminating the night sky. That person stepped into the range of the array arranged by He Tian and triggered the power of the killing array. The power of destruction was vast and mighty, and the terrifying killing array attracted the power of heavenly thunder. Humph! That person sneered. He directly smashed the descending heavenly thunder with a punch and strode into the Dragon Valley. Bang! 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 It was as if an ancient giant was walking. With every step that person took, the earth would tremble. Divine light flashed on the ground, and mysterious runes could be faintly seen. The runes under that person's feet, in particular, were all destroyed by that person. Pang! A huge fire gushed out from the ground, enveloping that person in a sea of fire. That person triggered another killing array, and the earth fire was triggered, burning the void, almost collapsing the void. Insignificant tricks. That person was incomparably powerful. His body was filled with mighty magic power, and there were divine rainbows circling around him, blocking the layers of earth fire and walking out of the sea of fire. That person was already less than 100 feet away from the entrance of the valley. Like a terrifying beast, he ignored the power of the killing array. As long as he took a step forward, he would be able to rush into the valley. It seemed that no one could stop him. However, he suddenly stopped. Because at the entrance of the valley, there was already a black shadow. That black shadow stood quietly at the entrance of the valley. His figure wasn't tall, but he was like a giant mountain blocking the path. Where did this guy come from? A soul fluctuation came from that black shadow, and a voice directly sounded in that person's mind. That person seemed to be startled and became even more cautious. Who are you? The man looked at the tall and thin man wrapped in black clothes in front of him and asked aloud. Ha! What a joke. I should be the one asking you this question. He Tian snappily said. This big guy was really interesting. That person was 9 feet tall, and his skin was pitch black, like a black iron tower. However, his strength was incomparably great, and his entire body surged with a baleful aura, causing one's heart to palpitate. I am the Eastern Domain's great bandit Tu Qinjue. That black iron tower loudly said. His voice was like a great bell, and it spread far and wide. What, Tu Qinjue? That fiend has arrived. What should we do? That's an Eastern region bandit who kills without batting an eyelid. Why is he here? Tu Qinjue seemed to be very famous in the Eastern Domain. As soon as he announced his name, there was a burst of chaos in the Dragon Valley. Someone cried out in alarm. The name Tu Qinjue made everyone in the Supreme Mystery Sect tremble with fear. Tu Qinjue, the Taishan sect has not offended you. Why have you come? The medicine Taoist appeared at He Tian's side. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the other experts of the Supreme Mystery Sect were also alarmed. Humph. Someone has paid me a great price to destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect. Tu Chenjue loudly said. He didn't have any scruples and directly stated his purpose. What? After everyone in the Supreme Mystery Sect heard Tu Chenjue's words, they couldn't help but be shocked. Someone had actually invited the great bandit of the Eastern Domain, Tu Chenjue, to destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect. Tu Chenjue was the great bandit of the Eastern Domain. He had specifically targeted the great sects of the Eastern Domain, causing the great sects of the Eastern Domain to have a headache, but they couldn't do anything to him. This Tu Chenjue would absolutely not do anything that didn't benefit him. To be able to invite Tu Chenjue, who was this person? TCH. I don't care if you are a bandit or not. If you know what's good for you, then quickly scram. Otherwise, you won't be able to scram anymore. He Tian disdainfully said. Bandit. I am the ancestor of the bandit. He Tian thought. He Tian, this guy, had the air of a ruffian. He had used underhanded methods and had done many things. With his qualifications, this great bandit of the Eastern Domain was really nothing. Roar. You dare to look down on me? The great bandit of the Eastern Domain, Tu Chenjue, was angry. In the Eastern Domain, even the Huanggu and Dongfang families didn't dare to look down on him. So what if I look down on you? He Tian still disdainfully said. Seeing He Tian like this, the medicine Daoist and the others couldn't help but be nervous to the point of sweating. This great bandit of the Eastern Domain absolutely could not be offended. If they offended this evil star, the Supreme Mystery Sect would no longer have peace. You are courting death. Tu Chenjue angrily shouted. He stretched out his hand, and his palm began to emit monstrous fluctuations of magical power. It quickly grew until it was the size of a small mountain, and he grabbed towards He Tian. Rumble, wherever the big hand passed, the void collapsed and collapsed. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. The impact caused countless runes to appear on the ground. The runes that appeared on the ground stimulated the power of heaven and earth, dissolving the energy fluctuations that hit the ground. Even so, the entire ground still shook. The name of the great bandit of the Eastern Domain was indeed well-deserved. If it weren't for Shaoqing, He Tian, and the others sitting in the valley, this Tu Chenjue would not need to expend much effort to destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect. The medicine Daoist, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the other disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect all retreated far away. This level of battle was not something they could get close to. Even if it was just a little bit of power that leaked out, it would be enough to kill them countless times over. Bang! He Tian directly punched out. His fist was filled with the power of yin and yang, and it fiercely collided with Tu Chenjue's big hand. Pang! A strong wind blew in all directions, and the void produced transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye. These ripples spread out in all directions. Dang dang dang, both of them retreated at the same time. Their heavy footsteps were like a moving mountain, causing the ground to shake. The spectators in the distance could not stand steadily. Boom! In front of the entrance of the valley, flames suddenly soared into the sky. A huge fire suddenly gushed out from the ground without any warning, and the sea of fire instantly engulfed everything. The big man Tu Chenjue was submerged. As Tu Chenjue retreated, he once again triggered the earth fire array, and his body was trapped in the sea of fire. Of course, this level of earth fire was difficult to injure Tu Chenjue, but it still made him very embarrassed. He roared again and rushed out of the fire. A purple gold hammer appeared in Tu Chenjue's hand. He jumped high, and the hammer smashed down on He Tian's head. He was furious, and he attacked with all his strength. Boom! Chapter 762. Roar! Tu Qianjue was enraged. He leaped high into the air and smashed his hammer down on He Tian. The purple gold divine hammer was like a mountain, enveloping the entire world. Boom! The world trembled and the void shattered. With just one strike, it pierced through the world. The purple gold divine hammer carried a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it surged towards He Tian. Boom! In the face of such a powerful attack, He Tian's body suddenly erupted with a resplendent yin-yang divine light. The yin-yang two energies surged violently, interweaving into a yin-yang divine diagram. It met the terrifying divine hammer that was smashing down. Shwa! When the purple gold divine hammer collided with the yin-yang divine diagram, there was no earth-shattering sound. The void shook and distorted. The indestructible divine hammer was actually moved away. The divine diagram revolved, displaying the divine ability to move the universe. Roar! Tu Qianjue desperately activated his divine power, wanting to break the divine ability and the yin-yang divine diagram. However, when his hammer smashed onto the yin-yang divine diagram, it was as if he didn't have any strength at all. The purple gold divine hammer in his hand was actually moved away by an unfathomable power. Shwa! Tu Qianjue, along with his hammer, flew out like a purple meteor. Boom! The purple gold divine hammer smashed into a distant mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was smashed into pieces. Rubble flew through the air and dust soared into the sky. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Ah! Tu Qianjue roared as he rushed out from the rubble and dust. He was like a god of death. His killing intent soared to the sky. His eyes were red and he had almost fallen into madness. He had dominated the eastern domain for countless years. He had never been in such a difficult situation like today. He wished that he could tear He Tian into pieces to dispel the hatred in his heart. Ha! What eastern domain bandit, it's just a raging bull. He Tian laughed loudly as he soared into the sky, rushing towards the terrifying figure in the sky. The people of the Supreme Mystery Sect were already stunned. They were stunned by what they saw. The Eastern Domain bandit Tu Qianjue had actually suffered a loss at the hands of He Tian. That was a bandit who killed people like flies in the eastern region and was feared by everyone. You've angered me. The consequences will be dire. Tu Qianju glared at He Tian in front of him, and said while clenching his teeth. His expression was incomparably malevolent, and blue veins were throbbing on his forehead. How serious is it? He Tian said as if nothing had happened. It seemed as if he didn't care about the furious Tu Qianju at all. Tu Qianju was speechless. Without another word, he smashed his hammer towards He Tian. This time, he had learned his lesson. The violet gold divine hammer slowly pushed forward, like a violet gold divine mountain crushing through the void. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth began to tremble. The violet gold divine hammer was surrounded by divine light, and there were many mysterious and ancient runes appearing on it, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth from all directions. This divine hammer was definitely an important treasure. The divine hammer was engraved with runes of the way. It was at least a divine weapon refined by a mighty cultivator. Only a mighty cultivator could engrave runes of the great path on a divine weapon when refining it. At this time, Shaoqing and Balan's silhouettes appeared in the sky above the Dragon Valley. Chaotic yin and yang, heaven and earth reversal. He Tian bellowed. As his hands moved, the power of yin and yang surged out, causing the entire void to distort. It was as if the heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Tu Qianju felt as if the entire world had been turned upside down. But what caused Tu Qianju to be indescribably shocked was that the violet gold divine hammer in his hand, which was slowly moving forward, was unexpectedly moved by another force. It was unexpectedly reversed and smashed towards him. This, Tu Qianju couldn't help but be startled. His opponent's divine ability could actually reverse his attack. Didn't this mean that he was already in an invincible position? It could be said that he had been careless, but this time, he was on guard. However, his opponent was still able to reverse his attack. Tu Qianju used all of his strength to withdraw the violet gold divine hammer. At this time, He Tian had already arrived in front of him. "Come in." He Tian shouted in a low voice. The void within a radius of several hundred meters suddenly collapsed. A great suction force pulled Tu Qianju into a strange void. This was a distorted void. It was incomparably strange. In this void, one's spiritual sense had lost its function. There was no sky, no earth, no direction, no place to exert force. It was as if one was floating in the turbulent flow of space and time. One couldn't even sense the passing of time. "Welcome to my yin-yang unique void." Just as Tu Qianju was overwhelmed with shock, a soul fluctuation came from all directions. A voice abruptly resounded in his heart. The people outside were also dumbfounded. The murderous Tu Qianju and He Tian suddenly disappeared high up in the sky. No one knew what happened, and no one knew where they went. Only immortal experts like Shaoqing and Balan could vaguely guess that He Tian must have pulled Tu Qianju into a strange void, just like a person's inner world. Boom! Tu Qianju raised his violet gold divine hammer and smashed it. The entire strange void shook and collapsed. However, he couldn't break this strange void. "Big guy, let's have some fun," Erebus said. Then, the entire foreign void began to distort. Tu Qianju only felt dizzy. He couldn't stand steadily and lost his balance. He was fluttering up and down in the strange void, turning left and right, unable to find the north. Tu Qianju roared again and again. His body flickered with divine light as he tried to stabilize his body. However, this strange void was shifting and twisting. There was no place for him to borrow strength. Bam! Tu Qianju's head was hit. He suddenly saw stars and felt dizzy. He almost fainted. He rubbed the back of his head and found that there was a big bump. Bam! Tu Qianju still hadn't recovered. His right eye was hit again. Half of his face was bruised. He was furious, but he could only be ruthless. Bam! 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 He Tian was hiding in the dark. His fists and kicks ruthlessly greeted Tu Qianju's body. Tu Qianju let out strange cries again and again. He was happy, but the Eastern Domain bandit Tu Qianju was suffering. Tu Qianju was so ashamed that he wanted to die. Ever since he became famous, he had never been in such a difficult situation. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. He couldn't even grasp the enemy's position. "Are you convinced?" He Tian's voice came from all directions. In this yin-yang strange space, he was the ruler. This was a strange space he opened. "Convinced my ass," Tu Qianju cursed. This guy was too despicable. He didn't dare to face him head-on and instead used such a despicable method to plot against him. How could Tu Qianju be convinced? Chapter 763. What the hell is old He doing? Shaoqing and Balan stood in the sky above the Dragon Valley. With their current cultivation base, they could only sense a strange fluctuation coming from the void in front of them. It had already been 2 hours, and He Tian had still not come out. Shaoqing and Balan had already guessed that He Tian should have cultivated a kind of divine technique similar to the inner world and trapped the great bandit of the Eastern Domain, Tu Qianju. However, it seemed that He Tian could not completely isolate this part of the void, so that Shaoqing and Balan could both sense the location of that part of the void. The crowd of Taishan sect disciples also looked up, some of their necks aching. Apart from Shaoqing and Balan, no one else could sense the existence of He Tian's void. Even the medicine Daoist, who was at the saint realm, Li Lingfeng, and Ziyu, who were at the demigod realm, could not. Opening a void was the method of immortals. 2 hours passed. In the night sky, there was a cool breeze. In the mountains, there was no sound. He Tian and the great bandit of the eastern domain, Tu Qianjue, still had not appeared. Everyone was surprised. Even the medicine Daoist, Li Lingfeng, and the others wondered if He Tian and Tu Qianjue had already left this area. However, when the crowd of Taishan sect disciples saw the figures of Shaoqing and Balan in the sky above the Dragon Valley, they did not retreat. They continued to wait. After all, He Tian was Gu Fei's friend, and now he was standing up for the Taishan sect. Of course, there were still many people in the Taishan sect who were Dongfang Chen's confidants. These people naturally hoped that He Tian would be killed by Tu Qianjue, weakening the strength of Gu Fei's side. Boom! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound high in the sky. The void trembled, and the world shattered. 2 figures rushed out from the broken void. Ha! A wave of soul fluctuations pierced through everyone's hearts. Erebus laughter rang out in everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble. Everyone turned to look and saw He Tian walking in front of them in high spirits. Behind him, however, was a dark-skinned man with a swollen face. This dark-skinned man was none other than Tu Qianjue, the great bandit of the Eastern Realm who was a headache even for the great sects of the Eastern Realm. At this time, Tu Qianjue was no longer as ferocious as before. He was like a well-behaved kitten as he cautiously followed behind He Tian towards the Dragon Valley. When everyone saw this scene, their jaws couldn't help but drop to the ground. This, Tu Qianjue lost. How is this possible? I must be seeing things. Tu Qianjue's ferocious name resounded throughout the eastern region. As long as it was something that caught his eye, he would definitely obtain it. He even dared to set his sights on the divine herbs in the medicinal garden of the Huanggu clan. The great bandit of the Eastern Realm was absolutely a lawless fellow. Some people even called him a madman. Little two, I order you to capture the person who asked you to destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect. I want him alive. Arriving in the sky above the Dragon Valley, He Tian directly ordered Tu Qianjue. Yes. Tu Qianjue's intestines were already green with regret. He shouldn't have coveted that divine tool refined by a supreme expert. He actually ended up in such a miserable state. Shwa! Tu Qianjue directly disappeared from the sky above the Dragon Valley. Right now, he couldn't wait to tear apart the person who asked him to act. He even said that in the Dragon Valley, there was only a group of old and weak people from the Supreme Mystery Sect. Wasn't this a trap? Thinking of this, Tu Qianjue wanted to kill someone, but he dared to trick him. Tu Qianjue's killing intent soared as he left. Good method. How did you subdue this dark-skinned man? Shaoqing welcomed him and asked Shaoqing. He was very curious. An immortal god of this level was very difficult to subdue. Those who could cultivate to the immortal god stage were all extremely talented people. Such people were all arrogant and would rather die than submit. They would definitely not lower their status and become someone's slave. Fire Qilin King Balan also wanted to know how He Tian did it. Hee. Erebus chuckled in an unfathomable manner and said, "This is my secret." After saying that, this guy flew down from the sky and entered the cave that the Supreme Mystery Sect had prepared for him. This guy, Shaoqing and Balan looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. Then, they also flew down from the sky and returned to their respective caves. Gu Fei wanted to refine the 9 revolutions Immortal King Dan, so he wouldn't come out of his inner world for a short period of time. However, with Shaoqing and the others guarding the Dragon Valley, no one would dare to come and cause trouble. Roar! Hundreds of miles away from the Dragon Valley, an angry roar came from a mountain peak. The terrifying roar shook the sky and the earth. Bang! A violet gold divine hammer fell from the sky and smashed a figure at the foot of the mountain into meat paste. 6 Sun Palace bastards, you dare to fool me, Tu Chinjue. I'm not finished with you. A towering figure emitting a soaring killing intent descended from the sky. He held the violet gold divine hammer in his hand like an ancient god descending. A terrifying and powerful aura caused all the birds and beasts in the area to quieten down. Whoosh! After killing that person, Tu Chinjue turned into a beam of divine light and soared into the sky, flying out of the mountain. He wanted to find the 6 Sun Palace to settle the score. The next day, a major event that shook the entire Eastern Domain spread. The Eastern Domain bandit, Tu Chinjue, single-handedly killed his way to the 6 Sun Palace, killing countless people. In the end, he even killed 3 grand elders of the 6 Sun Palace, alarming the 6 Sun Palace Lord, the Great Sun Immortal Lord. After a huge battle, Tu Chinjue escaped with injuries, and it was said that the Great Sun Immortal Lord was also injured. After the battle, he immediately went into seclusion to recuperate. The Eastern Domain was shaken, and all the sects were in an uproar. The Eastern Domain bandit was incomparably ferocious. He killed 3 grand elders of the 6 Sun Palace in succession. One had to know that the grand elders of the 6 Sun Palace were all peak immortal gods. After this battle, the 6 Sun Palace's vitality was greatly damaged, and the status of the Eastern Domain's great sects was in danger. Tu Chinjue single-handedly shook an Eastern Domain's great sect. This caused everyone to be tongue-tied and shocked. The Eastern Domain bandit was too arrogant. Was he crazy? No one knew why Tu Chinjue went crazy, but everyone knew that the 6 Sun Palace was out of luck. Being targeted by the Eastern Domain bandit, the 6 Sun Palace would not be able to escape this calamity. On the Repent Cliff of the Desolate Clan, Zhao Wuji was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He never thought that the people in the Dragon Valley would be so powerful. What was even more unexpected was that Tu Chinjue would make a false accusation and almost destroy the entire 6 Sun Palace. The 6 Sun Palace had already submitted to the Zhao clan, and it could be said to be an external power of the Zhao clan. I won't let this go. On the Repent Cliff, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to borrow Tu Chinjue's hand to destroy the people in the Dragon Valley, but he didn't think that they would be so powerful. Tu Chinjue failed and suffered a great loss, so he vented his anger on the 6 Sun Palace. Fortunately, he borrowed the 6 Sun Palace's people to ask Tu Chinjue for help. Otherwise, if that madman killed his way into the Zhao clan, he would also be implicated. Chapter 764. The 4 great clans of the clan of the ancients were all behemoths. For countless years, no one had been able to shake them. They had stood tall in the cultivation world for millions of years, witnessed countless ups and downs, and had not disappeared in the long years. Such a force must have an unimaginable heritage. Not only did they possess world-shattering divine abilities and techniques, they might even have a holy weapon of the extreme path. Tu Chinjue did not let his anger get to his head. Even though he vaguely knew that this matter was related to the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients, he did not dare to directly find the Zhao family. However, the 6 Yang Palace had already submitted to the Zhao family. This was something that everyone in the Eastern Domain, and even the entire Central Plains, knew about. As the saying goes, if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its owner's face. Tu Chinjue's massacre of the 6 Yang Palace and the death of 3 great elders had angered the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients. The Zhao family immediately responded. Someone saw a profound transformation realm expert of the Zhao family leave the Zhao family. The Eastern Domain was destined to be difficult to calm down. First, the true devil was born, causing chaos in the Eastern Domain, causing the Supreme Profound sect to almost be annihilated, with countless casualties. Now, there was a madman who massacred the 6 Yang Palace, almost jumping into another great sect in the eastern domain. The Zhao family had sent out experts to hunt down Tu Qinjue. This great bandit of the eastern domain would most likely not be able to escape. Compared to the turmoil outside, the Dragon Valley in the mountains was calm. Ever since Tu Qinjue was defeated, no one dared to provoke them. All the forces in the eastern domain knew that the Supreme Mystery Sect had an immortal or higher level expert. No one dared to ignore an immortal level expert. It must be known that even in some of the great sects, there were not many immortal level experts. These existences were mostly used for deterrence. On the other hand, when Mahakala saw that the killing formation he set up couldn't do anything to an immortal god, he made up his mind and set up a peerless killing formation with terrifying power outside the Dragon Valley. The killing formation was everywhere. Hei Tian had almost turned the area outside the Dragon Valley into a land of death. In this way, even if an immortal level expert broke in, he would most likely be half dead. After Tu Qinjue massacred the 6 Yang Palace, he disappeared. All the forces in the eastern domain thought that they would soon hear the news of Tu Qinjue's death, but this news did not spread. Could it be that Tu Qianju was actually able to escape from a peerless profound transformation realm expert? The eastern region bandits are indeed outstanding. Some people exclaimed in admiration. Several months had passed and Tu Qinjue seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No one had seen him and no one knew where he was. At this moment, within Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei was still seated cross-legged in front of the mountain and river cauldron. He was communicating with the cauldron's soul and refining the 9 turns immortal king pill. Over the past few months, Gu Fei had refined it day and night, and he'd already purified the diagram spirit liquid in the cauldron to an unimaginable level with the 5 elements divine flame. The spiritual energy in the cauldron was vast and mighty. All the spiritual energy in the cauldron was perfectly stimulated. The spiritual energy waves were as vast as the ocean. A bowl of spiritual liquid the size of a human head was shining with 9 colors. At this point, the first step was completed perfectly without any mistakes. The 5 elements divine flame that enveloped the diagram spirit liquid began to retreat. Then, black and white yin-yang divine flames emerged from the primordial chaos chi. The divine flames intertwined, forming a yin-yang diagram that enveloped the spiritual liquid. The second step of blood bond refining had begun. According to Gu Fei's estimation, refining this cauldron of pills might not take as long as 9 years, but at least 1 or 2 years. And this was because of the mountain and river cauldron, which greatly increased the speed of blood bond refining. One must know that the mountain and river cauldron was an extreme sage treasure with a treasure soul. It would probably be difficult to find a second cauldron like this in the entire world. The yin-yang divine flames burned fiercely in the cauldron. A fragrance wafted out from the cauldron, making one feel as though they were floating in the clouds and ascending to the heavens. Rumble. The cauldron began to emit strange sounds that sounded like muffled thunder. As long as a heaven-defying immortal pill was born, there would definitely be extraordinary phenomena during the blood bond refining process. This 9 revolutions immortal king pill was a heaven-defying immortal pill. Phenomena began to appear in the mountain and river cauldron. While Gu Fei was immersed in refining pills, in a certain mountain in the eastern region, terrifying fluctuations came from time to time. In a valley, resplendent divine light shone from time to time. A holy aura spread throughout the mountain, and demonic chi soared into the sky, covering the sun. It was as though it had turned into a demonic domain. Ha! I've finally recovered. Gu Fei, your time of death has come. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the valley. Then, a figure rushed out from the valley. This was a young man who looked like a god and a demon. The young man's eyes were sometimes bright and resplendent, like the stars in the sky. His body was surrounded by an immortal aura, extraordinary and refined. At other times, his pupils were like blood, emitting a demonic light. His entire body was surging with demonic chi, as though a true demon had descended, making one's heart palpitate. Like a god and a demon, half immortal and half demon. This young man was Dongfang Qin, whose demon body had been destroyed by Gu Fei. At this time, it was dusk, the sun was setting in the west, and the sunset glow was like blood. Dongfang Qin stood in the sky above the mountains, his body emitting bright divine light and dark demonic qi from time to time. The power of the immortal Tao and the demonic Tao interacted, and these two powers miraculously reached a certain balance. It was hard to imagine that these two extreme powers could exist in the body of a cultivator at the same time. Immortal demon doppelganger. Dongfang Qin shouted, the power of immortal and demonic erupted from his body at the same time. The left side was a god, the right side was a demon, the left side was shining with divine light, the right side was surrounded by demonic qi, the devil power was surging. Roar! Dongfang Qin roared, and then, in the flickering of demonic light and divine light, his body gradually separated from the middle. In the end, he actually used the body of a demon and god to create two of himself. The half with divine nature turned into the divine nature of Dongfang Qin, and the half with demonic nature turned into the demonic nature of Dongfang Qin. Fusing the immortal and demonic nature, this Dongfang Qin simply cultivated two life forms. Both of them were Dongfang Qin, with the same memories, the same experience. The immortal and demon Gemini, good and evil complemented each other, multiplying their combat power. This was the capital for Dongfang Qin to challenge Gu Fei. Swish! The power of the immortal and demonic nature was vast, the two figures broke through the sky and disappeared into the sunset in the blink of an eye. Dongfang Qin couldn't wait to get even with Gu Fei. Several hours passed, the night shrouded the earth, the moon and the stars were dim, the outside of the Dragon Valley was calm. Ever since He Tian laid out a peerless killing formation outside the Dragon Valley, even the top immortal gods didn't dare to easily approach the Dragon Valley. Chapter 765. Dongfang Qin transformed into a fairy and a demon. Taking advantage of the darkness, he arrived outside the Dragon Valley. This time, he came prepared. The immortal and demon twins combined into one, he was invincible. He was confident that he could defeat Gu Fei and kill Gu Fei. The demon Dongfang Qin and the divine Dongfang Qin silently snuck into the Dragon Valley without triggering any restrictive spells. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, there were many of his trusted subordinates. Entering the Dragon Valley was as easy as flipping his hand for Dongfang Qin. Dongfang Qin did not alarm anyone. The Dragon Valley was quiet. Some of the pavilions were still emitting light. However, no one would have thought that behind this peace, there was a hidden killing intent. There are 3 powerful auras in the depths of the Dragon Valley, but they are not Gu Fei. Where is Gu Fei? The immortal and demon twins fused together. The divine and demonic coexisted. Dongfang Qin's battle strength was raised to the limit. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. Like a wisp of smoke, he flew toward the entrance of the valley and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Swish! Just as Dongfang Qin retreated, a dark shadow appeared without warning at the place where Dongfang Qin originally stood, a pair of bright divine eyes swept around. This person who suddenly appeared was like a ghost. His whole body was wrapped in black clothes. Waves of soul power were emitted from his body. This person was He Tian. He was from the undead race. His soul power was extremely powerful. His spiritual sense was more sensitive than Xiaoqing's and Balan's. When he sensed something strange, he immediately rushed out. What's going on? 2 people actually entered the Dragon Valley. How is this possible? In the end, He Tian looked in the direction of the valley and muttered to himself. Around the Dragon Valley, he had set up a peerless killing formation. The entire Dragon Valley was under the cover of a peerless killing formation. How could outsiders pass through the killing formation silently and enter the valley? Swish! He Tian's figure disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared above the entrance of the valley. He only paused for a moment, then rushed out of the Dragon Valley without hesitation. A strange fluctuation was left behind in the void. Mahakala followed this strange fluctuation, which was about to dissipate very quickly, and chased after it. His soul power was far stronger than that of an ordinary immortal god, so he could sense minute waves that ordinary people couldn't. What's going on? Did those two people just disappear? A third person has appeared. Soon, He Tian had chased for 300 or 400 miles and arrived at a valley filled with rocks. At this moment, he was shocked to discover that there was a figure standing on top of a huge boulder in the valley. Someone was actually waiting for him. I'd like to see who it is. He Tian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still flew toward that person and arrived near him. Humph! Where was Gu Fei? Why didn't he come? The person's back was facing He Tian as he said coldly. He seemed to have expected that someone would chase after him. You are. He Tian was taken aback. He sensed that the person's aura was very strange. Sometimes it was holy like an immortal, and sometimes it was sinister like a devil. How could there be two completely opposite auras on a single person, each of them walking on an extreme path? Dongfang Chen. The person's tone was so cold that it was suffocating. It was as if even the air was about to freeze. While speaking, the person turned around. Sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a purple gold crown on his head, and a white robe. What a handsome young man. When He Tian saw this person's face, he couldn't help but praise him in his heart. However, when he saw the person's eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. The left eye of this white-robed young man was as bright as the stars in the sky, and there was a divine light flickering in it. His right eye was emitting an evil and terrifying bloody light. This was a devil eye. You are Dongfang Chen. He Tian said. He didn't expect that this guy would dare to appear again. Isn't it strange? Why would I appear here? Dongfang Chen seemed to know what He Tian was thinking, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. I am very strange. Aren't you afraid that my boss will find out and kill you? He Tian said. He was secretly on guard. This guy obviously came prepared. He Tian used his toes to think that Dongfang Chen dared to appear in the Dragon Valley. As long as he wasn't stupid, he must have something to rely on. Humph. It's still uncertain who will be killed. Dongfang Chen sneered. Now I will kill you first. I will kill all of Gu Fei's friends one by one. As he spoke, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from Dongfang Chen's body. The power of the immortal and devil intertwined. The left side of his body flickered with divine light, immortal energy lingered around him, and the right side of his body was filled with devil energy. Immortal and devil body. How is this possible? Seeing this, He Tian was shocked. He never thought that Dongfang Chen would have the power of immortal and devil at the same time. Boom! Dongfang Chen soared into the sky from the boulder under his feet. The boulder under his feet instantly exploded and scattered rocks flew in all directions. The power of the immortal and devil clashed, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. The power of the immortal and devil intertwined and a terrifying vortex appeared high in the sky, swallowing He Tian. So what if you have the power of the immortal and devil body? You want to kill me? Dream on! He Tian shouted. The power of his soul surged and the power of yin and yang condensed in his eyes. Swish! Two beams of divine light, one black and one white, shot out from He Tian's eye sockets. The black light was as black as ink. It blended into the darkness and was almost invisible. However, the white light was as dazzling as a divine rainbow, instantly illuminating the dark night. The power of yin and yang was vast and mighty. The two divine lights shattered the void and penetrated the terrifying vortex in the sky. Wherever they passed, two spatial cracks were left. However, the yin and yang light that could penetrate the void and destroy everything was submerged in the vortex formed by the power of the immortal and devil. It disappeared without a trace. This, He Tian was taken aback. He quickly retreated, wanting to avoid the terrifying vortex that was swallowing him from the sky. However, at this moment, the vortex formed by the power of the immortal and devil. Boom! The vortex shook violently and produced a heaven-devouring power that sucked He Tian in. Rumble! The void in front of He Tian collapsed under the suction force. The power of the immortal and devil intertwined to form a vortex that could devour the heavens. Roar! Reverse yin and yang, shift the cosmos. He Tian was anxious. The power of yin and yang suddenly erupted from his body. The yin and yang diagram emerged from his body. The diagram rotated. The power of yin and yang intertwined and flowed with traces of Tao rhythm. In the next moment, the void distorted. He Tian, who was shrouded by the diagram, suddenly disappeared. He seemed to be walking through the cracks in the void and rushed out from the terrifying vortex formed by the power of the immortal and devil. Ha! Dongfang Chen's voice came from the void. He was very surprised that He Tian actually escaped from his immortal and devil magical power. Boom! The power of the immortal and devil was mighty. The terrifying vortex in the sky suddenly expanded and covered the whole world. The suction force emitted from the vortex seemed to want to swallow the whole world. The rocks in the valley were sucked into the whirlpool and disappeared. The earth shook, and the entire valley seemed to be swallowed by the whirlpool. Chapter 766. The fusion of the immortal and demonic twin powers caused Dongfang Chen's combat prowess to rise to an unimaginable level. The immortal and demonic powers interweaved into a terrifying whirlpool, displaying a terrifying power that could swallow the heaven and earth. In the end, the entire valley was swallowed into the whirlpool formed by the immortal and demonic powers, and He Tian was not spared. Rumble! The immortal and demonic powers obliterated everything. The void collapsed and was swallowed into the terrifying whirlpool. The heaven and earth collapsed, and a bottomless black hole appeared in the sky. The whirlpool was shrinking, and Dongfang Chen wanted to destroy He Tian, who was swallowed into the whirlpool with the immortal and demonic powers. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, and the void shook violently. A yin-yang divine diagram broke through the void, splitting the heaven and earth. It spun and rushed out. The yin-yang divine diagram was vast and mighty, and the Tao rhyme was circulating. Swish! After the yin-yang divine diagram rushed out of the whirlpool formed by the immortal and demonic powers, it immediately collapsed, and He Tian's figure fell out of the void. He turned into the yin-yang divine diagram, and forcibly used the diagram to interweave the lines of the great Tao, splitting the heaven and earth, shattering the void, and rushed out of the whirlpool, escaping the calamity. However, although He Tian escaped the calamity, his soul power was weakened. Obviously, he had suffered a great impact, and his soul was injured. The immortal and demonic powers were vast and mighty, and the terrifying whirlpool formed by the immortal and demonic powers disappeared high in the sky, and Dongfang Chen's figure appeared. There was a scar on the corner of his mouth, and it was quickly healing. He actually wanted to swallow He Tian. Don't struggle pointlessly. A cruel smile appeared on Dongfang Chen's face. He walked in the void, and approached He Tian. His body was surrounded by 18 divine lights, and the immortal and divine powers were vast and mighty. It was as if an immortal king had descended, extraordinary and refined, without a trace of evil. No one would have thought that he had such a demonic side. Swish! He Tian didn't say anything. He immediately shifted through the void, wanting to escape. His opponent was far too powerful, and his combat prowess could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. He was probably not inferior to his boss, Gu Fei. He was definitely not a match for him. You want to leave? Dong Fangchen sneered and pressed his palm into the void. Bam! The void shattered, and He Tian was blasted out of the void by Dong Fangchen. All the bones in his body were almost shattered by Dong Fangchen's palm. At this time, He Tian's vitality was greatly damaged, and he was not Dong Fangchen's opponent. Just as He Tian fell out of the void, a figure shrouded in demonic aura appeared behind He Tian. A demonic hand stretched out silently, spread open its fingers, and instantly grasped the top of He Tian's head. Not good. He Tian was shocked. In the next moment, he only felt a strange force coming from the demonic hand above his head. Then, the yin and yang energy condensed in his body, and even the power of his soul, were attracted by this strange force and gathered towards the demonic hand above his head. He is devouring my power. He Tian was scared out of his wits. He knew that this Dong Fangchen definitely cultivated some kind of terrifying demonic divine ability that could absorb the power of cultivators for his own use. He Tian wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He desperately condensed the yin and yang energy, and the yin and yang spirit diagram loomed on his body. He wanted to shake off the demonic hand above his head. However, it was all in vain. Erebus had fallen into a desperate situation. He couldn't break free from that demonic hand. His body's power and even his spiritual strength were being sucked away by the demonic hand that was clamping down on his head. He Tian felt the threat of death. He was panic-stricken. It wasn't easy for him to come back to life, and he was about to be reborn against the heavens. Dying like this was too depressing. Ha! Such pure soul power. After devouring your power, my strength will at least increase by 1 realm. Gu Fei, your time of death has come. The demonic Dong Fangchen laughed sinisterly. It turned out that no one knew when Dong Fangchen had split into the demonic and divine immortal twins. The 9 transformations of the immortal and demon was to strengthen oneself by devouring the cultivation of others. Dong Fangchen being able to cultivate to the immortal god stage in a short period of 200 years was a good example. Roar! At worst, I will perish together with you. He Tian roared crazily. He had already prepared for the worst. He would never let Dong Fangchen take advantage of him. The yin-yang power and soul power were constantly being sucked away. He Tian had no choice but to go all out. He was preparing to use a secret technique, but at this moment, a blood-colored demonic arrow pierced through the void. It directly flew out from the void and pierced through the demonic Dong Fangchen behind He Tian. Damn it! The divine Dong Fangchen rushed over. Swish! Another blood-colored demonic arrow broke through the void and directly shot out from the void. It directly pierced through the chest of the divine Dong Fangchen who was rushing over. Go to hell! He Tian took advantage of the fact that the demonic Dong Fangchen was hit by the arrow and retreated. He broke free from the demonic hand above his head and punched the demonic Dong Fangchen's face. Bam! He Tian angrily punched the demonic Dong Fangchen's face, directly sending the demonic Dong Fangchen flying. His face was almost deformed. The divine Dong Fangchen directly slapped the blood fiend demonic arrow away. His eyes were red. He was very familiar with this blood fiend demonic arrow. It was the demonic arrow shot by his demonic bow. That day, Dong Fangchen's demonic body was killed by Gu Fei and the demonic bow was lost. Today, the other party actually used his demonic bow to shoot him. How could Dong Fangchen not be angry? Gu Fei, come out. Hiding your head and showing your tail, what kind of hero are you? The immortal and demon Gemini gathered together. Dong Fangchen thought that Gu Fei was secretly attacking him with the demonic bow, so he nervously looked around and was on full alert. He knew that Gu Fei was a martial immortal and an invincible monstrous genius. He could not be careless. Swish! 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 Blood light constantly appeared. One after another, blood-fiend demonic arrows shot out from the void. The immortal and demon Gemini pierced through the air. Someone in the distance locked onto the immortal and demon Gemini's aura and wanted to kill Dong Fangchen. More than a dozen blood-fiend demonic arrows danced around the immortal and demon Gemini. Dong Fangchen roared again and again. The immortal and demon Gemini kept attacking, breaking the blood-fiend demonic arrows. This kind of demonic arrow, if it was not broken, even if it was sent flying, it would fly back again. It would not stop until it hit the target. At this time, two figures rushed over from the distant sky. When He Tian punched Dong Fangchen, he had already escaped far away. He already hated Dong Fangchen to the bone. This Dong Fangchen caused him to lose a lot of vitality. He is Dong Fangchen. Let's join hands and kill him. He Tian shouted at the two people. If he did not kill Dong Fangchen, it would be difficult to quell the anger in his heart. What? Dong Fangchen. Chapter 767. Dong Fangchen. Shaoqing and Balan were both taken aback. They saw that in front of them, surrounded by dozens of blood-fiend arrows, there were two people. They were exactly the same. One was surrounded by immortal qi, like a nine-heavens Xian immortal descending to the world, extraordinary and refined. The other was filled with devil qi, like an ancient demon coming into being, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Why are there two people? Seeing this scene, Shaoqing and Balan couldn't help but be tongue-tied. They never thought that there would really be two Dong Fangchen in this world. It was too inconceivable. Those two Dong Fangchen were definitely not some external incarnation or primordial spirit, but two people with the same body and power. Even their souls were the same. However, one was an immortal, the other was a devil. He is the immortal and devil Gemini. They can be separated and reunited. He Tian gritted his teeth and said. He had just suffered a great loss in the hands of Dong Fangchen, and was almost beaten down to the emperor stage. What? Shaoqing and Balan were aghast. They never thought that there would be such a strange and unpredictable divine ability in this world. Immortal and devil in the same body, what kind of concept was that? Wasn't this guy a monster that was neither immortal nor devil, but half immortal and half devil? Roar! At this time, Dong Fangchen roared. The immortal and devil Gemini attacked with all their strength, shattering the dozens of blood-fiend arrows around them and rushed out. Let's join hands and kill him. He Tian said hatefully. An incomparably excited soul fluctuation came out from his skull. Where's Gu Fei? Why isn't he coming out? Is he afraid of me? God Xing Dong Fangchen and Devil Xing Dong Fangchen pressed towards He Tian, Shaoqing and Balan with unparalleled strength. Humph. Killing you doesn't need our boss to do it. He Tian said. Shaoqing and Balan facing Dong Fangchen, they had to be careful. This guy was simply a monster. He actually refined himself into this state. If I kill you, he will naturally jump out. Dong Fangchen's battle intent was like a rainbow. He had the confidence to fight 1 against 3. Shameless boasting. Balan was like a raging fire. He took a step forward, and his entire body was covered in divine flames. In an instant, he arrived in front of God Dong Fangchen and blasted out a punch. Monstrous flames lit up the night sky. High up in the sky, there seemed to be a heavenly fire that enveloped the world, burning the void. Terrifying energy ripples spread across the world. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could see the raging fire in the sky. Bam! The entire world trembled violently. Then, the raging fire that filled the sky dissipated in the air like a tornado. Two figures were sent flying thousands of feet away. Boom! Almost at the same time, a pitch-black demonic hand descended from the sky, emitting boundless demonic power, and directly pressed down on the flying balloon. Rumble, a part of the world trembled under this terrifying demonic hand. Under the gigantic hand, demonic energy surged violently. Everywhere it passed, the void was shattered and everything was obliterated. Swoosh! A ray of blood-red light shot across the sky like a rainbow, piercing through the void and colliding with the giant hand. Boom! With a loud sound, the giant hand and the arrow instantly collapsed and dissipated in the void at the same time. Xiaoqing made his move. He pulled the demonic bow and shot out a blood-red arrow to block the giant hand. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions, and the mighty aftershock caused the earth to shake. Xiaoqing's entire body was surrounded by dragon qi. A phantom of a huge dragon appeared on his body. He pulled the demonic bow with demonic energy. On the surface of the bow, blood-red light shone brightly. The power of heaven and earth in all directions was attracted and crazily gathered towards the demonic bow. A blood fiend arrow condensed on the bowstring. Swoosh! Xiaoqing loosened his grip and the blood fiend arrow pierced forward. The arrow light was thousands of feet long, piercing through the void and shaking the world. The blood-red light illuminated the entire world. Damn it! Devilish Dongfang Chen's demonic qi swirled around him as he stepped on a demonic cloud and quickly retreated. This arrow caused the heavens and earth to dim, and devilish Dongfang Chen felt quite shocked and did not dare to receive this arrow. Roar! Seeing this, divine Dongfang Chen roared and directly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared next to devil Dongfang Chen, who was quickly retreating. Bam! The divine Dongfang Chen's right palm and the demonic Dongfang Chen's left palm collided. The immortal and demonic powers revolved, and immortal energy and demonic light coiled around the twin immortal and demon brothers. The twin immortal and demon brothers' figures gradually became blurry and finally disappeared. Boom! The power of immortal and devil erupted in an instant, interweaving into a huge whirlpool, swallowing the 1,000-feet-long arrow light into the whirlpool, and obliterating it with the power of immortal and devil. This, Xiaoqing couldn't help but be startled. The arrow he shot with all his strength was dissolved just like that. Rumble, the entire world was shaking. The huge vortex shrunk and finally disappeared into the void. A terrifying figure that looked like both a god and a devil appeared from the void. The person who appeared out of thin air had celestial qi swirling around the left side of his body, and divine light flashed. The right side of his body was filled with demonic qi and surging demonic energy. Especially that person's eyes, they were the eyes of the devil god. The left eye was bright and clear like the stars in the sky, while the right eye was flashing with a bloody light. It seemed like there was a bloody world in the eye. The immortal and devil qi was vast and mighty on that person, but it magically reached a certain balance. It didn't pose any threat to that person. Swish! 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 Xiaoqing shot 3 arrows with all his strength. The thousands of feet-long fiendish blood arrow light crossed the heaven and earth, shooting towards Dongfang Chen, showing a terrifying power, as if it could shoot a hole in the sky. The terrifying energy fluctuations were vast and mighty. Go! After shooting 3 arrows, Xiaoqing shouted and decisively retreated. The opponent had the body of an immortal and devil, and the aura emitted from his body made Xiaoqing feel a sense of danger. Damn, he actually used my devil weapon to attack me. Dongfang Chen was very depressed. The devil bow in Xiaoqing's hand was originally a devil weapon that he had refined for nearly 100 years. The 3,000s of feet long fiendish blood arrow light displayed an unprecedented powerful energy fluctuation, causing the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the surrounding hundreds of miles to move. The three fiendish blood arrow light illuminated the heaven and earth, as if there were three bloody worlds appearing in the sky. Wherever the devil arrow pointed, it shrouded the four directions, even Dongfang-Chen couldn't avoid it. Roar! Dongfang-Chen roared towards the sky, his long hair fluttered in the wind, the immortal and devil chi on his body surged violently. The immortal and devil chi intertwined and collided with each other. Dongfang-Chen's battle strength suddenly doubled. The heaven and earth were shaken by the terrifying power coming from his body, as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse. Chapter 768. The 9 transformations of the immortal and demon was indeed a peerless evil technique. The fusion of the immortal and demon made Dongfang-Chen's battle prowess increase to an unimaginable level. Above the sky, the void collapsed. The immortal and demon power intertwined and collided with each other, forming a pitch-black devil hole that seemed to be connected to a world of destruction. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. Terrifying energy waves surged out from the black hole. Even the clouds in the sky were swallowed by the black hole. The 3 blood fiend arrows shot by Shaoqing with all his strength were swallowed by the black hole. The black hole shook again and again as if it could destroy everything. Soon, the immortal demon black hole formed by the intertwining power of the immortal demon in the sky gradually calmed down and disappeared into the void. Dongfang-Chen's godlike figure appeared in the void. At this time, Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan saw that the situation was not right and retreated. They knew that it was difficult to fight against Dongfang-Chen, so they had to retreat. Roar! Dongfang-Chen roared crazily. The heaven and earth shook. His roar shook the mountains and rivers. The immortal and demon power was vast and mighty. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, making the birds and beasts in this area silent. Let's see where you can escape to. Dongfang-Chen murmured. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Swish! 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 3 streaks of light streaked across the sky like 3 different colored meteors. They descended from the sky and fell into a valley. Then, the entire valley was enveloped by a layer of light. The first thing He Tian did when he returned to the Dragon Valley was to activate the killing formation. At this time, even Dongfang-Chen's confidants in the valley couldn't spread the news. Boom! Just when He Tian and the others returned, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky above the Dragon Valley. Someone was attacking the killing formation that covered the entire Dragon Valley. Gu Fei, you coward, come out and fight me one-on-one if you have the ability. An angry roar came from outside the valley. Shaoqing returned to his cave residence, then pulled the bow in his hand and shot an arrow into the sky. Whoosh! As soon as Shaoqing released the bowstring, the demonic blood arrow pierced through the void in front of him and shot into the chaotic void. In the next instant, a cry of alarm rang out from outside the Dragon Valley. The demonic Path Saint artifact was incomparably powerful. As long as it locked onto an opponent's aura, no matter how far away it was, as long as it shot out an arrow, it could kill an enemy thousands of miles away. This demon weapon originally belonged to Dongfang-Chen, but it was taken away by Gu Fei and given to Shaoqing. Over the past few months, Shaoqing has been refining the magic bow day and night, erasing the spiritual imprint left by Dongfang-Chen on the magic bow. Only then could he shoot the arrow at Dongfang-Chen. He Tian activated the Peerless Killing Array, blocking Dongfang-Chen outside the Dragon Valley. Dongfang-Chen relied on the immortal and demon twin bodies, his battle prowess was unparalleled. He directly broke into the Peerless Killing Array. The Great Array immediately released a murderous aura, emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. Rays of starlight were drawn down and turned into countless divine lights that pierced through the void, shooting towards Dongfang-Chen. Under the ground, monstrous earth fire surged and enveloped Dongfang-Chen. The Peerless Killing Array displayed a terrifying might. The power of destruction was vast and mighty, causing Dongfang Chen's expression to change. This was a terrifying method to draw the power of heaven and earth to kill the enemy. The immortal and demon fusion, the immortal and demon energies intertwined and collided with each other, causing Dongfang Chen's battle prowess to rise to an unimaginable level. He could be said to be invincible among the same level. However, even so, he was in danger inside He Tian's peerless killing array. He was in a sorry state and almost fell into the trap. He tried his best to rush out of the peerless killing array, and then he didn't dare to rush into it easily again. Dongfang Chen stood guard outside the Dragon Valley. He didn't believe that the people inside the Dragon Valley could stay inside for a lifetime. Those despicable guys would eventually come out. He Tian personally oversaw the peerless killing array, so he didn't dare to be careless. Hee. Little Dongfang brat, I advise you to scram. If our boss comes out of seclusion, you will die without a burial place. He Tian walked through the peerless killing array and saw Dongfang Chen outside. Although his teeth itched with hatred, although he couldn't do anything to Dongfang Chen, he didn't forget to mock him. Humph. A bunch of cowards, what's there to be afraid of? Dongfang Chen was very confident. He ignored He Tian's sarcasm from time to time. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Dongfang Chen didn't retreat and still stood guard outside. Moreover, powerful auras of immortal god-level experts began to appear outside the Dragon Valley. It was obvious that Dongfang Chen had invited other experts. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. On a mountain peak 10 miles away from the Dragon Valley, a middle-aged man in black with delicate features sat cross-legged on the peak. As the middle-aged man breathed, divine weapon essence burst out from his mouth and nose. It was as if a divine weapon was constantly being unsheathed and resheathed. There was a faint, clanging sound coming from his ti. His entire person was like a heavenly blade. The blade chi fluctuated rhythmically with his breathing, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Within a radius of 10 miles, there was a cold saber chi surging. There was not a single bird or beast in the area where the middle-aged man was. The terrifying aura emitted from the middle-aged man made all the birds and beasts not dare to approach. In another area outside the Dragon Valley, there was also a powerful aura. These guys, in the peerless killing array outside the Dragon Valley, He Tian, Balon, and Xiaoqing were all very unhappy. Those people outside did not put them in their eyes at all. They actually unscrupulously released powerful auras. When will the boss come out of seclusion? He Tian asked. He couldn't wait to kill his way out and find Dongfang Chen to settle the score. Dongfang Chen had almost destroyed his soul. This great hatred, he had to take revenge. I don't know either. Xiaoqing sighed. Before Gu Fei came out, they couldn't do anything. In fact, during this period of time, it was not that they did nothing. At the very least, they pulled out all of Dongfang Chen's trusted aides in the Dragon Valley and caught them all in one fell swoop. They didn't show any mercy. They directly crippled the cultivation of these people and then expelled them from the Dragon Valley. Although Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Daoist didn't care about this, if Dongfang Chen's trusted aides were not eliminated, it would be a hidden danger to the Dragon Valley and the Supreme Mystery Sect. Therefore, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, the medicine Daoist, and the others opened one eye and closed the other. They let Xiaoqing, He Tian, and the others do what they wanted without saying much. Lock on to one of them and shoot a few arrows with the magic bow. Balon suddenly said. Chapter 769. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. In the mountains, there was only silence. There were no sounds of birds or beasts. Not even a bird could be seen in the sky. For a place that was full of vitality and lush vegetation, this was definitely not normal. In the mountains, there was a strong and oppressive aura lingering. On a lush mountain peak, a middle-aged man in black sat cross-legged. Cold saber chi spread out from the middle-aged man. As he breathed, there was a divine light in his mouth and nose. That was the innate saber chi. This was a saber immortal. His whole body was like a heavenly saber that had not been unsheathed. Even so, the aura emitted from his body was enough to make the birds and beasts in the mountains retreat, not daring to come close. Swish! Suddenly, a blood-red light broke through the void and appeared above the middle-aged man's head. Then, it pierced through his head. The dazzling blood-red light made the sun in the sky dim. Roar! The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and roared. In the midst of the clanging sound, a white saber light rushed out from his body and slashed upwards. Boom! The unparalleled saber chi suddenly burst out from the middle-aged man, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. Rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain, as though it would collapse at any time. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The saber light and the blood-red light collided in an instant, causing a dazzling light to burst out. From the point of collision, the void collapsed in all directions. On the mountain peak, a hole with a radius of several hundred jong appeared. The heaven and earth were pierced through. Terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. Cracks in the space extended outwards like a spider web. Bang! The entire mountain peak collapsed in the end. Dust rose high into the sky, rocks flew everywhere, and the earth trembled. The aftershock of the collision caused the mountains to tremble. In the midst of the roar, the saber light shattered. The black-robed middle-aged man was sent flying backwards. The saber chi on his body soared to the sky, and there were many divine weapons circling around him. Swish! Another blood-red light suddenly broke through the void and shot over. It was like a destructive demonic light, emitting a terrifying demonic power, directly piercing through the barrier of the heaven and earth. Damn it! The middle-aged man was infuriated. He extended his right hand and drew in a blade's shadow beside him. Then, he slashed at the crimson demonic light that was flying towards him. Clang! Like a peerless divine weapon being unsheathed, the saber's shadow attracted the spiritual chi from all directions. The power of heaven and earth within 100 miles was instantly sucked dry by the saber's shadow. When the saber's shadow slashed out, it had already turned into a terrifying saber light that made heaven and earth lose their color. Rumble, the domineering saber chi rippled and shook the sky. It was like a heavenly saber slicing through the void, splitting the world in half. Boom! The saber light seemed to be indestructible as it directly slashed on the blood-colored arrow light. The innate saber chi was vast and mighty, and it actually destroyed the blood fiend demon arrow. Which devil dares to plot against me? After the middle-aged man destroyed the blood arrow light, he stood high up in the sky and looked around. His gaze was like a blade as he scanned the surroundings. However, the middle-aged man did not discover anything. The two fiendish blood arrow lights were shot from the void and there was no trace of them at all. Roar! Coward, do you dare to come out and fight with me, Lei Ren? Lei Ren was very depressed. He was attacked by a demon for no reason. How could there be a demon expert in this mountain? Lei Ren was the descendant of the Saber Emperor. He had cultivated to the immortal realm and was one of the most powerful Saber Immortals in the Saber Emperor's Gate. The Saber Emperor's Gate was passed down from the ancient almighty Saber Emperor. There were not many disciples in the Saber Emperor's Gate, but none of them were weak. The experts in the Saber Immortal Gate were powerful existences that could compete with the Dao Sex Sword Immortals. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two strong figures appeared high up in the sky with a flash of their figures, and their powers were vast and mighty. What happened? What's going on? The newcomers were Dongfang Chen and another middle-aged man in a purple robe. The middle-aged man's body seemed to be flickering with starlight as if he was standing in a starry sky. The movement here alarmed Dongfang Chen and the purple-robed middle-aged man who were nearby. A demon sneak attack. Lei Ren said angrily. He was sneak attacked. Although he was not injured, he felt very depressed. He did not even see the shadow of the other party. It's the fluctuations of demon power. The purple-robed middle-aged man frowned. Preposterous. When Dongfang Chen sensed the magic fluctuations in the void that had not yet dissipated, he could not help but secretly clench his teeth. This was the power of the magic bow. Needless to say, those guys in the Dragon Valley were using the magic bow to attack Lei Ren. Almost no one knew that Dongfang Chen cultivated the 9 transformations of the Immortal and Demon. He hit it very well. Even Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, the medicine Daoist, and the other higher-ups of the Supreme Mystery Sect did not notice. Even the people who often met with Dongfang Chen did not know this big secret of Dongfang Chen's, let alone outsiders. Swoosh. 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 At this moment, the sky above Dongfang Chen and the others suddenly collapsed. 3 bloody lights emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. Like a blood-colored rainbow, they pierced through the void and shot towards them. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook. Each blood-colored demonic light was more than 10 miles long. It was as if 3 rivers of blood were hanging upside down from the sky. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. The faces of Dongfang Chen and the others suddenly changed. The 3 blood arrows were extremely powerful. They broke through the void and shot towards them. No one could remain calm and quickly made a move. Boom! The purple-robed middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a purple divine light. The divine light was like a purple star, shaking the void and crushing the sky. In the next moment, it emitted a purple starlight that illuminated the heavens and the earth. It was as if a purple sun had appeared in the sky. The power of the stars was vast, and the real sun was dimmed. The purple star collided with one of the blood arrows. The sky was directly pierced, and the void turned into chaos. The purple-robed middle-aged man quickly retreated, avoiding the mighty destructive energy. Dongfang Chen and Lei Ren also attacked with all their strength. Dongfang Chen raised his hand and a dark net flew out from his sleeve. Like a dark cloud, it flew towards the shocking blood arrows. Roar! Lei Ren roared. With a sonorous sound, 18 divine blades appeared around his body. The 18 divine blades instantly fused into Lei Ren's hands and then slashed upwards. The blade light was like a dragon, rushing up thousands of miles, splitting the heavens and the earth into 2 halves. The blade energy rushed straight to the sky, even the sky was shaking. The might of this attack was earth-shattering. Boom! The saber light and the blood arrow light collided with each other, producing a deafening sound. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the mountains to tremble. The mighty aftershocks caused large tracts of trees to collapse and turn into dust. Chapter 770. Swoosh! The black net enveloped heaven and earth and spread out infinitely, blocking the blood fiend arrow light that pierced down from the sky. The incomparably sharp blood fiend arrow light was actually unable to penetrate the black net. Above the black net, a vast energy fluctuation spread out, the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn, the pitch-black darkness covered the sky and the earth, the area enveloped by the black net seemed to have turned into a chaotic zone. Rumble, Dongfang Chen used his immortal divine technique, using all his strength to activate the black net. Endless black energy surged, as if there was a black flame burning. Dongfang Chen wanted to obliterate the blood fiend arrow light in the net. That Saber Emperor Gates peak expert Lei Ren's body surged with innate blood fiend energy. He slashed out a shocking saber light. The resplendent saber light was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. The vast and terrifying saber chi that spread out caused the whole world to tremble. The saber light and the blood fiend arrow light collided. The void was instantly annihilated, piercing through the heaven and earth. the saber light collapsed, the blood fiend arrow light also collapsed, Lei Ren roared, falling from the sky. That purple-robed middle-aged man spat out a purple star to resist the blood fiend arrow light. The power of the star was vast, the blood fiend arrow light was blocked. Boom! Amidst the loud sound, the purple star in the sky collapsed, the power of the star surged, sweeping in all directions, the blood fiend arrow light that was more than 10 li long was annihilated by the power of the star explosion. The purple-robed middle-aged man's body shook, he was shaken by the power of the explosion, he only sank 1,000 feet in the air before he stabilized his body. Compared to the saber immortal Lei Ren of the Saber Emperor Gate, he was much more at ease. At this time, Dongfang Qin also used a black net to obliterate the blood fiend arrow light in the net. A profound divine net refined from profound true water and divine silk. The purple-robed middle-aged man recognized the origin of Dongfang Chen's black net. He was somewhat surprised. Profound true water was the softest divine water in the world. Only the place where the yin and yang energy of heaven and earth gathered could give birth to this kind of divine water. It was a divine object formed from the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Mysterious true water was rarely seen in the world. It was likely that only the legendary heavenly realm had such a divine object. As for the divine silk, it was a precious treasure that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. According to legend, when divine clothes weaved from the divine silk were worn, it would possess the effect of being impervious to all techniques. Roar! At this time, a furious roar came from below. A figure soared up into the sky. This peak expert of the Saber Emperor sect was in a sorry state. Just who is it? Lei Ren clenched his teeth. The person who attacked from the shadows was truly too hateful. It seemed as if he didn't want to fight head-on with them. I don't know. The purple-robed man said directly. He couldn't sense where the blood demon arrow came from. The opponent's technique was very profound. Dongfang Qin didn't speak. He knew it, but he couldn't say it. At this time, inside the Peerless Killing Formation on the periphery of the Dragon Valley, Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were paying close attention to the situation outside. Although they were separated by more than 10 kilometers, they could still sense Dongfang Chen's aura. Shoot a few more arrows and kill these bastards. He Tian said fiercely. The person he wanted to kill the most was Dongfang Qin. That day when he fought with Dongfang Qin, if not for Shaoqing and Balan's timely arrival, his soul would have already flown away. Dongfang Chen's evil technique was too vicious. It could devour a cultivator's essence, energy, and even soul force. Those who cultivated this evil technique were the enemies of all cultivators in the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the enemy of the whole world. Devouring other people's cultivation to help himself, all cultivators were nourishment for Dongfang Qin. The reason why Dongfang Chen's cultivation increased so quickly was because of this evil technique. I can't do it anymore. Shaoqing said while gasping for breath. He shot 3 arrows with all his strength. Almost all the demonic power in his body was sucked away by the devil bow. It was difficult for him to shoot a 4th arrow with all his strength. This devil bow had the power to transform other powers into demonic power. Therefore, even if one wasn't a devil cultivator, they could still use this devil path sacred tool. Then let's take a break and shoot again. He Tian said. This devil bow was probably something that only a supreme expert of the devil path could refine. Every arrow it shot would consume a vast amount of magic power. You do it. Shaoqing said snappily. This guy didn't feel any pain at all. This devil bow's devouring speed was not a joke. Even a peak immortal god could only shoot 3 arrows with all his strength. Of course, if one didn't use all their strength, they could shoot a lot of arrows. However, it would be difficult to kill an immortal god with that level of devil arrow. Shaoqing shot 3 arrows with all his strength, but it only caused Lei Ren of the Saber Emperor sect to be in a sorry state. Let's end it here for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Balan said, then turned and walked into the Dragon Valley. Only they could walk freely in the Peerless Killing Formation. This was a peerless killing formation that Mahakala had set up. Within the formation, if he wanted someone to be unlucky, that person's head would be struck by a bucket-thick bolt of lightning. Of course, if he wanted someone to walk within the formation, that person would be able to come and go as he pleased. Xiaoqing and He Tian also walked into the Dragon Valley. At this time, the entire Supreme Mystery Sect already knew that their sect leader, Dongfang Qin, had returned. He was outside the valley, but he couldn't enter. However, the grudge between Gu Fei and Dongfang Qin had also spread among the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei's return had forced Dongfang Qin to leave. Now, Dongfang Qin had returned. The current Supreme Mystery Sect was no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. The number of disciples in the sect wasn't even 1/10 of what it used to be. Including Li Lingfeng and the other higher-ups, the entire Supreme Mystery Sect only had around 200 people. In the Eastern Domain, in terms of numbers, they probably couldn't even compare to a third-rate sect. Moreover, the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery Sect had only entered the Supreme Mystery Sect in the last 100 years. They weren't familiar with Gu Fei. They only knew that he was the number one person in the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery Sect 300 years ago. Among the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect, there were still many people who hoped that Dongfang Qin would come back to take charge of the Supreme Mystery Sect. It had to be known that behind Dongfang Qin was the Dongfang family. As the saying goes, a big tree is a good shade. Only by relying on the Dongfang family could the Supreme Mystery Sect have hope of rising. Right now, the eastern region of the Tinglong continent was under the control of two super forces. One was the Zhao family of the Huanggu clan, and the other was the Dongfang family that was rapidly rising in the eastern domain. All the great sects in the eastern domain, even the third-rate sects, had either submitted to the Zhao family of the Huanggu clan or to the Dongfang family. Within the Supreme Mystery Sect, there were also many people who had thoughts of submitting to one side. If Gu Fei hadn't returned, it wouldn't have been long before the Supreme Mystery Sect would have submitted to the Dongfang family. However, with the return of Gu Fei, everything had changed, and it was difficult for Dongfang Qin to control the Supreme Mystery Sect. The world was fading away, and the sun and moon were rotating. In the eyes of immortals, the world was the most worthless thing. They had already seen through life and death and could exist forever between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Gu Fei hadn't come out, and Xiaoqing and the others weren't idle either. From time to time, they would lock onto the aura of Dongfang Qin and shoot blood demon arrows. This level of attack was, of course, difficult to kill a top immortal, but it also made Dongfang Qin and the others flustered. They had to be on guard at all times against demon arrows that were suddenly shot at them. Lei Ren flew into a rage, but the purple-robed middle-aged man was still able to maintain his composure. As for Dongfang Qin, he was even more composed than the purple-robed middle-aged man, because he knew that the people who secretly attacked were not the devil cultivator, but the three fellows in the Dragon Valley. 3 months later, Lei Ren and the purple-robed man retreated. They had already faintly felt that the people who were secretly attacking them were in the Dragon Valley. They didn't want to be targets, so they left. Only Dongfang Qin continued to guard outside the valley. At this time, Gu Fei was in the inner world, refining the 9 revolution celestial King Dan with the mountain and river cauldron had reached a critical juncture. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, it began to condense the primal chaos divine flame to refine the spirit liquid. The spirit liquid in the mountain and river cauldron began to emit a dazzling 9-colored divine light. The sound of wind and thunder rang out in the cauldron. On the mountain peak where the mountain and river cauldron was located, there was a multicolored light and auspicious aura lingering around. The heaven and earth sensed it and produced a strange phenomenon. There were already signs of the spirit liquid solidifying into a pill. Gu Fei estimated that in less than half a year, the 9-revolution celestial King Dan would be refined. Chapter 771. Rumble. On a mountain peak in Gu Fei's inner world, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. The entire mountain peak was shaking, and the whole world was shaking. All the birds and beasts within 100 miles were alarmed. The 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan were also alarmed. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in front of the mountain and river cauldron. His entire body was glowing with divine light, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Smelling it made one feel comfortable and at peace. It made one feel as if he was ascending to the immortal realm. The chaotic divine fire danced above the mountain and river cauldron. It seemed colorless, but there seemed to be all kinds of colors circulating around it. It was an ancient aura that seemed to come from the prehistoric times, from before the world was created. A vast immortal chi was being nurtured in the cauldron, gradually growing stronger. The auspicious aura was like a dragon, and the celestial glow was like a phoenix. In the sky above the mountain peak, there seemed to be thousands of real dragons dancing, and it also seemed as if there were countless divine phoenixes flying. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, the immortal chi was vast. Sometimes, there were soul-shocking sounds of wind and thunder, and sometimes, there were the sounds of the sea crashing. There were even the strange sounds of thousands of swords being unsheathed. Gu Fei repeatedly used the God technique to send streams of divine power into the mountain and river cauldron. He carefully controlled the fire, and at the same time, he communicated with the cauldron's soul with his divine will. The dragons and phoenixes were auspicious. Above the mountain and river cauldron, there was a celestial glow, as if an immortal king had descended. It was a celestial phenomenon. When the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan saw this scene from afar, they were all dumbfounded and shocked. What exactly is master refining? A phenomenon from the sky is extraordinary. The 3 supreme emperors did not dare to approach. The aura emitted by the mountain and river cauldron made them feel a great pressure. It was as if an immortal king was being nurtured in the mountain and river cauldron. The phenomenon in the sky lasted for a total of 81 days. Then, with a celestial sound that sounded like a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry, all the phenomenon disappeared into the mountain and river cauldron. Then, all the ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron of mountain and river seemed to have come to life. The beast souls were awakened and seemed to want to rush out from the cauldron of mountain and river. A mysterious aura was emitted from the mountain and river cauldron. The primal chaos divine flame in the cauldron began to recede. After 1 year and 9 months, the mountain and river cauldron finally stopped operating. The immortal chi released by the cauldron gradually converged and finally disappeared into the cauldron of mountain and river. Everything returned to normal. Gu Fei let out a long sigh and stood up from the ground. I finally succeeded. Gu Fei could not conceal the joy in his heart as he let out a satisfied smile. 9 revolutions immortal king pill, an ancient godly pill that could raise a cultivator's cultivation base and realm. What exactly did this ancient divine pill look like? At the mouth of the cauldron of mountain and river, there was a layer of misty primordial chaos divine flame that sealed the mouth of the cauldron. Gu Fei was unable to see through the layer of primordial chaos divine flame. His mind was connected to the cauldron's soul. With a thought, the layer of primordial chaos divine flame that sealed the mouth of the cauldron dissipated. However, the moment Gu Fei withdrew the primordial chaos divine flame, his expression changed. Bang! An extremely powerful immortal chi erupted from the cauldron of mountain and river like a volcanic eruption. The cauldron of mountain and river flickered with godly light as the heavens and earth shook. The sound of wind and thunder echoed across the heavens and earth. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, rays of godly light shot out from the cauldron and soared into the sky. Every ray of godly light was wrapped around a 9-colored godly pill the size of a finger. There was a total of 81 9-colored godly lights and 81 godly pills. The 9 colored lights lit up the heavens and earth. Even the heavens and earth seemed to pale in comparison. The 9 cycles Immortal King pill was indeed mystical. It was as though it had a mind of its own and wanted to soar into the sky. However, this was Gu Fei's inner world. Where could the 9 cycles Immortal King pill fly to? Humph. Gu Fei gave a cold laugh. He instantly communicated with the heavens and earth, becoming one with the heavens and earth. At this moment, he was the unparalleled god of the heavens and earth. In the outer world, only the super experts of the celestial being realm could become one with the heavens and earth at any time. They could activate the power of the heavens and earth and display the might of the celestial being. In the inner world, Gu Fei was the celestial being. Boom! Gu Fei extended his hand and boundless heaven and earth energy gathered. A huge hand that covered the heavens and earth appeared high up in the sky and grabbed downwards. The huge hand covered the heavens and earth. It was as though night had fallen. 81 godly lights shone brightly in the darkness. The vast power of the giant hand sealed the void. 81 divine rainbows dashed left and right, wanting to rush out. However, these 81 divine rainbows were like 80 trapped dragons, unable to break through the shackles of the giant hand. This scene was incomparably shocking. A gigantic hand covered the heavens and earth as it descended, grabbing all 81 streaks of light in its hand. After the huge hand grabbed the 81 godly lights, it flew back to Gu Fei and gradually shrunk. The sky that was covered by the huge hand appeared once again. Gu Fei took out a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand and kept the 81 9 Revolution Immortal King pills into the jade bottle. His heart was filled with excitement. With these 9 cycles Immortal King pills, he could save Zhao Ziru, Dan Chenzi, and the others. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't wait any longer. He put away the mountain and river cauldron, opened his inner world, and walked out. Outside was Dongfang Chen's cave in the Dragon Valley. 1 year and 9 months had passed. During this period, no one had entered this place. There was already a layer of dust on the ground. Gu Fei was in seclusion, refining pills. No one dared to disturb him. Rumble, the stone door of the cave slowly opened and Gu Fei walked out. Outside the cave, water was flowing and the surroundings were filled with water vapor. A white waterfall fell from the sky and poured into the deep pool below. Martial Uncle has come out of seclusion, Martial Uncle has come out of seclusion. Suddenly, someone shouted in front of the cave. The voice spread far and wide, echoing in the valley, immediately alarming many people. Gu Fei looked and saw that in front of the cave, on a large rock next to the pool, stood an extremely excited young man in white. Gu Fei had seen that young man in white before. He was one of the 2 young disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect who guarded the entrance of the valley when he returned to the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei remembered that this somewhat skinny young man was called Qi Dongqing, and he was Li Lingfeng's grand disciple. Boss came out of seclusion. Big brother came out of seclusion. He Tian and Xiaoqing's exclamation sounded in front of the Dragon Valley. Then, 2 figures rushed over like shooting stars. Chapter 772. Gu Fei coming out of seclusion was a big event. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Daoist all came to the waterfall one after another. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, the talents had withered, and a group of Dongfang Chen's trusted aides had been purged. There were less than 200 people in the entire Supreme Mystery Sect. The person who was the most excited about Gu Fei coming out of seclusion was none other than the medicine Daoist. This was because Gu Fei coming out of seclusion meant that he had successfully refined the 9 revolutions Immortal King Dan. Thinking of this, the medicine Daoist could no longer remain calm, and even his beard began to tremble. Big brother, you're finally out. Xiaoqing walked forward and hugged Gu Fei. During the time that Gu Fei was in seclusion, they could only guard the Dragon Valley. Dongfang Chen was still wandering outside the Dragon Valley and did not leave. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were all very sullen. They were forced by Dongfang Chen to the point that they did not dare to take a step out of the Dragon Valley. Alright, now that Gu Fei had come out, it was Dongfang Chen's turn to be unlucky. Boss, there's someone outside the valley that you really want to see. He Tian stepped forward and said. The only person who could deal with Dongfang Chen was Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked at Xiaoqing in confusion. It's Dongfang Chen. Xiaoqing said in a deep voice. He had to admit that Dongfang Chen was very strong. He was the strongest immortal god-level expert he had ever seen, other than Gu Fei. What? Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes immediately shot out two sharp lights that were like blades, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. That guy actually dared to come back. Was he really not afraid of death? Gu Fei had the urge to rush out and kill, but after pondering for a moment, he forcefully suppressed this urge. He was not in a hurry to settle the score with Dongfang Chen. Right now, it was more important to save people. You really refined the 9 revolutions, Immortal King Dan. At this time, the medicine Daoist walked up and said with a trembling voice. It could be seen that he was very excited, so excited that he could not hide his inner emotions. Of course. Gu Fei answered. It was impossible for others to concoct the 9 revolutions Immortal King pill. That was because other cultivators would never be able to gather the ingredients required to concoct the 9 revolutions Immortal King pill even if they spent their entire lives. That's great. The medicine man was so happy that he almost jumped up from the ground. Gu Fei was a bit surprised to see the medicine Daoist so agitated. Even if he could save Zhao Ziru and the others, there was no need for him to act like this. The medicine Daoist seemed to have lost control of his emotions. Go and save them first. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it and directly walked towards the waterfall. He parted the waterfall, opened the stone door of the cave behind the waterfall, and walked in. Everyone followed behind Gu Fei and entered in a line. In the depths of the cave, there was still a world of ice. As far as the eye could see, there was ice everywhere. In the center of the cave, there were 3 transparent coffins emitting cold qi. Without hesitation, the medicine Daoist and the others stepped forward and opened the coffin. After the 3 coffins were opened, the temperature in the cave became even colder. The source of the coldness came from the bodies of the 3 people sleeping in the coffins. Zhao Ziru and the others looked like they were sleeping soundly, but in reality, their bodies were sealed by the 1,000-year ice soul. The cold qi in the cave came from their bodies. The medicine Daoist took out a bluish-purple pearl the size of a finger from Zhao Ziru, Dan Chenzi, and Li Hao's mouths. The bluish-purple pearls were enveloped by a layer of misty light. These 3 pearls were the source of the coldness. They were the ice soul pearls refined from the 1,000-year ice soul. The ice soul pearls refined from the 1,000-year ice soul weren't rare treasures in the world. 1,000-year ice soul pearls could be found in a few places on the Tinglong continent. As soon as the ice soul pearls left their bodies, a layer of black qi immediately surged out of the faces of the 3 people in the coffins. A demonic energy fluctuation was emitted from their bodies. Without the suppression of the ice soul pearls, the demonic qi on Zhao Ziru and the others immediately flared up. Seeing this, Gu Fei didn't wait for the medicine Daoist to say anything. He immediately took out a white jade bottle and poured out 3 9 revolution Immortal King pills shrouded in 9-colored spiritual light. Everyone in the cave smelled a faint fragrance. Although the fragrance was weak, everyone who smelled it felt like they were floating in the air. Their hearts were calm, and the spiritual energy in their bodies surged, showing signs of a breakthrough. It's a godly pill indeed. The medicine Daoist's eyes widened when he saw the 3 9 revolution Immortal King pills in Gu Fei's hands. Just a whiff of the scent of the godly pill showed signs of a breakthrough. If one consumed a 9 revolution Immortal King pill, wouldn't he be able to ascend to the heavens? What happened next was very smooth. After Zhao Ziru and the others consumed the 9 Revolution Immortal King pills, the demonic qi on their bodies was immediately suppressed. As the medicinal effects of the Immortal King pills spread throughout their bodies, the demonic qi dissipated continuously. Zhao Ziru and the others were shrouded in 9-colored mystical light. Everyone looked anxiously at the 3 people in the ice coffins. No one knew if the 9 Revolution Immortal King pills could really save them. No one spoke in the cave. It was so quiet that even the breathing of the others could be heard. Gu Fei stared at the fairy-like beauty in the ice coffin. He could feel the medicinal effects slowly spreading through her body. Her ice-cold body began to glow with vitality. Within the ice coffin, spiritual energy began to fluctuate. Several hours later, the bodies of Zhao Ziru and the others were shrouded in 9-colored mystical light. The ice coffin was shrouded in immortal qi. Everything was happening as expected. After the immortal qi from the 9 Revolution Immortal King pills purged the demonic qi from Zhao Ziru and the others, it gradually changed their physiques. However, the process of the immortal qi changing their physiques wasn't fast. Everyone knew that this kind of change in physiques wouldn't be completed so quickly. Even with the immortal qi nourishing the bodies of Zhao Ziru and the others, it was still difficult for them to reach the heavens in a single step. Gu Fei and the others continued to observe for a few more hours. When they didn't see anything strange, they retreated and sealed the cave abode. Under the waterfall, beside the deep pool, Gu Fei poured out 39 Revolution Immortal King pills from a white jade bottle. Xiao Qing, He Tian, and Balan each received 10. After that, he kept 10 for himself and threw the rest of the 9 Revolutions Immortal King pills to the medicine Daoist. The medicine Daoist reached out his trembling hand to catch the white jade bottle. Ha! My supreme mystery sect is about to rise again. The medicine Daoist hugged the white jade bottle tightly, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it away. Xiao Qing, bow. After distributing the pills, Gu Fei asked Xiao Qing to borrow the bow. Xiao Qing patted the storage pouch at his waist, and a blood-colored bow flew out and landed in Xiao Qing's hand. Xiao Qing handed the bow to Gu Fei. Gu Fei held the bow in his left hand and held the bowstring in his right hand. He took half a step back with his right foot and slowly drew the bow. As the bow was gradually drawn, the essence of heaven and earth frantically gathered toward the bow and Gu Fei. One man and one bow bloomed with brilliant light, illuminating the entire world. Even the sun in the sky seemed to lose its luster. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions, and a blood-dripping demonic arrow condensed on the bowstring, emitting a blazing demonic light. The blood-stained arrowhead was cold and gloomy, and it was glaring red, as if it was a real demonic arrow. Everyone retreated far away when Gu Fei drew the bow. Everyone was trembling in fear. At that moment, Gu Fei was like a dazzling sun. His entire body was surrounded by divine light, and it seemed as if there were raging flames burning around him. Gu Fei's blood and qi were exuberant, and his strength was constantly drawn by the demon bow. Finally, he completely drew the bow, and the blood-dripping demon arrow emitted terrifying fluctuations. Whoosh! When his aura and power reached their peak, Gu Fei let loose and released the arrow. The blood-dripping demon arrow turned into a bloody light that was dozens of kilometers long. It shot high into the sky, piercing through the void and disappearing into the void. The next moment, on a mountain 100 kilometers away from the Dragon Valley, Dongfang Qin, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, suddenly felt a great sense of danger. All the pores on his body stood on end. Boom! Chapter 773. Boom! The terrifying blood light pierced through the void, shattered the world, and directly shot down from the sky towards Dongfang Qin below. The sky trembled as a big hole was pierced through. Roar! Dongfang Qin roared and directly rushed out from the mountain peak. This blood fiend arrow was different from the usual sneak attacks. This arrow was unstoppable and contained great power, which made Dongfangchen feel danger. Bang! Thousands of mountains were directly hit by the Blood Fiend arrow. The Blood Fiend arrow was like a destructive demonic light, piercing straight into the mountain peak, causing the earth to shake. Then, the entire mountain peak blossomed with rays of bloody light. Boom! It exploded. Immediately, rubble flew through the air and dust flew everywhere. A circle of dust swept in all directions. The whole area was in chaos, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, terrifying to the extreme. Dongfangchen was like a lonely boat in the raging sea, like a withered leaf in the wind. Although he avoided the demonic arrow, he was swept away by the mighty destructive power. Dongfangchen couldn't control his body and was swept away for 7 or 8 li. Dongfangchen barely stabilized his body. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The power of this arrow was earth-shattering. Today's attack was a bit unusual. Dongfangchen was secretly alarmed. Usually, those guys hiding in the Dragon Valley would shoot demonic light blood arrows to ambush him from time to time. However, the power of this arrow today was too strong. Those 3 guys hiding in the Dragon Valley can't shoot such an arrow even if they join forces. Could it be? Gu Fei couldn't help but make a move. Thinking of this, Dongfangchen couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Boom! At this moment, the earth suddenly shattered, and a terrifying destructive blood light rushed out from the earth, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation, piercing towards Dongfangchen. The terrifying blood fiend arrow light that pierced through thousands of meters of the mountain did not dissipate, but continued to shoot towards Dongfangchen. The demonic arrow was indestructible until it hit its target. The terrifying evil energy had already locked onto Dongfangchen. Dongfangchen quickly retreated. At the same time, his left and right eyes shot out 2 immortal and demonic killing lights towards the incoming blood fiend demon arrow. The power of the immortal and demonic was mighty. Clang! The immortal and demonic killing lights collided with the demonic arrows, producing a metallic clanging sound. Then, they shattered, unable to shake the terrifying blood light that was more than 10 miles long. Damn it! Dongfangchen roared again and again. While retreating, his hands moved in front of him. Immortal devil power surged out from his hands, forming an immortal devil vortex, trying to block the blood fiend demon arrow. Bang! 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 The immortal demon whirlpool couldn't stop the blood fiend demon arrow. It was pierced by the blood fiend demon arrow and shattered. Inside the blood light, the blood fiend demon arrow still flew towards Dongfangchen. Dongfangchen had no choice. The demonic arrow contained great power and was difficult to destroy. He gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and spat out a scroll in front of him. Vaguely, a world seemed to be faintly discernible within the unfurled ancient scroll. Vaguely, one could see the earth, mountains, rivers, and lakes. Boom! The blood fiend demon arrow that was more than 10 miles long directly pierced forward. It was unstoppable and unexpectedly shot into the world above the ancient scroll. The blood fiend demon arrow was actually absorbed into the ancient scroll. Inside the ancient scroll, there seemed to be a world. A mountain range collapsed under the blood fiend demon arrow. The scroll trembled and became hazy. It was a world that seemed real and illusory, but it sealed the blood fiend demon arrow. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from the hazy world above the ancient scroll. In that world, there were flashes of lightning and divine rainbows. The power of the ancient scroll was erasing the blood fiend demon arrow. Soon, the blood-red light emitted by the blood fiend demon arrow completely dimmed. Humph. I didn't expect to use the mountain and river diagram. Is the person who made this move really Gu Fei? The ancient scroll that was spread out gradually closed, and the blood fiend demon arrow inside was erased by the power of the ancient scroll. At this time, in the Dragon Valley, under the waterfall, Gu Fei pulled back the demon bow again.